What if Jon Snow was never meant to stay ordinary, because the fire recognized him first? At 10 years old, Jon is still just the quiet bastard of Winterfell, unwanted, overlooked, and buried beneath a name that was never truly his. But the moment his skin touches Dragonfire, something ancient answers. Not pain, not death. Recognition. And in that instant, the cold boy raised among wolves becomes something far more dangerous, because Dragonfire does not awaken for everyone. It awakens for blood, for legacy. For the last spark of a house the world thought was dead. Subscribe if you are new on this channel. Also, if you love the Game of Thrones theories and what ifs. Please let me know on comment box. Also, if you have any story suggestions, feel free to write below. Now let's start.
The snow came soft that morning, the way snow only came in the days when winter still pretended to be a guest in the north and not its master. Jon Snow stood barefoot on the cold flagstones of the boys' chamber, lacing his boots in the dark, and listened to Robb breathe. Robb slept like a Stark, open-mouthed, certain of the world. Jon tried to envy him for it and failed. He had stopped being able to envy Robb a year ago, around the time he had begun to understand exactly what a bastard was, and exactly what bastards could and could not have. He pulled his cloak around his shoulders. The wool was stiff with the kind of cold that lived in the stones of Winterfell, and not even the great hot springs that ran beneath the keep could warm a stone all the way through. The old kings of winter had built it that way on purpose, old Nan said. Stone that did not forget its own bones, she called it. Jon liked that. He had taken to liking many of old Nan's things, lately, the way some boys take to liking horses or hawks. Old Nan's stories had a shape to them. They began somewhere and ended somewhere, and along the way they did not pretend that the world was kind. He left without waking Robb. He had to. The thing he had set out to do this morning was not strictly allowed. The yard was a wash of gray, the practice posts wearing fresh white caps. The cocks were still arguing with the dawn somewhere behind the kitchens. A kennel master's boy was already at the well, breaking ice. Jon kept to the edge, hood up, the way Sir Roderick had taught them, eyes down, walk like you've a place to be. He had a place to be, in fact. He simply had no business being there. Maester Luwin's tower rose at the eastern wall of the inner ward, 4 stories of stone topped by the rookery, a covered walkway running from the Maester's chamber to the steps. The ravens had begun to wake. Jon could hear them grumbling above him as he slipped through the door at the foot of the stair, 3 at a time, careful with his weight on the worn middle treads where the wood complained loudest. He had a question to ask the Maester. That was his story if anyone caught him, and it was even half true. He had been reading. 2 nights past, with Robb already snoring, he had carried a stub of candle into Luwin's library and pulled down a book he had no business with. Histories of the Conquest. He had told himself it was because of the swords, because Aegon had used 3 dragons and a Valyrian steel blade called Blackfire, and Jon was at the age where every boy in Westeros loved a good blade. He had told himself a lot of things. He had read about the dragons. About a queen named Visenya who flew on a dragon called Vhagar and carried a sword called Dark Sister. About a man named Meager the Cruel who had burned 3 septs of the faith with their congregations inside. He had read until his stub of candle had gone out and his eyes had begun to ache and the cold had crept in under his blanket, and he had still kept reading by the light of the moon through the slit window, until at last he had slept and dreamed, and the dream had been. He could not quite remember the dream, only that there had been a tower, and the tower had been red, and there had been wings. He told himself it was a question about Aegon's coming north. That was what he wanted to ask the Maester. That was even in part the question. The truer question, the one beneath the question, the one he could not have asked in front of Robb or in front of a Stark, or really in front of anyone he could think of who had a face Jon knew, was the one that had been gnawing at him since he had been small enough that nobody told him stories about why his mother had no name. The question about Targaryens and about Targaryen blood, and about whether some of it was so thin that it ran in men whose hair was not silver and whose eyes were not violet, but whose dreams sometimes had wings. He thought he was being clever. He was 10 years old, and even then he knew a part of him was being foolish. But 10 years old is the age in which a boy's foolishness has not yet learned to look like wisdom, and so he climbed the stairs anyway. The door at the top was open. That stopped him. Maester Luwin's chamber was always closed in the mornings. Always. The Maester rose with the ravens, and the ravens rose with the dawn, and the Maester closed his door against the children of the keep until well after first meal because the Maester needed his quiet, he said, and the children of the keep needed to be away from poking through his fragile things. He also said, to find the door open with the dawn still gray at the slit windows was wrong like an unstrung bow was wrong, like a saddle on the floor of a stable was wrong. It was an absence of an expected weight. Jon almost turned back. Later, he would think on that for half a heartbeat he had been a boy who would turn back. He would think on it the way a man thinks on a fork in a road he did not see he had taken until much, much later. Instead, he eased the door wider with the tip of his fingers and looked in. The chamber was empty. There were the long oak shelves, with their scrolls and their bound codices and their bottles. There was the long table at which Maester Luwin took his meals when he could not be bothered to come down to the hall. There was the brazier, banked low, glowing rust-red under a careful layer of ash. There was the window, narrow as a man's hand, half shuttered against the snow. There was the apparatus of a Maester's life, the mortar and the pestle, the small balance with its pan still tilted with the weight of the last weighing, the dish of dried herbs cooling beside it, and there was the candle. It sat on a low shelf near the brazier, on a small black salver of its own, and it was nothing he recognized. It was the wrong shape for a candle, for one. It was not soft and waxen, not a stub or a tall pale taper of the kind the great hall lit by the dozen. It was glass. That was what struck him first, a tall ribbed thing, slim as his wrist, the color of a frozen lake just before sunset. Black, but not entirely black. He could see the faint gray at its base where the dawn light was catching the ridges. A wick of black thread lay limp at its summit. And around its base, in a careful crescent, were a half-dozen small pieces of paper, Luwin's notes in his cramped, slanting hand. Jon had been twice to the Citadel's books in this room in his life. He had also spent more hours than he meant to in this chamber when Luwin was alive to scold him, and he knew, more or less, every object in this place. He knew them as a child knows the things that adults treasure and warn against. He had never seen this candle. It was very, very old. He knew that without knowing how he knew it. He knew it the way the Kitchens knew when a frost was coming. He knew it the way Robb knew when their father had spoken a word in a voice that could not be argued. The candle was old. The candle was waiting. The candle was the kind of object that had endured. Behind him, very faintly, the ravens muttered. The cocks in the yard had given over their argument with the dawn. Below, somewhere, a heavy door closed, a man's bootsteps moved across stone. He should have gone. He did not go. He took 2 steps in. The brazier breathed at him. He was so used to the cold that warmth, when it came, surprised him. The chamber was warmer than the corridor, warmer than his own bed had been an hour ago. The brazier's ash stirred, settling, and the rust-red coals winked. He was reminded, absurdly, of a cat blinking. He went toward the candle. He did not think, afterwards, when he tried to remember, about what he meant to do. He did not lift his hand to take the candle, because he would not have dared, would not have taken a Maester's relic away from its place on its salver. He did not lift his hand to pry at the wick. He did not lift his hand to test it for warmth. He only lifted his hand because the candle had asked him to, in some quiet way that had no words and no shape, and that he did not even, until later, recognize as having been an asking at all. He laid his palm against the side of it. It was cold. It was so cold that for a half a breath it felt hot, the way snow against a bare hand could fool you for the first instant before the cold revealed itself. The glass, if it was glass, a part of him had begun to wonder if it was glass at all, was colder than the shelf, colder than the chamber, colder than the snow piled against the window slit. It was the cold of a thing that had never known a fire, a thing that had been waiting through years and years of waiting, a thing that had not been used, and under his palm, very small, it began to shake. It was the smallest shaking. It was the kind of shaking a man sees in a horse's neck the first time the horse stands and feels its legs. It was not violent. It was not even noisy. It was only a faint, quiet trembling against the skin of his hand, as if the candle had, at his touch, remembered something, and the remembering had set it to a fine, fast trembling, and the fine, fast trembling was building up through the glass into the wick. The wick caught. He saw the catch, very clearly. He saw the dark thread bend a little at its tip, the way thread does when a flame first finds it. He saw a thin curl of smoke. He saw a spot of dim, glowing red at the very tip of the wick, the way a coal glows red after you blow on it. And then the spot of red was a flicker, and the flicker was a flame, and the flame was not red. The flame was pale, pale as the milk that came up from the cold rooms in summer. Pale as snow under a low sun. Pale as the eyes the children of old Nan's stories had, before they grew up and grew tall and grew fingers like icicles. There was almost no yellow in it. There was almost no orange. It was a pale white-violet flame, and it was steady, and it stood almost the height of his hand, taller than any flame the candle's wick should have permitted, and where it should have been hot, where any flame at all should have been hot, there was no heat at all, or not quite no heat. There was a heat. He felt it. He felt it lift up from the candle's mouth and against the underside of his wrist, and along the inside of his palm, in the soft place where the lines of his hand crossed, and the heat was not the heat of fire. It was the heat of, he did not have a word for it then. He did not have a word for it for years. It was the heat of being known, the heat of a hand laid on a sleeping child's brow. The heat of a hearth long cold come back. The heat of a name being spoken, very softly, in a voice that had been silent for a long time. He kept his palm against the candle. His hand did not burn. His hand did not even start to feel heat in the way a hand feels heat when it is too close to a fire. That lift, that warning, that animal pulling back of the skin that even children have without being taught. There was none of that. He saw the flame burning right under his fingers. He saw it climb up between his thumb and forefinger. He saw, when he tilted his hand a little, the flame lean a little with him, as a rose might lean toward the sun. It was not a flame that burned him. It was a flame that knew him. He should have been afraid. He was afraid. But fear, in a child of 10, is not the only thing that can happen at a time, and so he was also, at the same time, the way two notes can be sung together. Astonished and obscurely satisfied and a little proud, the way a boy is proud the first time he hits the practice post true. He was also, and this was the part that he would think about for years afterward, the part he would whisper about to himself in the dark when he was full-grown and bone-weary and a man other men called a lord. He was also, in a way, recognized. He had been seen. He had been seen by something that he did not have a name for, and the something had said with its pale violet flame, "Oh, there you are." He breathed in, he breathed out, and the door behind him said very quietly, "Jon." He did not jump. Later, he would think it was the closest he ever came in his life to being wholly without his own body. The surprise of a voice should have made him jump, and his body did not. His body was doing something else. His body was, very slowly, raising the eye of itself toward a small black salver on a low shelf, in a way that was not entirely his own. He turned. Maester Luwin was in the doorway. He had not come in. He stood a half step on the wrong side of the threshold, and his hand was on the door frame, and his fingers were white. He was an old man, not very old, but old enough that he had not learned to keep all of his face from the things he was thinking, old enough that his face had given up some of the secrecies the Citadel taught its gray-cloaked sons. Jon could see in his face 3 things at once. He could see anger. He could see fear. And he could see, the way a boy can sometimes see the back of a thing in his teacher's eyes, a tired, resigned, not surprise. As if Maester Luwin had been waiting for a moment of this kind for a long time. As if he had been hoping, perhaps even praying in his quiet Maester's way, that the moment would not come. "Step away from the candle, lad," he said. The voice was so calm. Jon thought he would think it for years that he could remember admiring the calmness. The Maester's voice did not even shake. The Maester's voice was the voice that had told him at 6 that his pony had to be put down because of a broken leg. The Maester's voice was the voice that had taught them all their letters. The Maester's voice was the same voice. Calm. But the Maester's eyes were not calm. Jon stepped away. It was only as he stepped away that he understood his hand had still been against the candle. It was only as he stepped away that he understood his hand had still been in the flame. The flame went out. It did not flicker. It did not shrink. It went out like a thing whose minute had been over. The pale violet light vanished, and the chamber was abruptly the chamber it had been before, gray, cold, breathing rust-red from its banked brazier. The wick was a thread. The candle was glass. The salver was tarnished silver. The shelves were oak. Jon's hand was Jon's hand. He looked at his palm. There was no mark on it. There was no soot. There was no smell of singed skin. He turned his hand over and looked at the back of it. Nothing. He smelled his sleeve where the cuff would have been closest to the flame. Wool. Wood smoke from the brazier. Nothing of fire. He looked up. Maester Luwin was looking at him. It was not a look Jon could name. It was the look a doctor gives a patient when the patient says a sentence the doctor was afraid of hearing. It was the look a steward gives a master when the steward has counted the silver and the count is short. It was, and this was the part that frightened Jon worse than the candle had, the look a man gives a thing that is not quite a child anymore. Jon's mouth was dry. He said. "Don't," said the Maester, and held up a hand. He stepped into the chamber. He stepped softly, the way a man steps in a room where a deer is sleeping. He did not go near Jon. He did not go to the candle. He went to the door behind Jon very gently and closed it, and then, only then, he turned. Jon would remember Maester Luwin in his time differently after. He would remember him as kind in the end. He would remember him as a man who, even at the last, had loved them, Robb, Bran, Arya, Sansa, Rickon, even him. But the picture he would carry of him for the rest of his life was the picture of him in this moment. A small, gray-cloaked man closing his own door against his own keep, with a face that was not afraid of Jon but was afraid for him. "How long," said the Maester, "has it been?" Jon did not understand the question. "How long has what been, Maester?" The Maester closed his eyes for a heartbeat. He opened them. He gestured briefly at the candle. "That," he said. "How long has it been?" Jon stared at him. I just touched it. I only just, how long?" said the Maester, more gently. "Have you not burned, Jon?" The question made no sense for a moment. Then the moment passed, and the question made sense, and the question made too much sense, and Jon felt his stomach tilt the way the floor of the great hall sometimes tilted in his dreams. He thought of last winter. He thought of the bowl of hot porridge he had spilled into his own lap when he had been 8, and of how the cook had screamed and snatched him up and rushed him to the Maester, and of how when they had pulled the porridge off there had been no scald, no red, only a pink mark that even now he was not sure had been a scald at all. He thought of the yard, 2 years ago, where he had grasped the wrong end of a poker because he had been showing off in front of Robb, and how Robb had cried out and Jon had only winced, and how when he had looked at his hand later there had been nothing there. He thought of the brand he had brushed in the smithy when he was 7 and had not told anyone. He thought of every small everyday thing about a child in a keep where there are forges and fires and torches and ovens and braziers. Every small everyday thing he had not noticed because he had not noticed. He did not know. "I don't know," he whispered. "I," said the Maester. The word sounded as if it had been a long time coming. "I, that fits." He passed his hand over his face. It was the gesture of a man very tired, and Jon, watching him, thought suddenly with a child's clarity, the kind that comes from far below the tongue and does not always know what it knows, that Maester Luwin had been waiting for this morning a long time. The Maester crossed to the candle. He did not touch it. He looked at it as a man looks at a sword he has just had returned to him by an enemy. He stood there a long moment, breathing. "You must do something for me, Jon," he said at last, without turning around. "Yes, Maester. You must go very quietly to your own chamber. You must dress for the day as you would on any other day. You must come down to the hall. You must eat. You must say nothing to your brother. You must say nothing to your sister. You must say nothing to the lady your father's wife." He said it that way, lady your father's wife. He had always said it that way in private, the 4 times he had ever needed to find the words at all. You must say nothing to anyone. You must walk the day through as you would walk it, and you must come to me again this evening when the bell rings for the 3rd hour. Will you do that, Jon? It was not a question. "Yes, Maester." The Maester closed his eyes. He opened them. He turned. He looked at Jon, and the look was kinder than the look had been before, and Jon felt, to his own surprise, against his own 10-year-old certainty that he was too old for it, tears at the back of his throat. "You have not done wrong, lad," said the Maester. You have not done wrong. Mark me on this. You have done something that is, and we will speak of it, but you have not done wrong." Jon nodded because his throat would not have words. "Go on, then." He walked down the Maester's stairs slowly, his hand on the worn rail. He went out into the yard. The dawn had moved on while he had been in the Maester's tower. The snow had stopped, and the cocks had won their argument, and the yard was beginning to fill. The kennel-master's boy with 2 pails now, a steward in his black leaving the great hall, 2 of the household guard arguing about a stirrup. The sky above the stables had begun to be the color of weak tea. He walked through it and he saw none of it. He saw a pale violet flame. He saw a thin black wick. He saw a Maester's face afraid. He did not go directly to his chamber. He went instead to the godswood. He did not know at 10 that it would matter. He did not know that the kind of magic he had touched in that chamber was the kind of magic that called to its own kind, and that of all the places in Winterfell, the godswood was the place where another, older, deeper kind of magic listened best. He only knew, with the dumb, sure instinct of a child whose stomach has been turned over, that he wanted trees around him. He wanted the heart tree. He wanted to lie face down on the cold black earth between its roots and feel the slow patient pulse of the place that had been there before there had been a Stark in the world. The slow patient pulse of the place that did not, ever, ask him whose son he was. He went between the dark sentinels. He found the heart tree. He put his palm flat against its weeping face. The bark was cold. It was not the cold of the candle. He knew that even then. The bark was the cold of something that had been cold for so long that it had stopped being cold to itself. The way a man who has lived in the north all his life will tell you, in the deep of winter, that he is not cold. The bark was the cold of the world. The candle had been the cold of an absence of something it had been waiting for. The bark was just the cold of the north. He pressed his palm against the heart tree's face anyway. He did not pray. He did not know what he would have prayed for. He pressed his palm against the heart tree and he thought, "Very small, please," and he did not know to whom he was thinking it. The heart tree did not answer. It had never answered any prayer of his or of any Stark's in the way that godly answers are usually drawn in the South. Not in voices, not in lights. But Jon, lying with his palm on the heart tree, thought he felt the cold of the bark very gently, very slowly lessen. As if the tree had taken half a step toward him and laid its own cold cheek against his cold cheek and breathed out. He stayed there until his fingers went numb. He went then to his chamber. He dressed for the day as he would on any other day. He came down to the hall. He ate. He said nothing to his brother. He said nothing to his sister. He said nothing to the lady his father's wife. When the bell rang for the 3rd hour of the evening, he climbed the Maester's tower again. The door was closed. He knocked. It opened. Maester Luwin stood in the doorway. He did not let Jon in. He looked down at him for a long breath, and Jon could see behind him that the chamber had been changed. The candle's salver had been moved, the candle covered with a length of black cloth. There was another person in the chamber. Jon could not see who. The Maester said, "Your father wishes to see you, lad, in his solar. Now." Jon's hand went of its own accord to the place at his throat where his collar joined. "My father, now, lad." Jon went down the stairs. He did not run. He had been told, all his life, by men who lived by it, that a Stark did not run in his own keep. He went at the careful, steady pace a son went to his father, and it was only when he reached the corridor outside Lord Eddard's solar, where the torches were already lit against the early dusk, that he understood his hands were shaking. The torches in the corridor leaned a little as he went past them toward him. He did not know then that they had leaned. He only knew that the door of his father's solar was very tall and very dark, and that on the other side of it his father, or another man entirely, a man who was beginning today to look at him with new eyes, was waiting. He raised his fist. He knocked. Eddard Stark had not been afraid of a 10-year-old boy in his life. He sat in his solar with his hands folded around an empty cup and waited for the knock he knew was coming. And he watched his fingers around the cup, and he tried to convince his fingers of all parts of him that they had no good reason to shake. The fire in the grate was banked low. He had done that on purpose. The last hour he had taken the poker from the corner himself. He had not called the boy who saw to the fires, and he had pushed the burning logs to the back of the hearth, smothered them under a shovel of ash, until what was left was the dim red glow of an old battle that had nothing left to give. He did not want a fire to be high in the room when the boy came in. He did not know what he did not want. He only knew that he had never before been afraid of fire in a room, and tonight he was, and it was not the fire he was afraid of. It was the boy. It was not the boy. It was the truth of the thing, what the boy was about to ask him. The knock came. He set the cup down. He had practiced setting it down quietly as he had been waiting. He had practiced it the way a man practices a sword stroke he is not yet sure he can do. The cup made the smallest sound. He cleared his throat. He said, "Come." The door opened. Jon was very small in the doorway. That was what struck him. He had thought, all afternoon, that the boy he was about to see was the boy who had touched Dragonfire with his bare hand and not burned. He had thought of that boy, all afternoon, striding through Winterfell, laying his palms against the hearths in the great hall, calling forth pale violet flames that did not burn. And so when his door opened and what stood in it was a small, white-faced 10-year-old who had been crying. Very faintly, sometime today and not let anyone see, he was unprepared, his son, Lyanna's son. The boy stood in the doorway with one hand on the frame. "Father, come in, Jon, close the door." Jon came in. He closed the door. He stopped 2 steps inside the threshold. He looked at the floor. He had been taught to look at the floor when he came into his father's solar. Catelyn had insisted on it in the early years, and Ned, who had not had the heart to stop her at it because he had not had the heart to stop her at much, had let it stand. The boy stood and looked at the floor. "Ned could not bear it. Jon, look at me." The boy looked up. The eyes were Lyanna's. He had always known that. He had spent 10 years looking at the boy as little as he could, and he had still always known that. Gray and violet in the right light, long lashes, the set of the brow. He had watched the eyes change with the years, the way any child's eyes change with the years, the way the round eyes of an infant become the long eyes of a child. And at every stage of the change, the eyes had become more Lyanna and less anything else. They were Lyanna's eyes. They were Lyanna's eyes set in a small, grim, stark face that had been given his own face's shape only by the strange mercies of the gods. Ned felt, for a horrible moment, that if he opened his mouth he would weep. He kept his mouth shut. He gestured to the chair opposite his own, beside the low fire. "Sit." Jon sat. The chair was too tall for him. His boots did not quite touch the floor. He folded his hands in his lap. He looked at his hands, then he looked, with a small effort that Ned could see, at his father's face. "Maester Luwin tells me," Ned said carefully, "that you were in his chamber this morning." "Yes, my lord. He tells me there was a candle." The boy's hands closed on each other, 2 small hands. They closed and did not open. Ned saw the knuckles whiten. "Yes, my lord." "And he tells me you put your hand into the flame and the flame did not burn you. The boy stopped. He swallowed. "Yes, my lord." Ned watched him. He watched him with the watchfulness he had used, in his time, on men he was about to judge, on a poacher in the wolfswood, on a deserter in the courtyard, on a man brought before him who he was, in a moment, going to find guilty and condemn. He had not known, until tonight, that the watchfulness could be a kindness as well as a cruelty. He sat in his solar and watched his son and felt, at last, after a long day of not feeling it, something near to pity. The boy was not lying to him. The boy was so afraid, his small back was straight as a rod. "Jon," Ned said, "did you mean to do this thing?" "I know, my lord." "I didn't mean, I touched it, and it lit, and the boy's voice caught. Ned watched him take it back under control with a discipline that broke something quietly in Ned's chest. "I didn't mean it, my lord. I don't even know what it was. I don't even know how." "I believe you." The boy looked up. He had been about to argue. You could see it in his face, the half-prepared protest of a child who has not yet learned that adults can decide a thing in the boy's favor without the boy having to fight for it. The argument died on his face. He blinked. "You believe me?" "Aye, lad, I believe you." "Now listen to me carefully." Ned breathed in. He had practiced this part too, all afternoon, walking up and down his solar in the snow-gray light, working out his sentences. He had not landed on a version of them he liked. None of the versions had told the boy the truth. None of them had not lied. None of the versions of the lie had felt clean. He had landed only on the version of the lie that was the closest to truth, and that did the least violence to the rest, and he made himself, now, deliver it as he had practiced. There is, in this realm of Westeros, blood that runs in some men that is older than the blood that runs in most. Blood that came to this land with the dragon lords from old Valyria 400 years ago. Some of that blood does strange things. It can do strange things. And not always in the family of the dragon lords. He paused. He watched the boy listen. Sometimes, he said, blood like that turns up in a house far from where you would expect it. Sometimes a man has a great-grandmother he never knew, and her great-grandfather rode a dragon, and 100 years on the blood comes up in some grandchild. Somewhere, like a buried spring breaks ground. He saw, with quiet surprise, that the boy was nodding. The boy had read more in his hours in the Maester's library than Ned had thought. Targaryen, Jon said. The word was so quiet. Old Valyrian, Ned said. Rhoynish even in places. But yes, Targaryen also, aye. He hated himself a little for the careful adjusting of the truth around the lie. He hated himself less than he might have, because he had been doing it for 10 years and he was good at it now. There are stories of men in the free cities who do not burn. There are stories, too, in our own annals, of bastards and of distant cousins of the dragon kings who turned up in unexpected places. Maester Luwin, I think, will tell you more in time if you wish to know. My lord, Jon began. Ned held up a hand. Wait, hear me out. There is more I must say to you tonight, and I will not say it twice. The boy fell silent. Ned leaned forward. He laid his hands on his knees. He looked his son in the eye. Jon, he said, what you did this morning, and what perhaps you have done other times without knowing, must not be done where any other living soul can see you. Not your brother, not your sister, not the Lady Catelyn, not the household guard, not the kennel master, not the smith, not the kitchen folk, not old Nan, not the Maester's apprentices. Maester Luwin already knows that cannot be helped. No other will know. The boy's eyes went very wide. Why, my lord? Ned drew breath. He thought, not for the first time, about telling the boy. He thought about it the way a man thinks about leaping from a high tower into a sea he is not sure is deep enough. He thought about the boy in front of him knowing. He thought about the boy who knew, who walked the yards of Winterfell knowing, who looked at the lady of the house knowing, who looked at his half-brothers knowing, who had eyes like Lyanna, and now also a knowledge like Lyanna's son. He thought about the secrecies a child of 10 was capable of, and the secrecies a child of 10 was not capable of. He thought about the boy turning, in time, ill or angry or proud, and saying a name aloud, in a voice that men would carry south. He thought about Robert. He thought about King Robert, beloved Robert, brother-in-arms Robert, who had ridden into the Trident with his hammer and stove a prince's chest in for love of Lyanna. About Robert, who in his rages had 2 faces. And one of them was the face he had made when he had come down the steps of the throne room over the bodies of Princess Alia's children, and not spoken of them for the rest of his life. He thought of Robert, and he thought of Robert's hammer, and he thought of his own son's small face in front of him, and he thought, no, not yet, not yet, when the boy was older perhaps. When the boy was older, when the boy had learned to be silent the way a man learns to be silent, when, perhaps, the boy was old enough to carry a thing without bending under the weight of it, then he would tell him. Not now. Not when the boy did not yet know how to keep his face flat in a hall full of men. He would not tell him now. He hated himself for not telling him now. There are men in this realm, Ned said, who would harm you if they knew what you can do. There are men who would think to use you. There are men who would think to fear you. There are men who would think a child of strange blood is a danger to the realm. And there are some, only a few, Jon, but some, who would simply think to kill you the way one kills a wolf cub before it can grow. He let that land. He saw the boy take it in. He let his own voice harden the way it hardened in the yard before the executions, because the boy needed to know, by the voice if not by the words, that he was not exaggerating. I will not let any of them touch you, but I cannot protect you if the realm knows. And the realm cannot know. Do you understand me, lad? Yes, my lord. Say it back. I am not to do what I did where any can see me. I am to tell no one. I am to keep silent until you say I may speak. Ned nodded. He felt his shoulders ease very slightly. That is right. And Jon, "Yes, my lord. You have done nothing wrong." The boy's mouth opened. "You have done nothing wrong," Ned said again. "Hear me. The blood that is in you was given you. You did not choose it any more than your eyes. A man does not choose his eyes. I would not have you. I would not have you grow up to think that what is in you is a mark of shame. It is not. It is a thing to be careful of. But it is not a shame." The boy stared at him. The boy began very quietly to cry. It was a small crying. It was the crying of a child who had not let himself cry in many hours, and now was not strong enough to keep it in, and was not yet old enough to despise himself for it. The tears came down without sound. He wiped at them with the heel of his hand. He said in a voice gone tight, "Yes, my lord." Ned closed his eyes. He almost then told the boy. He almost then broke and went to him, gathered him up off the chair, set him on his knee, said the names of the boy's mother and the boy's father, said them with his face against the boy's hair. He almost then broke a promise he had been keeping for 10 years. He did not break it. He opened his eyes. He cleared his throat. He said in his lord's voice, the voice he used when he had to be a lord more than a father, "There will be a time, Jon. A time when I will tell you more than I am telling you tonight, when you are older, when the world is different than it is. Until then I ask you, I do not command, I ask to trust me. Will you trust me, Jon?" "Yes, my lord." "Good lad." He sat back. He did not, for a moment, look at the boy. He looked at the smothered fire, and he made himself master of his own face. He breathed out. He said, "Now, the matter of your half-brother." The boy swallowed. "Robb. He is awake to the fact that I have spoken to the Maester twice this day. He will ask you, what will you tell him?" The boy blinked. He thought. Ned watched him think. "I will tell him I broke something in the Maester's chamber. A bottle. I will tell him I knocked a bottle over and the Maester is angry. I will say it was for a book, I was after a book. Be careful with too much detail. Yes, my lord. I will say I broke a bottle. I will say I was clumsy. And the lady your father's wife," the boy's jaw set. "She does not speak to me, my lord." He had said it without bitterness. That made it worse. It made it worse than if he had said it angry. Ned took the small blow the way he took most blows that had to do with this matter, by not flinching outwardly, by letting the inward flinch happen later when he was alone. "All the same," he said, "if she speaks, the bottle, the book." "Robb is not a fool, Jon. The lady your father's wife is not a fool. They will both think it is more than a bottle. You are not asked to convince them. You are only asked to give them a story they can choose to believe if they wish to. Some lies are not asked to be perfect. They are only asked to be allowed." The boy considered this. My lord." Ned stood. The boy stood with him. Ned crossed the rug. He laid a hand on Jon's shoulder. He had laid his hand on Jon's shoulder perhaps 20 times in 10 years. The boy went very still under it, the way an animal goes still when it is unsure if it is being praised or struck. "You are my son, Jon," Ned said. He had not, in 10 years, quite said that. Not in those words. He had said other words around it. He had said, "You are mine." He had said, "You are of my house." He had said, "You are blood of my blood," and meant it more than the listeners had known. He had not said the simple sentence. He said it now. He let it land. He was conscious, rueful even at himself, that he was choosing to say it because the boy had this morning touched fire and not burned, and not because the boy was the boy. He was conscious that this was a kind of cowardice. He said it anyway. "Yes, my lord," said the boy. "Off to bed, lad." The boy went. Ned stood a long time at the window after the door had shut. The snow had turned in the last hour to the kind of slow, heavy snow that begins after sunset in winter and continues through to dawn. The yard was already a foot deeper than it had been when the boy had come in. He watched it fall against the lit window of the kitchens, where the cooks were starting the bread for the next day. He watched a single torch go past on the curtain wall. Carl Whitler, who had the late watch, had his torch at the angle of a man with a sore wrist. He watched and he watched, and after a long time he turned and went to his desk, and he sat, and he reached for parchment. He did not draft the letter at once. He sat with the quill in his hand, and he weighed words and he weighed addresses, and he thought about who in the 7 kingdoms could know what had happened in his keep this day and not, in some way, do harm with the knowledge. The list was very short. There was Howland. Howland knew. Howland had been there when the babe was given over. Howland had seen Lyanna die. Howland had carried a rolled cloak at the bottom of his pack out of those red hills, and the cloak had been small and warm and crying, and Howland had not slept the whole journey because he had been afraid to put the cloak down. Howland could be told. Howland would understand. There was, perhaps, Maester Luwin. He looked at that thought a long time. Maester Luwin at the wall had been a Targaryen prince before he had been anything else. Maester Luwin at the wall had taken his vows, and his maester's chain, and his black cloak, and was now nothing, the world said, but an old blind man with a chain of office. The world said a great many things that were not true. Luwin was not nothing. Luwin, at his age, was a kind of buried fire of his own, banked low at the foot of the world's largest hearth. And Luwin, if he chose, could speak in his careful old man's voice to the boy in this keep about things that no other living soul could speak about. Luwin, perhaps, could be told. Or, at the least, told apart. The same careful, adjusted truth Ned had given Jon. Luwin would understand. Luwin would understand the architecture of the lie. Luwin would not ask, in writing, the question that would reveal too much. Luwin was old, and Luwin was clever, and Luwin was a Targaryen of the old strict kind that did not break a confidence given in a sealed envelope. Ned dipped the quill. He wrote slowly. He wrote carefully. He used the words he and Luwin had used before, in the very rare letters they had exchanged in 20 years, words about the Maester's studies, words about the chain. He wrote, in the body of the letter with elaborate disinterest, that he had encountered in his ward of one of his men an unusual response to flame, and he wished to ask the Maester's advice on the matter. He sealed it. He addressed it Maester Luwin, Castle Black, the wall. He set it aside for the morning's raven. Then he sat a long while more, watching his fire. When at last he climbed the stair to his bedchamber, Catelyn was awake. He had hoped, though he had not in any honest way expected, that she would not be. She lay propped against the pillow. The lamp at her bedside still burned. She had not been pretending to sleep. She looked at him as he came in. Her face was the face she wore when she was at her most Southron, that flat, careful, court face she had not quite forgiven her own girlhood for, the face that had let her cross the doors of Winterfell as a stranger into a house that had not asked her, and which she still wore when she did not know yet how she stood with him. "Ned," she said, "Cat, you spoke to him long." He did not pretend to misunderstand Witcham. He said, "Aye, what did he do?" "He broke a bottle in the Maester's chamber." The lie. The small, measured lie. He was conscious, as he said it, of saying it to his wife, of saying, to the woman who slept beside him, the same sentence he had told the boy to say to her. He was conscious of laying his lie over his lying, and of how the lie would hold. She watched him. "A bottle," she said, mild as cold milk. "Aye, a bottle requires the Maester to come to your solar twice in a day, Ned. It does, when the bottle is one of his fragile ones." She did not move. She did not look away. "Ned," she said, "if there is something, Cat, I am tired tonight." He came to the side of the bed. He sat. He did not look at her. He looked at the floor between his boots because he did not, tonight, trust his own face. "Let it be. There is no danger to this house. There is nothing for the children to fear. Let it be." The silence that came after was very long. He did not turn to her. "I will let it be," she said at last. "Tonight." She blew out the lamp. He sat in the dark a long time. When he lay down, finally, he lay with his back to her. He had never in all the years of their marriage lain with his back to her. He felt her notice. He felt her not say anything. He lay awake until the snow stopped at the window. Far to the south, in a tower in King's Landing whose master kept a great many small birds, a small bird turned its little head, just once, toward a window facing north. Its master, who was a small soft-handed man with a gentle mouth and a habit of smiling at the wrong times, did not see the bird turn its head. He was, at that moment, copying out a list of merchants who had recently made the difficult journey to White Harbor in an off-season. He would not see, for some weeks yet, the small ripple of a thing far away that had begun, that morning, to spread. He would see it later. He would see it when one of his small birds in White Harbor, in a tavern by the docks, would mention a singer who had stopped at Winterfell and had told a tale, well into his cups, of a strange child in the Stark household, a child whose face had, on a winter evening in the great hall, been struck with a flicker of pale violet light when the brazier had flared up. The small bird had not made anything of the tale. The small bird had only put it in his report. The small, soft-handed man would read it, weeks on, and his smile would falter for a quarter of a heartbeat, and then he would set the report aside, and pen, with that smile back where it lived, a careful note to a fat magister of his acquaintance in Pentos. That was weeks away. That night, in his bed in Winterfell, Eddard Stark slept in pieces, and Catelyn Stark slept in pieces, and Maester Luwin in his tower did not sleep at all but knelt before his black-clothed candle and prayed in his careful citadel way to the gods of the south and to the gods of the north alike. That he had done right, and in the boy's chamber Jon Snow did not sleep either. He lay on his back. He held one hand in the air above himself, very still. He looked at his palm in the dark. He tried to see in the dark whether his palm was different from any other boy's palm. He could not see in the dark, so he closed his eyes. He did not see, either behind his closed eyes, any of the things he was looking for. He saw instead, when the sleep finally came to him, very late, a tower of red stone in a country of red mountains, and beneath the tower a woman's voice, weeping, saying a name 3 times before she stopped saying anything at all. He woke before the dawn. He did not remember, on waking, what name the voice had said. He felt only where the dream had been, a small hot place under his breastbone like a coal. He lay in the dark and pressed his hand against it, and the small hot place grew quiet. Outside his window, the cocks had begun to argue with the dawn. Robb knew before they were 3 days into the new 10-year-old life of his half-brother that the bottle in the Maester's chamber had not been a bottle. He did not say so. Robb was learning to be a Stark in the way Starks learn to be Starks, by watching, mostly, and by letting other men say a wrong thing first, and by not being the first man in the room to declare what he thought. He watched Jon at table. He watched Jon in the yard. He watched Jon in the godswood, where Jon had taken to going alone, in the half-hour before evening prayer when the snow was bluest, and no one walked the path between the sentinels. He watched, on the 3rd evening, his half-brother stand in the long shadow of the heart-tree with his palm pressed to the white bark, and he watched his half-brother's lips move, and he watched his half-brother stand for a long count of breaths, the way a man stands listening, not the way a boy stands praying. He did not catch Jon out. He was a Stark. He waited. He caught him out on the 7th night. He caught him out by going to bed before Jon and lying very still under the blankets with his face toward the wall and breathing the slow, even breath of a sleeping boy. He had been pretending to sleep in front of his half-brother since they had been 6. Jon had never once not believed it. Jon was the brother who slept like a man already worn down by his own thoughts. Robb was the brother who fell into sleep the way he fell off a pony, hard and surprised. The roles had been agreed without ever having been agreed. The smallest unfairness in their childhood had been that Jon, the bastard, was the one whose sleep was hard, and Robb, the heir, was the one whose sleep was easy. Robb had never thought about it that way before this week. He had thought about it the last 3 nights, lying awake. Tonight he was the one not sleeping, and Jon, who in this past week had stopped being able to sleep at all, was the one who got up. Jon got up very quietly. Robb watched through his lashes, his half-brother slip out of his blanket and down to the floor and reach under his own straw mattress for the small candle he kept there for reading, and the box of flints he kept there for the candle. Jon did not pick up the candle. He picked up the flints. He sat with the flints in his hand a long time. Then, very small, he made, not a flame, nothing like a flame, but a thin red glow at the tip of his thumb. The size of the head of a pin, the color of a coal. It lasted half a heartbeat. It went out. He breathed. He made another. It lasted longer this time, the size of the head of a pin still, but longer. Long enough that Robb, watching with his face still in the pillow and his eye barely open, could see by it the shape of his brother's nose, and the line of his brother's hair against his temple, and the way his brother's brows were drawn down in the kind of frown a man makes when he is doing something difficult and not yet good at it. Robb sat up. Jon's head came around so fast that the small red glow at his thumb went out at once. The boys looked at each other in the dark. For a long moment neither of them spoke. "Don't tell," Jon said finally. His voice was hoarse. "Robb, please." "Show me," Robb said. There was a beat in which Robb could see, in the moonlight from the window slit, his half-brother's whole face change. He saw very plainly that Jon had been afraid he was going to be told on. He saw very plainly that the thing that Jon had been afraid of even more than that, though he had not let himself look at it all week, was that Robb would be afraid of him. Robb was not afraid of him. Robb was many things, all at once, looking at his brother in the dark. Robb was awed. Robb was excited. Robb was in love with the secret of it, the way a boy of 10 is in love with a secret that belongs only to him and his brother. Robb was, and this was the thing he would not understand about himself for years, already faintly jealous. But Robb was not afraid. Jon saw it. Jon, who was the one of them who could read a face the way the Maester read a manuscript, saw all of it. His mouth opened. His mouth closed. He did not say anything for a moment because he did not have any words. He held out his hand. The pinhead of red came back at his thumb. "That's all I can do," he said. His voice was small. I can make it a little, but that is all. Or I cannot burn. Sometimes. When there is fire and he stopped, he swallowed. It is mostly the not burning, the making it that is small. It is bigger than not burning," Robb said. How long have you done this?" "This," Jon looked at his thumb. "This 3 nights, tonight is the 4th. I have been trying. The not burning, he shook his head. "I do not know. Always, maybe, I do not know." Robb thought about this. He thought about it the way he had been taught, by his father and by Sir Roderick and by the Maester, to think about a thing slowly, on its own, with all of it laid out before him before he allowed himself to draw a conclusion. He thought about the time the cook had come tearing across the yard with Jon in her arms, after he had spilled the porridge into his lap. He thought about the time Jon had picked up the wrong end of a poker on a dare, and he, Robb, had been there in the smithy and had cried out, and Jon had only blinked at his palm with a frown, and then put the poker back in the iron stand. He thought about the candle that had been in the Maester's chamber and had not been a bottle. He thought about a great many small things. "Jon," he said, "Father knows. Maester Luwin knows. Mother does not know." Jon's eyes flickered. Father said only that. "Not to tell, Mother will find out. I know." The 2 boys sat in the dark a moment. "Make it again," Robb said. "Please." Jon hesitated, then he closed his eyes. He held out his hand. The small pinhead of red came back. It steadied. It grew very slightly, a fraction larger. The red edged toward orange. Jon's brow knit. The red almost slipped into a higher color, a color closer to a candle's color, before he flinched at the inside of his own concentration and the small flame lurched and died. Both boys breathed out. "Father says I cannot do it where any can see me," Jon said. He is right." Robb said it firm. He felt, for a strange long moment, older than his brother. He felt, for a stranger longer moment, older than his father. "Then why do you ask me to?" "Because I am not any." Jon looked at him. In a voice that was no longer hoarse, in a voice that was, now, almost steady, Jon said, "No, you aren't. Are you? You are my brother." So you'll tell me. You'll tell me what it is and what it does and what you are going to do with it. You will tell me as you find out. I will help you not be seen. Robb, I will help you and I will not tell. You have my word on it. Now go to sleep, both of us. I will think on it more in the morning." He lay back down. He pulled his blanket up to his chin. He did not close his eyes. He watched, in the dim moonlight, his brother put the flints away under the mattress and lie down and pull his own blanket up. He watched his brother's small, still shape in the dark. He did not, in fact, sleep for hours. He thought about it. He had been thinking, all week, that something terrible had been happening to his family. He had been thinking that something had broken between his father and his mother, that something had moved between his father and the Maester, that something had clouded over Jon's whole face for 7 days running. He had been thinking that whatever it was bad, and it was a thing that was going to take Jon away from him. He was old enough to know a tide when he saw one. He had been waiting for the tide miserably all week. What he had just learned, lying in the dark, what he had not been able to say to his brother in words a brother could carry without breaking, was that the tide ran the other way. The tide was running toward Jon, not away. The strange thing in his brother was not a thing that would take Jon away. The strange thing in his brother was a thing that put Jon, for the first time in his life, more deeply into Robb's care, not less. Jon had not been less his brother since the candle in Maester Luwin's chamber. Jon had been more. He liked that. He felt, lying in the dark, an uncomplicated keen joy at it. And he felt faintly, threading through the joy, the first thread of a fear he would carry the rest of his life. That the world, which had not loved his brother before, would love his brother less now. He closed his eyes. He told himself he would think more in the morning. He slept in the morning. The snow was bright as bleached linen on every roof in Winterfell. And the sky over the Wolfswood was the kind of hard blue that came only after the clouds had emptied themselves and gone away east. Robb was up before the cocks. He kicked Jon awake with one boot. "Smithy." Now Jon blinked. "Smithy, you and me, iron and ash. We are going to learn what you can do. You can begin by not burning yourself today on a thing that I throw at you, and we will go from there." Robb. Up. They went down. It was an hour at which the smithy was not yet fully busy. Mikken was alone, tending his banked forge, working the bellows. He looked up when the boys came in. He blinked. His gray eyes, full of soot, watched them. Lord. Mikken, we have an errand of the Maester's." Robb said it the way he had heard his father say things. Not hurriedly, not loudly, only firmly, as a man who has the keep behind him saying a thing it would not occur to anyone to argue. "We are to look at a piece of iron and check it for the brand. You go on with your work. We will be here only a while." Mikken, who had brought up 4 boys of his own and could hear a lord's son lying when one came at him with a story, paused and then said, with the faint, slow nod of a man who would tell a tale to himself later, "As you say, Lord." He went back to his bellows. Robb led Jon into the small alcove behind the forge where Mikken kept his cooling tubs. He pulled the leather curtain. The alcove was dim, hot, smelt of slag and oil and the faintly sweet stink of horsehoof. Robb pointed to the long iron rod leaning against the wall, the rod Mikken used to lift glowing pieces from the forge bed. "Pick it up by the hot end," Robb said. "Robb. Pick it up, Jon. We are alone. The curtain is drawn. Mikken will pretend he saw nothing. Pick it up, I want to see." Jon stared at him. Then he reached out. He set his hand around the rod a finger's width from where it had stood in the coals not an hour past. The iron was black, but the heat, Robb could feel the heat from where he stood, 2 paces back, like the heat off an oven door. Jon's hand closed around the rod. His face, Robb watched his face, flickered for a heartbeat with a small frown of effort. Then it cleared. He lifted the rod. He held it. He turned it in his fingers the way a man turns a stick. He rolled it in his palm. He passed it from his right hand to his left. He said very quietly, "It feels like warm water. It feels like washing water on the skin. That is all." Robb's heart was hammering. "Touch it to your wrist." Jon did. He laid the iron rod against the inside of his wrist where the skin was thin and pink. He did not flinch. He did not. The small flicker of effort was there at the corner of his eyes, but no more. The iron made a small, dull SSSS sound against his skin, but his skin did not redden. There was no hiss of cooked meat. There was nothing. Hold it longer. Jon held it. He held it for a count of 10. He held it for a count of 20. The skin did not redden. The skin did not even, Robb watched closely, begin to flush. Jon put it down. Jon set the rod back. He rolled his wrist. He rubbed it. "Anything? It tickles." Robb laughed. He laughed without meaning to. It came out of him in a single explosive breath, half a yelp. He clapped his hand over his own mouth. He looked toward the curtain. Beyond it, Mikken's bellows had not changed pace. Mikken had heard nothing, or had decided on this morning to hear nothing. Robb dragged in a breath. He did not know what he was. "Jon," he said. "Jon." "What?" "You are made of iron yourself." Jon flushed. His ears went red. Robb saw it and laughed again, softly this time. He had not in his life made his brother blush. His brother was the one who blushed at no praise. His brother, who grew up knowing he was given less, had grown up answering praise with a flat face. Now his ears were red. "Don't laugh, Robb." "I'm not laughing at you, Jon. Don't laugh." "I'm laughing because I am happy." The two boys looked at each other in the dim red light from the forge. After a moment Jon's mouth, wholly without his control, Robb could see, twitched up at one corner. Jon said. "Well, I suppose that is all right then." They stayed in the alcove a little longer. Robb tested him further, gently, the way a brother who has just discovered a thing tests it. He had Jon hold a smaller piece, a horseshoe Mikken had been straightening yesterday. He had Jon hold his palm above the open coals of the forge bed, low enough that the air over them shimmered, and watched Jon hold it there a count of 30 before saying enough. He had Jon press the back of his hand to the side of the half-cooled tub. Nothing. Nothing. Always nothing. The iron warmed Jon's skin a little, and then no more. The forge coals were, Jon said, only uncomfortable, like a very sunny day. Mikken's hammer began, somewhere out beyond the curtain on a piece of metal that did not quite need to be hammered yet. The sound was a small gift from a man who had decided he would tell a story to himself, later, of a quiet morning on which he had heard a hammer and not heard two boys. Robb made a decision before they left the alcove. He said, "Jon, we are not going to tell Father any more than he already knows. We are not going to tell the Maester any more than he already knows. We are not going to tell any soul, but we are going to learn what you can do, and we are going to do it where it cannot be seen, the way Father said. We are going to do it together. And one thing more. You will not, make it look like I am the one teaching you. In the yard when men are about. You will make it look like I am just your brother, not your captain." Jon almost smiled. Mother will find out. Be ready for that day." They went out. Mikken did not look up from his hammer. That afternoon, a raven came in from the south, on a wind that smelled wrong. Maester Luwin, who had been in his rookery, turned the small bird over in his hands very slowly when he had unbound the message and read it. He stood with his back to the rookery for a long time. He did not take the message to Lord Eddard at once. He stood with the small scrap of dragon's blood-red wax between his fingers and frowned, and his eyes, those careful hooded eyes, watched the cold blue sky over the wolfswood, as if he were watching the figure of a man riding away who had taken something very old with him. At last he folded the message into the sleeve of his robe. He went down to the yard. He found Lord Eddard at the smith's of all places, looking with quiet care at a rod Mikken was unbending. Maester Luwin laid 2 fingers, only 2, on Eddard's elbow. Eddard turned. The 2 men went back together to Lord Eddard's solar. Robb saw them go. He had been carrying water, of all things, for the kitchens, because his mother had set him the chore that morning as a punishment for a thing he could not now remember, and which seemed, after Mikken's curtain, after Jon's wrist, far away and small. He set down his bucket. He watched his father and the Maester walk side by side under the gallery, not speaking. He felt his stomach tighten. He picked the bucket up. He went on. In the solar, an hour later, Eddard Stark sat with the message in his hand a long time. The hand was Aemon's. The hand was the hand of a man very old and very precise. The letters were small. The words were few. The Maester's letter was elaborately uninteresting about the ostensible matter of the Maester's chain. In the way a man writes a letter when he expects the letter may be read by someone who is not the intended reader. Inside the elaborately uninteresting letter, however, there was a small, careful sentence. Ned read it twice. "The blood quickens," Aemon had written, "soonest in those nearest the source. If the matter is as you describe, my lord, then I must counsel patience and silence in equal measure. The boy is at no fault, and at every danger. Should you have the means, send him north on some pretext within the year, that I may pass my hands once over him before my eyes go entirely. There is something I would have him hear." Ned set the letter down. He stood. He went to the window. He looked at Mikken's smithy across the yard. He thought of his daughter. He thought of Lyanna. He thought of the day they had brought her out of the tower in the Red Mountains, of how the white sheets of the bed had been red, and of how Howland's face had been red, and of how the babe in his arms had been small and warm and had not yet, strange to think it, opened its eyes. He thought of all of it, in the cold light of his solar window, while the hammer rang in the smithy, while the snow on the kitchens melted into wet drips off the eaves, while 2 10-year-old boys somewhere in his keep were alive in a way no one in the keep had let them be alive in 8 years. He turned. He folded the letter. "Maester," he said, "will you find a pretext?" Maester Luwin's mouth tightened, very faint. "My lord, I find one. Find one for the spring. We will not send the boy through this winter, but come spring. A pretext that will allow him to ride to the wall and back without it being remarked. He is not yet old enough to take any vow. He is not yet old enough to seem anything. I want him to meet the Maester at Castle Black, at least the once before. He did not finish the sentence. Maester Luwin did not press him. After a moment Maester Luwin said, "I will find a pretext, my lord. Thank you." Maester Luwin paused at the door. "My lord," he said very gently, "may I ask, have you spoken with the lady?" Ned closed his eyes. "No," he said. "You should, my lord. Soon. She watches him. She watches him even more closely than I do. I know. She is not a fool, my lord. I know, my lord. I know, Maester. I know. Leave me." Maester Luwin left. Ned stood at his window and watched the smithy. He stood there a long time. He had not slept well in 8 days. He had not been able to. He had begun, in the mornings, to dream of his sister. He had not dreamed of his sister in years. He had begun, in those dreams, to be unable to find her, to be in a tower of red stone in a country of red mountains, climbing steps that turned and turned, and to be never quite arriving. He had begun to dream the smell of blue winter roses. He dreamed of them now at the window, with his eyes open in the middle of a winter afternoon. When at last he turned and crossed his shoulder to his desk and sat, he found that he had no work in him. He sat with his hands flat on the wood. He sat with his eyes on nothing. Then he pushed himself up. He went, through the cold halls of his keep, to the chamber where Catelyn was at her sewing. He had decided, with a part of himself he had not been listening to, that he would tell her. Not all, not the worst, but more than he had told her so far. He had decided that the Maester was right, that she was not a fool, that to leave her in this place, outside the small, careful circle of those who knew anything, would do, in time, more harm than the truth could. He came to her sewing room. He stopped at the doorway. She was not sewing. She was sitting in her chair by the window with her hands folded in her lap and her head bent, and she was, in the way a woman is who has not slept for too many nights, gazing at nothing. He could see the small lines at the corners of her mouth. He could see the way her braid had been braided that morning by a maid. She had not, today, braided her own hair. He saw, and his throat closed a little, the way it had not closed in years, that she had been weeping. She looked up. She did not, in that first beat, school her face. He saw, for a half instant before her face went back to the careful southern face she wore in his presence, the sentence that had been across her face. It had said, "I do not know my own child." It had said, "I do not know whose son sleeps in a bed in this keep." It had said, "I am afraid, Ned, and you will not tell me why." He could not then tell her what he had come to tell her. He went instead to her. He took her hands. He kissed her hair. He sat at her feet on the rug, the way he had used to in the early years when he had still been a boy who had been told to take a wife, and he laid his head against her knee. He said, "I am sorry, Cat, I am sorry." She did not weep again. She had wept today all she meant to weep. She put her hand into his hair. "Tell me one thing," she said. Is he going to bring danger to my children?" The Lord of the Keep would have said no without thinking. The Lord of the Keep would have lied flat. He was the Lord of the Keep. He was many things in this hour. He was also a man at his wife's knee. "Yes," he said, "maybe, I do not know. I will not let it touch them, Ned. I will not let it touch them. I swear it on the gods, old and new." She was silent for a long while. "I will hold you to that," she said. He bowed his head. She looked, for a moment longer, out the window at the bright cold sky over the wolfswood, where the day's snow was already a yesterday's snow and tomorrow's snow had not yet decided to fall. She looked a long time at it. She thought about Riverrun. She thought about her brother Edmure. She thought about a letter she had begun and not sent. She thought about a small dark-haired boy whose eyes were not the color of his father's eyes. She thought, mostly, and this was the part she would never tell her husband, about how much, over 10 years, she had come to dislike a child who had done nothing against her except exist. About how much, over 10 years, she had been quietly ashamed of the dislike and had not been able, all the same, to put it down. She thought all of that with her hand still in her husband's hair, and under it she thought one other thing. She thought, "If he is mine to fear, I will fear him. If he is mine to hate, I will hate him. But he is also a boy in this keep. And Ned has not been able to tell me a thing for 10 years. And now that thing has begun to walk on its own legs around my keep. And I will know it in time, whether Ned tells me or no. Until then she would do," she decided, "what she should perhaps have done from the beginning. She would watch the godswood that evening, while the bell rang for prayer, and the cooks called their boys in from the yard and the torches were lit along the inner wall. Catelyn Stark walked the path between the sentinels alone. She walked it not as a woman of the South, but as a woman who had been 20 years a wife in the North and who had, of late, begun to remember that she had married a man whose gods were not her gods. She did not pray to the heart tree. She put her hand against its bark. It was very cold. She held her hand there a long time. She did not see, but the heart tree had seen, and the heart tree had noticed, the way the heart tree noticed many things. That on her sleeve was a small, perfect, round mark, the size of the head of a pin, where a thread had been singed brown. It was on her right cuff, where she had laid her hand that morning on her sewing. It was on the cuff where, at lessons, when her son had been close beside her, his small hand had brushed her sleeve. She had not noticed it. Catelyn Stark did not pray to the heart tree. She made, however, a small private bargain with the gods of the place. "I am a wife in this house," she said, very low. "I am a mother in this house. I will see what is in this house with the eyes you give me, and I will know." The wind moved very faintly in the branches. The first red leaf of the season, which had not been due for another fortnight, let go of its twig and fell and turned in the still air and came to rest on the back of Lady Catelyn's hand. She lifted her hand. She looked at the leaf. She closed her hand, very gently, around it. She walked back toward the keep. The torches in the inner gate, as she passed, leaned a little, not toward her, but toward someone walking just behind her, on the path she had not yet finished walking. She did not look back. She knew, without looking, that her husband's bastard was 3 paces behind her in the dark. She went home to the keep. She did not speak to him. She did not, that night, speak to her husband either. She had decided in the godswood that for now she would only watch. In her hand at her own bedside all night, the red leaf went slowly brittle and dry and dark, until at dawn it crumbled to flakes between her thumb and finger, and the flakes were gray, it looked, when she opened her hand, very much like ash. It was 2 months before the kitchens. 2 months in which Catelyn Tully, who had been a Stark longer than she had been a Tully now, and who still, in her private heart, sometimes had to remind herself which name was hers, kept her bargain with the gods of the godswood and watched. She watched as a wife watched a husband. She watched as a mother watched a child. She watched, also, as a woman of the South watched a thing she did not, in her bones, believe, and would not, until she had pinned it down with her own eyes and her own ears, allow herself to believe. The bargain was harder than she had thought it would be when she made it. It was harder because the boy, Jon, had got cleverer. He had been clever before, too clever, sometimes, for a bastard at the table of his father's lord-wife. But in these 2 months he had got clever in a different way. He had got clever the way men got clever after they had done a thing they did not wish discovered. He had got clever the way Ned, in the early years of their marriage, had got clever about a name he did not say. He had got clever in a way that was not the clever of children. He was being taught, she thought. She could see that he was being taught. Robb did not mean to give it away. Robb was a Stark to his marrow, more than Sansa, more than Bran, more even than Arya, who was the Stark of the children to look at. And Robb had inherited from his father the talent of saying nothing where another man would have said something. But Robb was 10. Robb was 10, and his eyes followed Jon in the yard when Jon would not look back. Robb's hand went in the great hall to Jon's elbow when Mikken with his big charred hands came too close down the bench between them. Robb was, in the small absent ways no boy of 10 can hide, his brother's keeper. Catelyn had borne 5 children. She knew the shape of a brother who had decided, in some private fashion, to be a brother. She watched Robb being it. She watched Jon. She watched Jon take, more often than he had used to, the small chores that gave him reason to be near a hearth. She watched Jon, who in his earliest years had, like all the children, been afraid of fire, take to it now with the offhand familiarity of a thing one no longer noticed. She watched him stand a little too close, in the smithy, while Mikken hammered. She watched him sit, in the great hall on long nights, with his small gray and violet eyes on the great fire, and not move when the fire cracked and threw a red ember out across the rushes. She watched him. She watched him until she had begun, again, to see things she was not sure were there to see. She watched, in particular, his eyes in firelight. There was a thing about his eyes in firelight she could not, in her good sense, name. By day they were the eyes of a small, grim, stark child. By candlelight they were the eyes of a small, grim, stark child. But by the great fires of the great hall, in the long red firelight of a winter evening, when the fire was high enough that all the bones of every face at the table looked picked out and small, by that fire his eyes, she would not, even to herself, finish the sentence. She had a horror of finishing the sentence. 2 months in, 2 months of watching, she had begun also to ask old Nan things. It was an indignity for the lady of the keep to have to ask old Nan things. But old Nan was the keep's library of tales, and old Nan had been at Winterfell, when there had been a Targaryen on the Iron Throne, and old Nan was the one who could be asked questions, and who would answer them in stories. And the stories could be sat through, and the parts that were useful could be taken from the stories, and the parts that were not useful could be shaken off the lap like crumbs. She had asked old Nan, one evening, sitting beside her in the nursery while the old woman knit and Bran slept, and Rickon, smaller than a hayseed, lay on Catelyn's shoulder breathing the gray, wet sleep breath of an infant. She had asked old Nan, "Did you ever hear, Nan, of the dragon kings, that some of their children were unsmoked? That fire did not touch them. Old Nan's needles had not slowed." "Aye, lady, that was said of some of them. Of the queens mostly, of the maddest of the kings. Of the conqueror's sister, even the one with the dragon Hagar, they said her hand could rest in a flame and not smoke. And of the bastards, of children of the Targaryens who were not raised in the kennel, the needles had paused, just for a heartbeat. Lady, bastards. Children with distant blood. Did the unburning ever come up among them in the old tales?" The old woman had sucked her teeth, the way she did when she had decided to give a particular answer and not another. "There are old wives' tales of anything you can name, lady. There are tales of poor smith's children that turn out to be fire-blooded. There are tales of the little wee girls in the marshes who do not drown. There are tales of all manner of strange children, born in strange weathers, with strange marks on them. There are not many such tales out of the north. There are some out of Essos and out of the bandit lands beyond the Trident in the days before the Conqueror, and out of the lands of the Rhoynar before they were burned. There are some out of old Valyria, where there are no people left to tell them now. Was it ever said?" Catelyn had said carefully that such children, strange children, could be kind. The old woman had smiled. Catelyn had seen the smile. It had been a smile that knew Catelyn knew not what. "Some of them, lady, some of them. They were the rare ones. They are the rare ones in any age." She had said no more. Catelyn had sat with Rickon on her shoulder a long time after the needles had begun again. She had not told Ned about the conversation. She had not told anyone. The kitchens. It was a wet day at the end of the 2nd month, the kind of day, in a northern winter, when a thaw came so unexpectedly that the snow on the roofs slid off in great wet slabs, and the slabs hit the ground in the yards in muffled thumps. And the kitchen boys had to keep an eye on the eaves above the bread ovens, because a slab would, sometimes, come down on the chimney and spill a great handful of soot back into the bread. It was the kind of day you set a fire watch even in a stone keep, where, the rest of the year, one fire watch would suffice. The kitchens at Winterfell were 3 vaulted rooms running together along the south wall of the inner ward, with their great chimneys rising out of the roof and a low door letting onto the bakehouse beyond. They were always loud. They were always too hot. The cook, Gage, was a big man with a small voice. The kitchen boys called him bull-eyed. The kitchen girls called him a number of less polite things and were perhaps fonder of him for it. There were always, in the kitchens, 3 or 4 small dogs underfoot for the scraps, and 1 or 2 cats on the rafters for the mice, and a half-dozen children of various stations in some part of the room, learning some part of the kitchen's craft. Jon Snow was in the kitchens that morning because of Robb. Robb had got a thing into his head, 2 days past, about the steward's accounts. Robb had been at his father's elbow for the past month, more often than he had used to be. Ned, Catelyn had noticed in among her other watching, had begun to draw Robb in close. The way a man draws a son in close when the man has decided the son is old enough to begin to learn something the man would rather not teach him. Robb had been at lessons in the use of a steward's slate, which was the kind of lesson a future Lord of Winterfell got, and had got himself into a small quarrel with the bread tally. He had wanted that morning to count the loaves himself before they went out to the household. The bread was gauged bread, and gauged bread was, by a Winterfell tradition that went back to the days of the old kings of winter, given out from the kitchens at a particular hour on a particular call in a particular order. Robb wanted to count it as it left the oven. He had asked Jon to help him. That was all it had been. That was all it had been in the morning. 2 10-year-old boys in the kitchens, leaning on a long flour-streaked counter, counting black bread loaves as they came out of the oven on Gage's long-handled paddle. Jon had been at the end of the counter farther from the oven. Robb had been at the end nearer. Jon had been holding a slate. Robb had been calling out the count. There had been 3 kitchen boys at work on the spit beyond, turning a haunch of mutton. There had been a kitchen girl with a knife on the table opposite, working through a basket of root vegetables. There had been Gage at the oven. There had been the smell of yeast, and the smell of mutton fat, and the warm, wet smell of the heating bread. The slab of snow that had been waiting on the eaves above the kitchen chimney came down at the 17th loaf. It was, Catelyn would learn from Gage afterwards, in the careful flat way Gage made his reports, a slab roughly 3 man-sized, half a foot thick, with an underlayer of ice that had hardened from the previous night's wet snow. It came off the eave in a single piece. It struck the chimney mouth at an angle. Half of it slid off, half of it went down the chimney. The chimney sneezed. That was Gage's word after. The chimney had been running its great oven fire at full for the loaves. It was not the kitchen brazier, which could be smothered for the chimney's sake. It was the great oven, which fed on hardwood for hours in the morning. The slab struck the heat from above, and the heat did what hot air does. It punched in a great cough back down into the kitchens, carrying with it a column of soot, and a column of bright red coals and a great blooming gout of yellow-orange flame. The flame came out across the bread table. It came across the bread table in a long, flat sheet, the way burning oil unfolds in a pan when it tips. Gage, who had been at the oven, was thrown back. The flame did not reach him. The kitchen girl at the root vegetables saw it coming and shrieked and threw herself flat. The 3 kitchen boys at the spit saw it coming and ran. The 2 small dogs at the foot of the table, Catelyn would later hear about this, and the detail would matter to her, saw it coming and froze, the way dogs sometimes do. Jon Snow saw it coming. He was at the end of the bread table farthest from the oven. He was standing with the slate in his hand. The flame was running at him along the table, low to the wood, eating the dusting of flour as it came. The sheet of flame was almost the height of his shoulder. The heat off it was the heat of a thing that should have peeled the skin from any man's face at 6 paces. He had 3 steps to put behind him if he moved at once, and he could be at the door of the bakehouse in a long jump. He did not move. He turned to the small kitchen girl who had thrown herself flat. He went to her, 3 quick steps the wrong way, into the path of the flame, and bent and pulled her up by the back of her smock and put his own body between her and the fire. He pulled her against the wall. He did this in the time it would have taken any other boy in the keep to take in his breath to scream. The flame reached him. It came over him. It did not. Catelyn would learn this later from Gage, who had been watching despite himself, despite the pain of his own scorched hands. She would learn it also in a separate accounting from the kitchen girl, whose name turned out to be Sarah, and who was a smallholder's daughter from a village called Narrowfoot. It did not knock him down. It did not even make him stagger. He stood with his back against the kitchen wall and his arms around the kitchen girl, and the flame went over him and around him, the way water in a stream goes around a stone. The flour on the bread table caught, and the bread table burst into a long, bright flowering of fire that lit the whole kitchen as bright as a summer noon. The two small dogs caught. Catelyn would not learn this part comfortably, and one died. The flame's tongue licked the rafters. One of the cats made it out a side window with its tail singed. The kitchen girl Sarah was, Gage said after, screaming with her face buried in Jon's shoulder. Jon was not screaming. Jon was, Gage said, looking at the fire, just looking at it, as if waiting for it to be done. The first kitchen boy to come to himself ran for the buckets. The second ran for the fire bell. Gage, on his hands and knees, threw the great oven shutter shut with the flat of his arm and bellowed for water. The kitchens roared a moment more. And then, without warning, without any apparent reason, in a way Gage would say after he had never seen in any kitchen fire in 20 years of cookery, the flame on the bread table went down. It did not go out. It went down. It went down by inches in seconds, the way a torch goes down when its fuel is gone. The high sheet flame above the bread table dropped to a tabletop flame. The tabletop flame dropped to a fistful of small flames at intervals along the wood. The small flames dropped to red coals. By the time the first bucket of water arrived, there was no more sheet of fire to put it on. There were only red coals and a great deal of black smoke, and the cooked smell of bread loaves and bread board. In the corner against the wall, Jon Snow let go of the kitchen girl Sarah. She slid down the wall onto her bottom on the stone floor. She looked up at him with her face blackened with soot and her eyes white and round, and her mouth still open on a scream that had run out of breath. She said, "How didn't you?" Jon said. "Don't tell." She did not. Sarah, the smallholder's daughter, would not tell, ever, not for the rest of her long life, not when she rose to be one of Gage's senior hands, not when, in time, she ran her own bakery in a village outside Wintertown, not when she was an old woman of 70 with grandchildren on her knee. She would tell, very rarely, in the right kind of dark on a winter evening, the story of how a boy with gray and violet eyes had walked into a sheet of flame to fetch her out, and how the flame had not touched him, and how she had felt, with her face against his shoulder, that his shoulder had been not warmer than her own, and how the flame had, it had seemed to her, gone down because the boy had asked it to. She would tell it that way. She would tell it as a marvel, but she would not tell it as a tale. In the next half hour, however, before Sarah, the smallholder's daughter, had had time to learn what she was going to keep, 3 other people learned what had happened. Gage learned it. 2 kitchen boys learned it. A scullery girl who had been bringing water from the well, and who arrived in the doorway just as Jon was stepping out of the corner with his arm still around Sarah, learned it. 6 people at the keep had now seen a thing. Gage, the 2 kitchen boys, the scullery girl, Sarah, and at the kitchen door, where she had come down running with her skirts hauled up at the sound of the fire bell, the lady of the keep. Catelyn had been in her solar when the bell had begun. She had been brushing Sansa's hair, of all things. Sansa, just turned 8, had a cloud of red bronze hair her mother spent half an hour each morning getting through. She had nearly run her brush through her daughter's hair the wrong direction at the first peal of the bell. She had set the brush down with an exact, careful motion that did not quite betray her, and she had said, with her court face firmly on, "Stay in the solar, Sansa. Septa Mordane will sit with you. I must see to the kitchens." She had run. She had not run in the corridor of her own keep in a decade. She had come to the kitchen door with her braid down on her shoulders and her face white as goose fat, and she had looked into the smoking, smoke-blackened ruin of Gage's bread room, and she had seen, at the wall, his arm around the smallholder's daughter, Ned's son. She had seen this very clearly, that there was no soot on him. She had seen that the flame had gone over him. The tracks of the flame were on the wall behind him. The flame had blackened the stones behind his head. The wall was charred. The girl Sarah by the wall was charred. Her smock was browned. Her hair was singed. Her skin where her smock had not covered her was coal-streaked and red. The flame had touched the girl. The flame had gone over the boy who had stood in front of the girl, and the flame had gone over him whole, and he was not soot-marked. His face was clean. His tunic was a little smoked, around the cuffs and the collar, but only a little, only as a tunic can be smoked by a kitchen on any day. There was no scorch on him. There was no burn on him. His hair, and this Catelyn would remember above the rest, was unsinged. There was, at the back of the kitchen, the smell of a thing she had never smelled in any kitchen fire: cinnamon, faint and old. The smell of a kind of incense she had smelled once, as a girl, in a sept in King's Landing, when her father had taken her there to have her name day blessed by the High Septon. The Septon had been burning the incense in the small bronze brazier under the figure of the mother. She had not since been able to remember the name of the incense. She had remembered only the smell. She remembered the smell now. It was in Gage's kitchens. It was around her stepson. She did not quite drop where she stood. She caught the door frame. She said in her court voice, "Jon, come away from there. Are you hurt?" He came. He brought the kitchen girl with him. He laid her down on a bench. He turned. His gray and violet eyes looked at his lady stepmother as if she had been a long way away and he had been about to call out to her. He said, "I am not hurt, my lady." She looked at him. She said, "Sarah, are you hurt?" The kitchen girl on the bench said in a thin, sobbing whisper, Lady, I," Gage said from beside the oven with his hand wrapped in a wet rag to which the skin of his palm had begun to stick. Lady. The girl is burnt, not bad. I will see to her." The boy, Gage, stopped. Gage was a Northman, son of a Northman from a village near Long Lake. He had been a kitchen boy at Winterfell since he had been 11. He was as northern as the stones of the chimney behind him. He was, with a Northman's flat, heavy good sense, also not a stupid man. And like all Northmen who were not stupid, he had learned in his time to respect a thing he could not name. He looked at his lady. He did not finish what he had been going to say about the boy. Catelyn, who had also learned in her time to respect a thing she could not name, did not press him. She said, "Sarah, with me. The Maester first, then a clean dress. Gage, the kitchens are yours. Send for Micken and the masons. The chimney must be gone over before another fire is set there. Boys, the bread is lost. We will eat porridge at noon. Jon," she paused, "Jon, to the Maester also, as a precaution." He nodded, "My lady." He went. She watched him go. She watched, in the smoke-thick sunlight that came in by the bakehouse door, the back of his head and the line of his shoulders. She watched the way the wisps of smoke in the kitchen came together at his passing, ever so slightly, behind him, the way candle smoke draws toward an open window. She did not know. She had not been told. She would not be told that the little gathering of smoke behind a fire-blooded child was a phenomenon noted 400 years ago in a corner of an ancient text in the Citadel's library that very few Maesters had ever taken down off its shelf. She knew only that her stepson, walking out of a kitchen in which he should have been a charred ruin, had a small, clean wake of smoke that followed him. She closed her eyes a moment. She opened them. "Sarah," she said, "lean on me. Come." The kitchen girl Sarah leaned on the lady of the keep. They walked together, the noblewoman and the smallholder's daughter, out of the smoking kitchens of Winterfell, into the wet thawing yard, where the snow on the eaves was dripping in long, bright threads onto the cobbles. And a small mottled gray cat with a singed tail was sitting on the roof of the bakehouse, considering whether to come down. They walked toward Maester Luwin's tower. In the kitchens, Gage, who had bound his hand with a wet rag and was already barking the boys back to their tasks, paused once and stood, and looked at the wall where the boy had stood. He saw the soot on the wall. He saw in the soot, he stopped a moment to be sure, the outline of a small figure. The shape of a boy with one arm out, the shape of a boy with a girl held against his chest. The wall was black around the shape. The shape was clean. It was a thing he would think on later, in the long walk home to his small house at the foot of the keep. He would think on it. He would think on it long enough to know that what he had seen, he had seen. He would say, and this was Gage to his marrow, the Northman who had served 20 years in a keep that was older than half the kingdoms. Nothing. He would tell only one person in his life about the shape on the wall. He would tell his wife, that night in his bed with her ear close against his mouth and the candles already out. He would tell her in 5 sentences. She would tell him she would say nothing. She would, more or less, keep her word. But Gage's wife had a sister at White Harbor, who in spring came up to Winterfell to visit. And Gage's wife's sister had an ear for a tale. And Gage's wife's sister, on her ride back south with her merchant husband when the spring road opened, would tell her merchant husband, who would tell 2 of his factors at White Harbor, who would tell, between them, perhaps 11 people in the next month, and one of those 11 people, who was a girl of 15 who served at a quayside inn, would tell, in her turn, a man who had paid for her bed for the night and who had asked, very gently, with that disarming, gentle smile, whether she had heard any strange tales lately of strange children in the great houses of the north. The small, soft-handed man in his great house in King's Landing would, by midsummer, have his second whisper. He would put it in his small ledger of curiosities. He would smile. He would write to Pentos again. But all of that was months and seasons and slow turning roads away. That afternoon, in the Maester's chamber, Maester Luwin took Jon's hand and turned it palm up and looked at the lines of it. He took the boy's other hand and did the same. He laid the boy's hands together in his own and held them a moment with his eyes closed, the way an old physician will sometimes lay his patient's hand in his to feel for a pulse he has been told to feel for. Then he let them go. He turned to the lady of the keep. He said, "Lady. The boy is unhurt. I see he is unhurt, Maester. Lady. I see he is unhurt, Maester. Tend to the kitchen girl. I would speak with my husband. She left. She did not go to her solar. She did not go to the children. She went to the stables. She had her own gray palfrey saddled. She rode, alone in her cloak, out the southern gate of Winterfell, past the winter town, into the wood edge along the hill road. She rode to a place where there was a bare wide patch in the wood where the lumbermen had cleared a stand of pine the year before, and the saplings had not yet come up. She drew rein. She stood in the little clearing in the cold spring sun, for it was beginning to be spring, or so the calendar said, though no one in the north believed the calendar, and she stood for a quarter of an hour. She was alone. She could weep alone. She did not, though. She had wept her weeks weeping already. She stood with her hands in the bridle, and she looked at the line of bare pines along the edge of the clearing and the soft brown open ground and the slow blue sky above. She thought of her husband. She thought of her marriage. She thought, in particular, of one cold winter's day 15 years past, when she had stood in a yard at Riverrun, and watched the man she had not yet known become her husband ride away to a war on the wrong side of which she had nearly lost everyone she loved. He had ridden away from her not because he had wanted to. He had ridden away from her because his father and his brother had been beheaded at the order of a mad Targaryen king. He had ridden away from her because his sister had been carried off. They had been told carried off. She would learn other words for it later in the small hours of his sleep, when he murmured them, by a Targaryen prince. He had ridden away from her because the world had needed a man with a great sword and a great name to ride away from her. She had not, then, known him. He had ridden into a war, and he had ridden home from the war with a babe in his arms, and the babe had been Jon. She had asked once whose child he was. He had not answered. She had asked again a year on. He had not answered. She had stopped asking. Standing now in the cold clearing with her palfrey breathing into her hand, she considered, for the first time in a decade, that perhaps she had stopped asking the wrong way. Perhaps she had stopped asking out of a wife's pride, when she had needed instead to stop asking out of a mother's mercy. Perhaps the man had not, in fact, been able to tell her the answer. Perhaps the man had, for 15 years, been a man with a thing he could not say. Perhaps the not saying had been the only kindness available to him. She did not, even now, soften toward the boy. She did not in this clearing, not in this moment, soften toward him. She softened very slightly toward her husband. It was the smallest softening. It was the first. She rode home. She stabled the palfrey herself. She came up through the cold, quiet hour before the second meal. She went to her husband's solar. She did not knock. She came in. He was at his desk. He had been writing letters. He looked up, saw her face, set his quill down. She closed the door. She crossed to him. She said very low, "There was a fire in the kitchens. The boy walked through it. He is unmarked." 6 souls saw it. Ned closed his eyes. "Cat, you will tell me what he is, Ned. You will tell me tonight. You will not tell me where his mother lay or who she was. You will not tell me a name. You will tell me only what he is, and you will tell me what danger he carries to my children, and you will tell me what we do. Cat, tonight, Ned." He opened his eyes. She had not, in 15 years of marriage, given him an order. He considered her now across his desk with a look that had in it something he did not often let her see. It had in it, he was not sure what it had in it, tiredness, respect, a little fear, a great deal of love. He said, "Tonight." She nodded. She left. That evening he came to her solar after supper. He sat with her at the window. He did not, even now, give her a name. He gave her a shape. He told her his mother was a noblewoman who had died bearing him. He told her his blood was old Valyrian, mixed, distant. He told her, and this was the part that made her sit very still with her hands folded, that the blood could do, in some, what it had done in the kitchens. He told her he had known, in part, since that morning 2 months passed with the Maester. He told her he had not known, in full, until the kitchens. He told her, he said this with his hand laid over hers, that he was begging her, on his honor and on the love she had once borne him, to keep the boy safe from harm. Not to love him, not to call him son, only to keep him safe. She listened. When he had stopped, she said, "You have not given me a name. No, you will not." "No, Cat, I will not," she breathed. She said, "Will the day come, Ned, when you will?" I think the day will come when he is older, when he is strong enough to bear it." "I do not know the day. I will know the day, I think, when it comes. Ned." Cat. Was she, Cat, don't." She closed her mouth. He looked at her. He looked at her so long, with such an undefended look, that she felt, for the first time in a long time, pity for him. Pity for the long thing he had carried for 15 years. Pity for the man under the lord under her husband. "I will keep him safe," she said. "I will not love him. I will not call him son, but I will keep him safe. Thank you, Cat. Now, husband, what do we do?" They sat in her solar a long time. The candles burnt down, Outside, the snow began again, this time the small, dry kind that meant winter was not, after all, finished pretending to be a guest. In the kitchens below, Gage's chimney cooled in the wet spring night. The shape on the wall, above the wet flagstones where the kitchen girl Sarah had sat, did not wash off in the morning scrubbing. The kitchen girls would scrub at it for 2 days and then give up. The shape would, by midsummer, fade, but never quite go. For 30 years afterwards, until the kitchens were rebuilt in the time of a different Stark of Winterfell, the shape on the wall would remain, faint as a watermark, in the corner of the room where the bread table had stood. The kitchen girls would call it, when they thought no Maester was listening, the bastard's print. They would mean it mostly, kindly, mostly. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. Tongues in the yard. Theon Greyjoy had been at Winterfell 5 years, and had never made his peace with the place. He had come to it at 8, a hostage given to Eddard Stark in the wreck of his father's rebellion, and at 13 he would have said it of himself. He often did say it of himself, in the dark of the hour when no one but he was listening, a boy of 2 houses and the son of neither. The Greyjoys had put him aside in the way the Greyjoys put aside what they could not use. The Starks had not yet, in 5 years, decided to take him up. He stood between. He stood between a shore he could no longer sail to and a hearth he had not been given a stool at. He had a great many small ways of telling himself it did not matter. He had begun, lately, to suspect that the great many small ways were beginning to be obvious. He had begun, lately also, to hate Jon Snow. It surprised him a little. He had not, in his earlier years at Winterfell, hated the bastard. The bastard had been the easiest of the Stark children for him to be near. The bastard had been the one who, by his own bastard nature, had made Theon's hostage nature less strange. They had been a pair of small, loose pieces in a Stark setting. They had not exactly been friends. The bastard had Robb, the way a son has a son, and there had been no room beside Robb for any second small thing. But they had been, in the long, boring northern afternoons, a pair of bored boys who could fall in beside each other in the yard and shoot at posts and sneer at the same things and at no risk to either of them. That was over. That had been over since the spring. It had been over since the kitchens, of which he had not been told but of which the keep had told itself in 100 small ways. It had been over since the boy who had been the bastard at the table, the bastard at the post, the bastard at the gate, had begun to be, in a quiet, thickening way Theon could feel without being able to name, something other than the bastard. He could not name it. He hated that he could not name it. He hated more that the people who knew Jon best had begun to look at the boy with the same small, thickening, quietly thoughtful look. Robb did. Theon had seen it. Lord Stark did. Theon had seen it. Maester Luwin did. Theon had seen it. The little Stark girl Arya did, even in her small, worshipful way. She had been all over Jon since the kitchens, demanding her own riding lessons from him, demanding her own dancing lessons, demanding her own arrow-shooting lessons. Arya had been Jon's already. Arya was Jon's more now. Even Bran, the small grave one, watched Jon. Even Sansa, who had always been her mother's daughter, held back from Jon now in a way that was not Catelyn's old cool dislike but something that was new. Sansa was, very faintly, afraid of him. Theon had seen her flinch, small, very fast, smoothed over before any septa would have caught it, when Jon had passed her chair too closely at supper 4 nights ago. Sansa was afraid. Bran was watching. Arya was a worshipper. Robb was a brother who had decided to be a brother. Lord Stark was a father who had decided to be a father. Catelyn had decided, somewhere, to keep an oath of her own. Theon could see all of it. Theon could see all of it because he was the one who was not in any of it. Theon hated Jon Snow. He hated him more, weakly. He did not, however, plan to do anything about it. Theon was not stupid. Theon was a Greyjoy and an Ironborn even in his Stark fosterage, and the Ironborn were a number of things. But they were not, on the whole, the kind of people who, when they did not understand a thing, ran out into the yard and made the thing a problem. The Ironborn were the kind who, when they did not understand a thing, watched it. They watched it, and they thought what use the thing might be put to by a careful man at a later date. He watched. He had made it a kind of project. It was the project that, at the end of summer of Jon's 10th year, Jon now, by the mercy of Theon's own count, recently gone 11, and Theon 13 and a half, would, on a particular hunting trip in the Wolf's Wood, become an actual thing. There had been 3 northern lords visiting Winterfell that fortnight. It was the sort of fortnight that came around once or twice a year in good times, the lords from the closer halls riding up to pay their respects, to bring their tribute, to have their younger sons sworn into Lord Eddard's household guard for the summer, to drink Lord Eddard's mead and deliver the news of their own corners of the north. Lord Cerwyn had come. Lord Hornwood had come. Lord Manderly had not come. Lord Manderly was too fat to ride the road in late summer, but had sent his nephew, a heavy-set young man named Marlon, who was at Winterfell to discuss the route the Manderly fish carts were to take in the season. And there was a singer. The singer's name was Marillion of Bitterbridge, by his own claim, though Theon, who had had the singer's claim from the singer's own lips on his arrival in the yard, and who had a Greyjoy's instinct for the difference between a name a man was born with and a name a man had borrowed, had been doubtful. Marillion of Bitterbridge had a fine voice and a finer face in the way of singers. He had not. Theon had noticed this at the kitchen door, where he had stopped to listen to the singer eat the first night, eaten food in the way a young man does. He had eaten it the way a man eats who has eaten in many noble halls and not been sure of his welcome at any of them. He had eaten it like a man who had been listening for the door to open behind him. Theon had filed that away. The hunt was on the 2nd day of the visit. Lord Cerwyn liked his hunts. Lord Hornwood, who would never have arranged a hunt at his own keep so close to harvest, did not like Lord Cerwyn's hunts, but knew better than to say so. Marlon Manderly was up for any kind of vigorous outdoor exertion that would justify the volume of his appetite. Lord Eddard, who in his older years had begun to find more pleasure in walking the wood than in chasing across it on a horse with a horn at his belt, had agreed to host the hunt and ride the first of it, but had made plain that he would withdraw at midday and let the Lord Cerwyn keep the field. Robb had asked in his quiet way that Jon and Theon both come. Theon had said yes at once. It had been the first opportunity the project had given him to find out a thing. They were 3 hours into the Wolf's Wood when it happened. The wood that summer had been thick. It had been one of those summers that had pretended to be a long summer. The Maesters of the Citadel had warned otherwise, but the Maesters of the Citadel always warned otherwise. And at Winterfell, the warnings of southern Maesters were taken with the small, slow northern grain of salt. The undergrowth was high. The deer were fat. The dogs were running well. They had taken a young stag in the first hour, neat in the throat off Lord Cerwyn's bow. They had taken a brace of hares at noon. By the early afternoon, Lord Eddard had wished them well and ridden home. Lord Cerwyn had carried the hunt deeper into the wood, where the dogs had cast for a larger track and were beginning to get excited about it. A boar, perhaps. The party had spread along a low ridge. Robb had been on Lord Cerwyn's left flank with the dogs. Theon had been on the right with Jon. The household guard had been strung out along the ridge behind them. Theon's project began, very simply, with a remark. He turned his horse in the heat of the slow afternoon and said to Jon, easily as if it had been an old joke between them, "Tell me, Snow, do they let you carry a torch in the kitchens these days, or do they make you walk in the cold?" The boy's eyes flicked at him. It was a small flick. Jon had, Theon had observed with a Greyjoy's exactness, got better at not flinching over the spring. The boy had been getting drilled in not flinching. Drilled by Robb, Theon thought. Drilled, perhaps, by his lord father also. It was a thing Theon recognized. The Ironborn were drilled in it. The Starks, on the whole, were not, because the Starks had no occasion to need to be. Jon had learned. The flick was the only sign. "I don't follow you, Theon." "No." Theon let his horse drift in beside Jon's the way a friend's horse drifts in. He smiled. "I had heard you were the one who walked through Gage's chimney fire and came out clean. I hear it from the kitchen girls, mostly. Mostly when they think no boy is listening. You've a kind of fame, Snow. Have you a use for it?" "I don't follow you, Theon." "You don't follow me. Of course." He let it go. He let it go because he was a good fisherman. He had set the hook, and a good fisherman did not jerk the line as soon as the fish closed on it. He let his horse drift away. He whistled low at one of the dogs that had come too close to the horses. He kept his eyes on the wood and not on Jon. He waited. He waited an hour. He waited until the sun had moved enough that the long shadows under the trees had begun to take the slow blue color they took in late afternoon in the wolf's wood. He waited until a small wind had come up out of the east. He waited until the dogs were boring at last on the boar track they had picked up at noon and had begun the slow open work of running it down. Then he turned in his saddle. He fitted an arrow loosely to his bow. He did not draw. He nudged his horse closer to Jon. He said, very low, "You should know, Snow. The lords have heard the kitchen story. Serwyn knows. Hornwood knows." He saw Jon stiffen. It was a full second before the boy answered. "They have not asked any of us about it, Theon." "No, they haven't. They will not. Not in your father's hall. They will go home and ask men who do not know what your father wishes them to know. Marlon Manderly will go home to White Harbor and ask there. Serwyn will ask his own steward. They will all do it. They will all do it at home. Do you understand?" The boy said nothing. "It will spread, Snow. You may have a friend in your half-brother. You may have your father at your back. It will spread anyway. Things spread. They spread the way smoke spreads. They go out under doors. You cannot hold a thing of this kind quiet. The kitchens did for the keep. The keep will do for the north. The north will do for the realm. It takes time, but it does not stop happening. I'm only telling you so that you can stop." It was not Jon's voice that said it. It was not even quite a voice. It was the kind of word a man speaks when he has not, exactly, opened his mouth to speak. It was the kind of word that lands behind a man's ear because the speaker has put it there, somehow, by some other means than air, and the speaker has not yet known he has done it. Theon's horse threw its head. It threw its head so suddenly and so hard that Theon had to grab for the saddle bow with both hands. The arrow he had had loose on the string fell. The horse danced in a tight circle, 4 steps to its left, like a horse that has been shown a snake. Its skin shivered in a long ripple from withers to flank in the way a horse's skin shivers when a fly is on it. It took 2 more dancing steps. It blew through its nostrils. Theon got it under control. He looked at Jon. The boy's face was not a boy's face for a quarter of a heartbeat. The boy's face had nothing in it. It had nothing in it the way a hearth has nothing in it after it has been swept. The boy's mouth was a thin, straight line. The boy's eyes, and Theon would carry this for years, though he would not, at 13, have known to make a story of it. The boy's eyes had got large in a way that was not a child's pupil widening in the late forest light. They had got large in a way that put something else, something paler, just behind the iris. The wind on Theon's face was suddenly hot. It was hot the way a wind off an oven door is hot. It was hot for a count of 1 breath, and then it was gone, and the wind in his face was cool late summer wood wind again. And the world was where it had been a moment before, and he found, with a small annoyance, dropped his arrow. Jon said, very quiet. "I will not speak with you about this, Theon." The boy's voice had cracked on the last word. Theon looked at him. Theon, and this was the part that he would think about for years, the part that he would think about when he was a grown man with a thin mustache and a small, useless iron-born pride, felt, for half account of his heart, afraid. He laughed. He could not after remember why. He said. "I." "As you like, Snow. I was only meaning to be useful. You will need allies, Snow, when it comes." "What is to come, Theon?" "The world's noticing." The boy said nothing. Theon, who had been a hostage of a great house for 5 years and was learning slow, that he did not know what kind of card he had just turned up, dropped his eyes. He turned his horse. He rode forward to where Robb was, on Lord Serwyn's left with the dogs. He did not, that day, say more. He did not, in fact, say more for many, many days. Theon Greyjoy, for the last summer of his 13th year and through the winter of his 14th, kept his project, but he kept it private, and he kept it in his own head, and he did not, to Jon, to Robb, or to any other living soul, speak again of the kitchens, of the candle, or of the hot wind that had come and gone in the wolfswood. He had decided, without ever quite forming the decision in words, that the bastard had something he had not understood, and that he, a hostage of a great house, was not in a position from which it was wise to make himself a person against whom that something might one day be used. He had decided also that the bastard might not be his enemy after all, that the bastard might, if Theon kept his head, be made, at some later season, useful to the boy whose father had given him to Eddard Stark in the wreckage of a rebellion. The Ironborn took the long view when they could remember to. Theon took the long view. He hated Jon less with the project of it than he had begun the day with. He had not stopped hating him. He had only, for a season, folded the hating into a thing more careful than itself. He rode home with the hunt that evening. Lord Serwyn was in fine humor. Lord Hornwood was wet from a stream crossing and ill-tempered. Marlon Manderly had taken a piece of antler under his ear and bled on his cloak. Robb rode beside Jon. Theon rode at the back. The dogs, who had not, in the end, brought the boar to ground, were tired and content. Dogs did not, in their honest way, much care whether the day's hunt had been a success. They came home at sunset. Lord Eddard met them at the gate. Lord Eddard, Theon noticed, not for the first time, the small, careful adjustments of his keeping, looked at Jon first, before any other rider, took Jon in with a brief practiced glance, head to boots, the way a horseman takes in a horse that has been at a stranger's stable for a day and a night. And only when he had made sure that Jon was Jon went on to greet his guests. Theon noticed all of it. He noticed, also, the singer. The singer was at the hall that night. Marillion of Bitterbridge had a fine voice and a fine harp, and a song that, Theon did not, at first, place it, turned out to have come down out of the lands beyond the Trident with the singers who had gone south with the men who had ridden against the dragons in the days of the conquest. It was not a song Theon had heard. It was a song Marillion sang gently, with a gentle look at the young lord and the young heir and the bastard, all three of them at the long bench together. It was a song about a child of old Valyria who had, in his mother's house, walked through a flame and not been burned, about the mother who had, in the wake of the walking, gone to the temple of the Lord of Light and asked, with her hands in her hair, what blessing or what curse had been laid on her son. It was a song that, in Theon's view of the matter, was not a song any singer would sing in the great hall of Winterfell, with the lord at his high table and the lord's bastard a few benches off, by accident. Marillion sang the song clear through. He bowed. The hall, in which the song's old metaphor of a firewalker had never in a previous song night been received as anything in particular, was, that evening, very silent. Theon watched faces. He watched Catelyn's face. He watched Lord Eddard's face. He watched Maester Luwin's face. He watched, especially, Lord Cerwyn's face and Lord Hornwood's face and Marlon Manderly's face. Lord Cerwyn's face, Theon was almost sorry for the man, had broken, in the second verse, into a small frown of polite incomprehension which Lord Cerwyn had then not known how to put down. Lord Hornwood's face had stayed flat. Marlon Manderly, who was the youngest of the three guests and the most ill-bred, had let his eyebrows climb in the third verse and had let his eyes go to the bench where Jon was, and back, and had stayed there at Lord Eddard, at Lady Catelyn, at the bench, for the rest of the song. When the song was done, the hall was silent for a count of 3 breaths. Then Lord Eddard said in his lord's voice, "A pretty song, singer. A pretty song with strange lyrics. Would you favor us with a northern tune now, perhaps? The one of the long winter, do you know it? We are Northmen here." The singer bowed and smiled and gave them the song of the long winter. He did not, Theon noticed, look at Jon during the second song. He had looked at Jon, for the length of a measured note, 3 times during the first. Theon thought, that singer is not for the hall. That singer is for someone. He thought, I should mind that I am sitting at this bench. He kept his head down. Theon was 13. He was not yet a man who could put together what he had seen with what he was beginning to suspect. He was already at 13. A boy who had begun to learn that the world was, sometimes, full of small, careful men who had been sent to ask small, careful questions. In the morning the singer was gone. Marillion of Bitterbridge had ridden out before dawn with 2 small saddlebags, and his harp and a sack of bread. He had paid Maester Luwin a courteous coin for the parchment on which he had, last evening, after his songs, copied out a verse or 2 of a northern tune for his own collection. He had bowed to the steward at the gate. He had ridden south. He had not, anyone in the keep would have said, done anything in any way unusual for a singer. Lord Eddard was in his solar from first light. Lord Eddard sent for Maester Luwin at the 2nd hour. Lord Eddard sent, after Maester Luwin, for Robb and for Jon. He sent for them together. He had Catelyn at his elbow. He stood with his hands behind his back at the window of his solar, the same window from which, 6 months past, he had stood looking at the smithy where his bastard had been holding red iron and not burning, and he turned to face them when they came in. "Boys," he said, "we will speak plainly. The singer was a spider's. He has gone south. He will report what he has seen. You will not go down to the village this fortnight. You will not ride out the gate. You will not, especially you, Jon, leave the inner ward without my leave or without your brother. You will tell each of your brothers and sisters something I will tell you to tell them. Listen carefully." Jon said, "Very small, aye, my lord." Robb said, "Aye, father." Theon, said Lord Eddard, is to be told nothing more than he has been told. "Aye, father, do not." Ned paused. He looked at his sons. He looked at his bastard especially, with a long, flat look that might, to a man who did not know him, have seemed cold, and which Theon, looking at it later through the steward's report, would think had been the look of a man trying very hard to keep the love off his face. "Do not make of him an enemy. He is a hostage of this house. He is not your friend, he is not your brother, he will not be trusted with what is ours. But he is not your enemy either. Be civil. Do not corner him, do not strike him. Do not, above all, let him hear or see anything more than he already has." "Aye, father. Go on then. Off with you." The boys went. Catelyn, by the window, stood for a long moment after the door had closed. She did not, in front of Ned, weep. She crossed the rug. She put her hand into her husband's. She said very quietly, "Where will you send him, Ned?" "When?" "In the spring," said Ned. "Where?" "To the wall, to Maester Aemon." She breathed out. She had known in some part of herself that this answer was coming. She had known since she had read, in her husband's hand, the careful sentence about the spring that Ned had written into the steward's calendar weeks past. She had not, until now, heard him say the word. The word landed on her differently than she had thought it would. She had thought she would be relieved by it. She found, instead, that there was a small, unexpected grief. She did not name the grief. She squeezed her husband's hand. She said, "I." In the corridor, outside the solar, the bastard who would in the spring ride to the wall walked beside the heir of Winterfell. Robb was holding Jon's elbow, the way he had, since the kitchens, learned to hold his brother's elbow, the way that had become, in the bastard's life, the small steadying touch that was always there now when he came out of his father's solar. He held it now. They did not, in the corridor, speak. They walked side by side, as they had walked since they had been small, past the old portraits of the long-dead lords of winter, with the torches in the iron sconces leaning, very faintly, after the bastard as he passed. Behind them, Theon Greyjoy came out of a doorway he had not been in. He had heard nothing of what had been said in the solar. The doors were thick. He had only seen, at the bottom of the stair, the Lord Father's bastard and the Lord Father's heir leaving together, and he had only seen that the torches in the corridor had bowed. He stood and watched them go. He stood, Theon, for a long time. Then he turned and walked slowly down the back stair toward the yard, and he thought about a singer and about a song, and about an old Iron Islands word he had used to hear, at his father's hall, from his father's drowned priest. The drowned priest had used to use the word for something a man had to be very careful with. The drowned priest had used to use the word in a hush, and even his father, who had used to hush at very little, had hushed at it. The word was weird. It meant, among other things, a thing whose shadow is bigger than the thing. Theon Greyjoy, walking down the back stair of Winterfell in the late summer of the year of his 13th life, thought that he had seen, that morning, two boys come out of a solar and walk down a corridor in which the torches had bowed, he thought. Weird. He kept the word in his mouth. He did not, for many seasons, take it back out. That winter, in a place far to the south, in a tower whose master was a small, soft-handed man who smiled at the wrong times, 3 different reports came in within a fortnight. One was a singer's. One was the bedside whisper of a serving girl at White Harbor, who had been asked a gentle question by a man who had paid for her room. One was the trail of the merchant whose wife's sister had a sister at Gage's Kitchens, and could not, in the end, keep a tale. The small, soft-handed man laid the 3 reports out on his desk. He stood over them. He smiled. He laughed, very softly, only once, into the empty room, in the way a man laughs at the end of a long evening when the puzzle is at last clear. Then he sat down, took a fresh sheet of parchment, dipped his quill, and wrote a long, careful, friendly letter to his very fat friend in Pentos. The letter did not, anywhere, mention Winterfell. The letter did not, anywhere, mention a child. The letter did, however, in the 3rd paragraph, ask his friend the Magister whether his small Targaryen prince, the silver-haired youth who was, this season, eating his way through the Magister's cellar on the prospect of a Dothraki marriage, had ever, the Magister would. The soft-handed man begged, forgive the strangeness of the question, had ever on a night when the candles burned low mentioned a brother. He sealed the letter. He sent it east on the morning ship. He sat back down at his desk. He smiled at the empty room. A pale violet flame in his memory of a singer's song walked, very small, over the back of his hand. He did not quite believe it yet. He had, however, decided to make it his business to find out. Chapter 5 end. Chapter 6. The Crow's Council. The road to the wall was a different road in the spring than it had been in any of the maps Jon had been shown. Maester Luwin had taken him over the maps for a fortnight before they had ridden out, sitting him at the long table in his chamber with the candles low against the late afternoon, walking him through the Kingsroad's winter forks and the lesser tracks that cut off from it. The river courses that ran south to the last river and east to the long lake, the careful gray shading of the wolfswood, the careful red marks of the small holdfasts that owed Winterfell a service. Jon had sat through the map lessons with a Stark's quiet attention. He had repeated the names back. He had mastered the small puzzle of the road junctions. He had felt, the whole time he had been doing it, that the maps were lies. The maps did not say what the road would smell like. He learned that, on the second morning when the small column of 7 men, Lord Eddard, 2 household guards, a steward, 2 stablemen, and Jon, broke off the King's Road onto the Umber track and went up over the long brown moor where the heather had not yet come back. He learned that the map said brown, but the moor was, by smell, 100 different smells, and the smells had no names on the maps. There was the smell of melted snow water sinking into peat. There was the smell of the small black-faced hardy sheep some half-wild hill Northmen kept up here through the winter. There was the smell of a particular kind of low, scratchy juniper, when the horses' hooves bruised it. There was, when at last on the 4th day they came to the broad, flat country before the last river, the smell of north. He could not name the smell of north, he could only know it. It was a smell that, somewhere beneath itself, was the smell of the air that had been over the wall for an hour before it had got to him. His father had not, on the journey, said much. That was no surprise. His father did not, on a journey, say much. Lord Eddard rode, ate, slept, and rode the next day, and conversation was a thing that happened when there was a thing to be said. Jon had ridden out behind 2 stablemen in a column whose only quiet talker was a steward named Old Wiglaf, and he had been content. There was a thing about going out from Winterfell that Jon had, in the 4 days, only just begun to put words to in himself. It was the thing about not being looked at. In Winterfell, at any hour, in any room, in the keep, or in the godswood, or in the stables, or in the great hall, someone had been looking at him. Looking at him in the new way, the way that had begun with the candle and that had hardened with the kitchens, and that had, since the singer's song, set into the walls of the keep itself. The way that Jon had begun, in his small private heart, to call the new looking. Robb had looked at him newly. Maester Luwin had looked at him newly. Catelyn had looked at him newly, though she had refused, the lady, to look at him in any way that betrayed it. She had carried herself in front of him with the same careful blank mother-of-the-house face she had carried for 10 years, with only the smallest adjustments, the smallest accommodations. And Jon, who had spent his life learning to read her face, had found the adjustments more unsettling than any open glance. Even the kitchen girls had looked at him newly. Even the kitchen girls. On the road, no one looked at him. The 2 household guards, who were a man called Cassian and a man called Quent, had been at Winterfell long enough to know all the children's names and faces, but they were on a journey now. And on a journey they were on duty. And on duty they were not in the business of looking at any boy at all. The 2 stablemen had been hand-picked by the steward for their incuriosity. Old Wiglaf had been picked because he had done the wall journey 4 times before, and was a man who had got over having opinions about anything that was not feed and tack. His father did not look at him on the road. His father had 100 things to look at, between his shoulder and his horse and the country, and Jon was the one of them he could mostly afford not to look at. Even the country, even the moor, even the trees, even the small sharp-eyed people in the small sharp-roofed villages they had passed in the twilight, even those did not look at him in the new way. They looked at him only as a boy on a horse with a great lord. They did not look at him as a thing they had heard a tale about. He had not realized, until he was on the road, how heavy the new-looking had been. He had not realized, until he was 4 days out of his father's gates, how much he had needed not to be looked at for a fortnight. He had not realized until on the 5th day. The country began, in the slow way the country had to lift, that he had also been hungry to see this country. The wall, when at last on the 8th day he saw it for the first time, was, Jon would say later again and again when men asked him, was a smaller thing than it had any business being. That was strange. The wall was, by every measure of every map and every citadel chronicle, the largest single thing built by men in the world. The wall was higher than 3 septs stacked on each other. The wall was as long by march as a man could march in a fortnight. The wall was great. He had been told it. He had read it again and again in the books in Maester Luwin's library. He had been ready on the first sight of it to be, what people in books were when they came on a great thing, to be awed, to be silenced. To weep even the way a singer in a song will weep on his first sight of the wall. He did not weep. He saw it. He saw it from the high turn of a hill 10 miles off on a clear cold day with the late afternoon turning pink behind it, and the wall was, to the eye, a long pale line. A long pale line on a flat country, like a chalk line drawn across a slate, like a long very white cloud that had got down out of the sky and laid itself east to west across a ridge. He stood in his stirrups. He looked. It was beautiful. It was beautiful in the way the moor had been beautiful, which was to say it was beautiful in the way of a thing that had a long, simple shape that it kept being. There was no fuss to it. There was no grandeur to it. There was only the long, pale line. He was startled by the feeling and would for a long time not be able to name it. Kindly toward the wall, he felt. And this was a thing he would, even later, only mention to his half-brother and to his father, never allowed to a maester or a brother of the watch, that the wall was kind. He felt, and this was the thing he could not put words to until he was 19 and far older than this evening, that the wall, which had been built by men and held by men against a thing that had not, for many thousands of years, come back, was a thing that was, at its bottom, only on his side. Whatever side it was that he had, he kept the feeling. It did not warm. Castle Black sat black against the white face of the wall when at the next noon they reached it. It was a cluster of stone buildings with steeply pitched roofs, wooden outbuildings, a smithy whose smoke went up in a thin, straight column in the cold air, a mews, a sept that no one used, a square dirt yard with 2 practice posts. It was, Jon noted in his Stark way, a poor man's keep. Castle Black would not have stood, by the standards of any keep south of the Neck, as a self-respecting holdfast. There were no walls around it. There was no inner ward. There was the long, mile-high white face of the wall behind it, and there was a row of stone buildings at its foot, and that was all. The watch, even at 13, even at his first sight of Castle Black, Jon could see this. The watch did not, at present, have men enough for any greater thing. The old bear came down to greet them. Lord Commander Mormont was younger than Jon had thought he would be. He had pictured an old man, very old, with a great white beard. The old bear was old, but he was a Mormont kind of old. He was vigorous. He was thick in the shoulder. He had hair on his arms that was graying at the wrists and black still elsewhere. He had a deep voice and a face like a much-used boot. He greeted Lord Eddard as an equal. He greeted Cashen and Quent as men who were, for the duration of their visit, his men also. He greeted old Wiglaf with a small joke that suggested they had ridden together once. He greeted Jon last with a long look. "This is your boy." "It is." "Aye, well, the Maester is in his chamber. He has been waiting since the fortnight you wrote you'd come. He wishes the boy to himself for a while. I would have you with me, Stark, in the meantime. Will you come?" "Aye, the boy can find the Maester. The corridor at the eastern wall, the 3rd door. He will have the door open." "Aye, Lord Commander, Jon." "Aye, my lord. Mind your manners." "Aye, my lord." The 2 men went off together along the gallery. Jon stood a moment in the yard with his cloak around him in the strange, cold, flat shadow that the wall threw down even at noon when the sun was at its highest. He drew breath. He went. The corridor was narrower than the corridors of Winterfell. The stone in it was older. There were, at intervals, the small recessed niches in which a watch-brother had, perhaps in some long-ago year, set a candle for some long-ago saint. The niches were empty. The third door was, indeed, open. He paused at the lintel. Inside the chamber was an old man. The old man was sitting at a low table in front of a banked brazier. He was small, in the way a man becomes small in his last years. His shoulders had set high, his back had bowed. His hair was white as the wall outside. His eyes were sealed under the long fold of the lids of a man who had gone blind years ago and learned to keep his face still about it. His hands on the table were thin and long. He had a black robe with a chain over it. He looked up not toward the door but toward Jon. At the very moment Jon's foot crossed the lintel, he smiled. "Come in, lad, come in." Jon came in, close the door. "Sit. Take the chair on my left, there. Aye. Now give me your hand." Jon, surprised, gave him his hand. The old man took it. The old man held it the way Maester Luwin had held it, the spring of the kitchens, lightly, palm up, and laid his other hand flat over it and was still. He sat that way a count of perhaps 30 heartbeats. He said, in a voice no louder than the small whisper of wind under the door, "Yes, there you are." Jon did not say anything. The old man let his hand go. He sat back. His sightless eyes, which Jon, looking at them now in the brazier light, saw were the kind of pale, almost violet color that he had read about in Maester Luwin's library, in the chapter on famous Targaryens. The old man's sightless eyes held very still on a point about 2 inches to the left of Jon's face. "Tell me your name, lad." "Jon Snow, Maester." I, Snow, so they tell me, and before that, tell me what you were called by the woman who bore you." Jon's heart skipped. "I was not told, Maester. I was an infant. My lady mother I do not know. You do not." "No, Maester." I, that fits also. Your father, do you know your father, lad?" "Lord Eddard, Maester." The old man's mouth moved. The mouth was not exactly a smile. It was a small movement of considering. "Aye," he said. "Lord Eddard. Aye, Lord Eddard is a true man. Lord Eddard is the truest man I have ever known. Lord Eddard is your father, lad. In every way a father is a father, save for the one way he is not. You will have heard by now that there is one way." Jon was silent. "Speak, lad, we are alone. The door is closed, the chamber is well stoned. There is no man within 10 yards of us. My hearing is exact and my discretion absolute. Speak." "Aye," said Jon. I have heard in the keep that there is some way." "There is. Have you been told the way?" "No, Maester." Aye, that fits also. Your father is a careful man." The old man laid his hands together in his lap. He sat a moment. He breathed. He said very quietly, "I am called Eamon here." "Aye, Maester." "I was called something else once. I was called by my mother Eamon also. By my father also. There is a tradition in our house. Has Maester Luwin set you to your dynastic histories, lad?" "He has, Maester." "Then you know my house." Jon, the small dry sound of his own voice in the small chamber, said, "Targaryen, Maester." "Aye." The old man's mouth moved again, smiled this time perhaps. "Aye, Targaryen, once long ago when I had eyes." He said it without bitterness. He said it as a man says a thing about his own knee. He said, "Now, lad, listen to me. I am going to say several things to you. I am going to say them quickly while we have this hour. Maester Luwin will have told you only a little. Your father will have told you less. I will tell you more. I will not tell you all. There is a part that is not mine to tell. You follow?" "Yes, Maester." "Good. Then, first, the thing in your blood that you have begun to learn the shape of is real. It is not a thing the citadel can explain. It is not a thing the Maester's chains know how to weigh. It is a thing of an old Valyrian craft. Long before there were dragons over Westeros, the Valyrians worked in their long lives in Essos with what they called the blood of the dragon. They did not, most of them, know what it was. They only knew what it could do. It could call fire. It could not be burned. It could, in some, see in the flame. It could, in some, dream of dragons, for in the Valyrian way of thinking, the blood of the dragon and the dragon were one, and where one slept the other dreamed. These are the things of the blood. Are you with me? Aye, Maester. Aye. Now, second, the blood does not run evenly in the line. It runs sometimes thin and sometimes thick. It can run thinner in a Dragon Lord's son than it ran in the Dragon Lord. It can run thicker in a Dragon Lord's grandson than it ran in the son. There is no telling until the blood quickens, which child it has chosen. Third, and this you will please remember, the blood quickens differently in different children. It quickens in some at 5, in some at 15, in some at 5 and 20. It quickens earlier in those whose blood is thicker. You, the Maester, will pardon a blunt statement, have quickened young. That is a thing to know. A young quickening means thick blood. It means, this you will remember, that you will in time have more, not less of it. Jon's mouth was dry. More, he said, more. I not in a great rush, lad. The blood does not ride a man like a wave, it rises like a tide. You have time, you have years, but the years will bring more, not less. Hear me on this. Aye, Maester. Fourth, the blood is not a thing you can be rid of. You will not in your life be a man without it. You can pretend it is not yours. You will fool many. You will not fool yourself. You will not fool in time those who learn to look. The thing in you will out. The only question is whether it will out by your hand or by another's. I am telling you to choose the first. Aye, Maester. Fifth, there are some who would seek you, some with kindness, some with cruelty. Some, and this is the worst of them, lad, with what they will think is wisdom. There are men in this world who will have a use for a child whose hand does not burn. The use will not always be a kind use. Even a kind use is not, often, a use the user has bothered to ask the used about. Hear me on this. Hear me especially. You are not, for any man, a tool. Aye, Maester. Aye. The old man let his hands fall apart. He opened his right hand. There was on his palm a small flat piece of dark glass, perhaps the length of his thumb. He laid it on the table between them. This is dragon glass, obsidian, frozen fire, the children of the forest used to call it. It cuts cleaner than steel. It does not rust. It is older in its making than any kingdom that has ever stood in any of these lands. There is a small store of it in the cellars at Castle Black, of which the Maesters before me set aside in my time what I thought might be needed in mine. Take this piece, carry it. Do not show it to any. There will come a day when a small piece of dragonglass at your hip is the difference between a man's life and a man's death. Not your life only, other lives also. Jon picked up the dragonglass. It was, strangely, warm. Yes, Maester, thank you, lad. One thing more. There is a letter. The old man opened his other hand. There was on his other palm a folded piece of parchment. The wax on the seal was the wax of the Maester's chain, a careful neutral wax, not any house's mark. He laid the letter also on the table. This is for your father, not for you. You are not to break the seal. You are not to read it. You are not to wonder what is in it. You are to put it in your tunic now and to give it, when you are home and alone with your father, into his hand. He will know what it is. I have written nothing in it that should bring trouble if it is read. I have written, however, what I do not wish to write twice. Take it. Aye, Maester. Jon took the letter. He folded it inside his tunic. The old man very gently reached. His thin hand came across the table. He found by feel the side of Jon's jaw. He laid his thin hand against the boy's face. "Eamon," he said quietly, in a voice no louder than a man's own breath. "Eamon, Eamon, Eamon, so old a name. It has been said again in our house in your generation. Did you know?" Jon's pulse beat in his ears. I know, Maester, it has. Maester, am I, lad? Maester, I, lad, listen to me. Jon listened. It is not for me to tell you the name of your mother, I will not. Your father may. He will, I think, in his own time. I will tell you only this. Whoever your blood, whoever your bone, whoever lay down or rose up, the boy that came of them is a kind boy. Maester Luwin's letter to me was, in part, about the kindness. I read it. I read it again. I would have you know it. Whatever else you are, lad, you are a kind boy. The blood of the dragon does not always make a kind man. It does not have to. You are kind. Hold to it. Aye, Maester, hold to it. Hold to it harder than you have ever held to anything. The world will try in the years before you to make you another thing. The world has many ways of trying. Hold, aye, Maester. The old man's hand stayed on his cheek a moment longer. It dropped. He sat back. He smiled faintly, the way an old man smiles at the end of a long afternoon. Good, he said. Good. We shall have a small bite of bread and a small cup of beer, and then I will tell you a story you may take home for your half-brothers and sisters. The story will be about a horse. The story will be about a horse that learned to climb a tree. It is a tale my mother told me when I was your age. I remember the inflection of her voice in 3 places. We will not, you and I, speak of dragon blood or of fire or of letters to your Lord Father any more this afternoon. Will that suit you, lad? Aye, Maester. Aye, pour out the beer then. The cups are on the shelf to your left. Jon rose. He poured the beer. They drank it. The old man told him the story of the horse that learned to climb a tree. Jon, who had heard 1,000 stories from old Nan, recognized the shape of the tale at once, but did not interrupt. The old man's tale was different from old Nan's, in small, interesting ways, in the way that a tale is different in the mouths of 2 different cooks. The old man laughed once in the second part of it. It was a small, dry, rasping laugh that startled Jon. The old man drank his beer. They sat. When the bell rang for the 3rd hour, Jon rose. He stood at the door. Maester. Aye, lad. Will I see you again? Perhaps, lad, I am old. Eyes the gods take and then breathe. I could go in the night, but, perhaps, the watch is a road, you may walk on it in time, we will see. Aye, Maester, lad. Aye, Maester. Hold, aye, Maester. He went. In the corridor he leaned for a moment against the cold stone wall. He did not weep. He did not even exactly breathe. He had not noticed, until he had got out the door, that he had been holding his breath for the last quarter hour. He breathed now slowly. He felt the small, flat warmth of the dragonglass against his hip. He felt the small, flat heaviness of the Maester's letter inside his tunic, against his ribs. He went to find his father. Lord Eddard was in the old bear's chamber. The 2 of them were over a map. They straightened when he came in. Lord Eddard read his face. Jon felt the read, the small, careful read of a father who had got better at reading his son this past year, and asked no questions in front of the old bear. That night, in the small chamber the watch had given them, Jon laid the letter in his father's hand. Lord Eddard read it. Lord Eddard read it twice. Lord Eddard, at the second reading, sat down on the bench beside the brazier and put his hands over his face. He did not weep. He stayed that way a long time. When he lifted his head, he said quietly, I will tell you, lad. Some day I will tell you. I will tell you what is in this letter. I am not yet able, but I will. Aye, father. Tonight only let us sleep. They slept. In the morning they rode out of the gates of Castle Black South. Jon turned once in his saddle to look back. The wall took the dawn long in its long, pale way. He looked. He committed it to memory. He would, in his life, have many partings from the wall. This was the first. He rode south at his father's heels. Inside his tunic, against his ribs, the Maester's letter rode with him. Inside his pouch, against his hip, the small, flat piece of dragonglass rode with him also. He did not, the whole journey home, take either of them out. He thought, on the long ride back through the moor about what the Maester had said, about the tide, about the kindness, about the world's many ways of trying. He thought about Robb, waiting at the keep, about his sisters, about Catelyn, who would meet them at the gate in her best court face. He thought about a name the Maester had said and not said. Eamon, the old man, had said. It had been said again. He had not yet been told, at 13, what name his uncle the Maester had been speaking of. He would think about the name often that summer. He would not, until much later, be told. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7. The dragon dreams awake. He was 12 when the dreams began in earnest. The little dreams, the snatches of red towers and silver-haired women weeping his name, those had been with him since the spring of the candle. Those had thinned and steadied through his 11th year into a dream pattern he had got used to, the way a man gets used to a regular ache. He had even, in his own private fashion, made friends with them. They came, on 10 nights of any 40, in the hour before dawn. They left him with a small dry tightness behind his eyes for the morning. They did not, that year, change. In his 12th year they changed. The change came one cold late autumn night when the wind was up, and the keep was groaning in the cold the way an old keep does. He had gone to bed beside Robb. Robb had been talking about a horse. Jon, half listening, had been thinking about a passage Maester Luwin had set him to copy out the next morning. He had been falling asleep in pieces, in the easy old way of his earlier childhood. He had heard in his last waking instant a wolf very far off in the wolf's wood. He had made nothing of it. Wolves had been heard of late in the wolf's wood. This was not yet the year of the great direwolves at the end of the road, but it was the year before, and the wolf's wood was beginning, in the slow way the country had, to give back its name. He slept. He was on the back of a great black thing. He was on the back of it, and the thing was rising in long, long beats of its enormous wings, into a sky the color of copper. He could feel under his thighs, under the small of his back, under the bones of his hands, the reptile heat of the thing's body. He could feel the slow, easy roll of its ribs as it took its breath. He could feel the way the great shoulders worked above him as the wings drove down. He saw far below a sea, a great salt sea. He saw the long, curved coastline of a land. He saw a city of black walls. He saw, too small to be sure of, 3 pyramids in a row. He looked at his hands. His hands on the long bone of the saddle horn were not Jon Snow's hands. His hands were the hands of a man. They were a man's hands, and they had silver hair on the wrists, fine and short. The arms were a man's arms, sun-browned, scarred at the inner elbow with the long, thin scar of an old archery accident. The wind moved his hair. The hair was long. He turned his head and saw on his shoulder the spread of the silver. The hair was not white. The hair was white gold in the light of the copper sky. Long, tied in a low, loose knot, the dragon under him was breathing in. He could feel it. He could feel the thing draw breath the way a man feels the bellows under his hand at the forge, the long, deep filling, the readiness. The chest of the dragon expanded, the belly of it stretched, the throat of it opened. The dragon's head turned in its long, pivoting way on the long, pivoting neck toward the dark on the horizon. The horizon to the east was, he saw, above the sea, a long bank of blackness. There was a thing in the blackness. He could see, he was sure of it, the thing in the blackness. It was, he could not see what it was. It was very large. It was very cold. It was looking at him. The dragon under him roared. The roar was. Jon had no measure for it. It went out of his ribs like a thunderclap. The roar carried with it the heat the dragon had been holding in its throat, and the heat went in a long, bright lance across the sky between him and the blackness. And the blackness, Jon saw this clearly, very clearly, recoiled. It recoiled. It did not, however, retreat. He woke. He woke with his face wet with tears. He woke with his throat raw as if he had himself been roaring. Robb, beside him, was awake on one elbow watching him. "You were saying a word," Robb said, very low. "The same word 4 times. You were saying it loud. Are you well, Jon?" "What word?" Robb said it carefully, the way a man might pronounce a foreign name. "Dragon." Jon's hands were shaking. He sat up. He held them up to the small moonlight at the window slit. The hands were Jon's hands, boy's hands, smaller than the hands he had carried in the dream. He drew breath. He laid his hands on the blanket. "I don't know the word," he whispered. Robb, I don't know what it was." The two boys sat in the dim dark. After a while, Robb laid his hand on Jon's shoulder the way Robb had got better at doing this past year. He did not push. Robb had, in the year since the smithy, learned a number of brotherly disciplines that other heirs of great keeps would have taken much longer to learn. He had learned that there were nights on which his brother needed not to be asked. "Drink some water," Robb said. "Lie down. We will talk in the morning." Jon drank. Jon lay down. Jon did not, that night, sleep again. He lay with his eyes open at the cold stone of the ceiling above the bed. He lay listening to his own pulse under the blanket. He lay thinking of a sky the color of copper and of 3 pyramids in a row and of a long bank of blackness and what looked at him out of it. He lay until the dawn came. He did not, that day, tell anyone but Robb. He did not, indeed, tell anyone for a long time. He told Maester Luwin many things in the year that followed. He did not tell him about Dragon. He did not tell his father. He did not tell his uncle Benjen, who had come down out of Castle Black that winter to visit. He did not tell the steward, the scullery, the kennel master, the smith. He told only Robb. Robb kept it. Other things Jon told. His powers had begun, in his 12th year, to be a thing he could shape, in small ways, the way a child learns to shape his hand around a tool. He could, by closing his eyes and putting his attention behind his sternum, make a small sphere of warmth bloom inside his chest, no larger than a hen's egg. He could move the sphere, he had discovered, the spring after his trip to the wall, out along his arm into his hand. He could let it stand on his palm. He could not yet make it visible. He could, however, let it heat the air around his hand. He could dry his hands of bathwater without a towel. He could dry, 1 finger at a time, Robb's red fingers when Robb came in from the yard with his archery hands gone numb. He could light the small candle by his bed without the flints. He could not yet do anything bigger than a candle. He had tried in the privacy of the godswood, where the small clear pool by the heart tree gave him a fair chance of dousing what he started, to light larger things. He could not. The blood, as Maester Luwin had said, did not ride a man like a wave, it rose like a tide. He had inches more of it this year than he had had last. He had inches, he did not yet have feet. He had also a new ability. He had in his 12th year begun sometimes to hear what was in a fire. It started small. A snap of green wood in the great hall hearth carried, sometimes, the small sound of a man's voice, an indistinct murmur, a syllable. He thought, the first time it happened, that he had imagined it. The second time he thought he had imagined it again. The third time was a long evening with the supper finished and the great hall thinned out and the fire low. He had been alone at the foot of his father's high table, finishing a piece of bread, when a log in the hearth had shifted, and the shift had carried with it, clearly, as if the log had spoken, 3 syllables. "Where is he?" He had set his bread down. He had not slept that night either. He had, in the morning, written the 3 syllables on a scrap of parchment and shown it to Robb. Robb, who took these things on the Stark word, had folded the parchment up and put it in his own scroll case and asked Jon what he thought. "I think," Jon had said, "the fire saw me," and spoke. Maester Luwin said, in sum, "The blood lets you see in the flame." It said, "Where? Where is he?" as if there was a someone, as if a someone was looking for me and was looking through fire and the fire gave back the looking. Robb had been quiet a long time. Are you afraid? I do not know. That was the spring he was 12. The summer he was 12 was the summer of the stables. The stables' fire was an accident. It was, the Maester would say after, the smith would say after, even Lord Eddard would say after, a thing that simply happened. A barrel of oil, a loose horse, a scraping of an iron shoe against a stone in just the wrong place, a spark. What the keep would not say after, though some of the keep would whisper it, in the small dark hour, in bedchambers all through the winter town, was that the stables had been on fire for 3 or 4 breaths before any soul had cried fire. 3 or 4 breaths. The blaze had had time in those breaths to climb a hayrack. The horses had had time in those breaths to begin to scream. The straw had had time in those breaths to take. It would have done. It would have done, by the count of any man who knew his way around stables, for the stables, and would have done for half the horses, and would have done, perhaps, on a dry night with the wind in the wrong corner, for the granaries and the kitchens beyond. Jon had been at the gate of the kennel when the cry went up. He had heard the horses before he had heard the cry. He had heard, and this was a thing he had not before heard, the horses' voices in his own chest, the way an instrument hears a note. He had heard the horses with his bones. He had felt their fear go through his ribs. He had been at the kennel gate one moment. He had been across the yard the next. He could not, after, remember running. He could remember only the small, smooth, dry feeling under his skin of the heat ahead, the long, open eye of the heat, and the feeling under his sternum of the small sphere of warmth that was his own. And his mind, he had felt his mind, turning toward the heat and reaching. He had gone in. He had gone, alone, into the burning stables of Winterfell. There had been, by the count of the steward later, 11 horses in the stables when the fire took. The black gelding and the dapple gray of the household guard, who were quartered along the south wall and had got out of their stalls on their own, they were not the count's worry. There had been 4 palfreys, 2 pack horses, 3 coursers. Lord Eddard's old dun, who had been ridden to the wall and back the spring before, was the steward's particular worry. The dun was old and had not, of late, taken well to any noise. Jon had got the dun out first. He had got it out by walking up to it. He had set his hand on the dun's neck. The dun, who had been kicking with a kind of bone-mad terror, the kicks of a horse that has gone past horses, had stopped kicking. The dun had, after a moment, dropped its head against Jon's chest. Jon, with his hand still on the neck, had walked it out the back of the stables between the burning beams into the open kennel yard. The hostlers, by then, were running, pelting in past Jon with their cloaks over their heads. They had blinked at the boy at the far gate, leading the dun. The boy had not waited to talk to them. He had gone back in. He had gone back in and back in and back in. He had brought out the 4 palfreys. He had brought out the 3 coursers. He had brought out, on the last trip, the 2 pack horses, which had had to be brought out together because they had been in adjoining stalls and the hayrack between them had collapsed in such a way that they could not be separated, and led out one at a time. By the time the household guard had arrived with the buckets, Jon had had every horse out, and the stables themselves were a hollow box of fire. He had stood, then, at the kennel gate. He had stood with his hand still on the necks of the last 2 pack horses, who would not let go of him. Their flanks were heaving against his ribs. Their ears were laid flat. They were trembling, not running, not bolting, only trembling in the way horses do at the limit of what they can take. Jon's tunic was unburnt. His face was unburnt. His hair was unburnt. The kennel master, old Howland, who had been in charge of the kennels and the stables both for 30 years, who had seen and done a great many things in a long working life, came running into the yard with his great kennel rake in his hands. He came around the corner of the kennel and stopped. He stopped because the boy was at the far gate. He stopped because the boy was unburnt. He stopped because the horses, all 11 of them, were standing at the boy in a ragged half-circle, blowing through their nostrils, watching him with that particular wide-eyed equine attention that horses have for what they have decided to trust. Old Howland, who had had sons of his own and had lost 2 of them, made the sign of the 7. He had not used the sign of the 7 for 40 years. He had been a Northman of Northmen, a man of the old gods, a man who had laughed at a southern septon's hand fluttering when he had seen them in the great hall. He had, all the same this morning, made the sign of the 7, and he had then gone on his knees on the dirty stones of the kennel yard, and he had stayed there a count of breaths before he had got up, angry at himself, angry at the morning, and gone to take the dun's bridle. And to see Jon Snow, the Lord's bastard, into the safe inner side of the gate, he had not said a word. He had not said a word for a fortnight. In the fortnight, however, old Howland had been heard to say 2 strange things to his wife at supper. He had been heard to say, "I did not see what I saw." He had been heard to say on a different evening, "It was not hands that brought those horses out, woman. It was not hands at all." He had refused both times to say more. His wife told her sister. Her sister did not, this time, tell anyone south. She told only her sister-in-law who lived in the winter town. The sister-in-law had a son who was a smith's apprentice, and the smith's apprentice told the smith, who told the steward of Winterfell, who already, by the counsel of Maester Luwin, had been told the story whole. The story whole did not move out of the keep that summer. There was, this time, no singer. The story moved another way. It moved by the priest. The Red Priest came up the road in the autumn of Jon's 12th year. He had been sent. No Northman knew this, or would have cared if he had known, by the high priest at Valentes. In answer to a whisper, a magister of Pentos had passed to a captain of a Valentine galley. In answer to a letter, a small, soft-handed man in King's Landing had sent east 3 seasons before. In answer to a song a singer had sung in a hall. In answer to a kitchen fire. In answer to a candle. He was an old priest, by the standards of his kind. He had a long red robe and a long white face. He had had in his time the gift of sight in the flame. He had not had it for 15 years. The gods did not, in the priest's experience, hold to a man past the man's middle age. What he had still was a steady mind, and a great deal of patience, and a master's letter to a small and growing temple in White Harbor, where the priests of the Lord of Light had only lately, at the Lord Manderly's grudging permission, set up their first brazier in the city's lowest district. He spent 3 days at the temple in White Harbor. He spent 3 days more in the city itself, asking gently, in the inns after a story. He came up the road to Winterfell, alone, on a small white mule, in the first cold week of the winter that would turn out to be the second-to-last winter of Lord Eddard Stark's life. Lord Eddard met him at the gate. He met him at the gate not as a lord with his retinue, but as a Northman with 2 of his men. He did not invite the priest in. He spoke with him in the snow at the gate. He spoke with him an hour. The priest spoke patiently. Lord Eddard listened patiently. At the end of the hour, Lord Eddard said, "You will not speak with the boy. You will not see him. You will turn now. You will ride south. You will report whatever you wish to the temple at White Harbor and the temple at Valentes. You will say to them whatever you have decided to say. I will not stop you, but you will not enter my keep. You will not, on any of the roads of the north while I live, speak to any soul in my keeping about the boy. Do I have your word, priest, or do I take it?" The priest bowed. "My lord, I will speak only to my masters, not to your soul. Not to any other man. You have my word. And you understand, you will not be the only of your priests sent. My lord, I will not be the last. I would not lie to you. The Lord of Light has kindled his attention on this matter. The temple will send others, men less old than I am and less patient. You will need a guard at this gate. I will have a guard at this gate, my lord. Priest, my lord, with respect. The boy's blood, priest, you will turn now, you will turn now, do not ask of me a third time. The priest bowed, he turned. He rode south on his small white mule into a wind that had begun to carry the first heavy snow of the new winter. And he was, for a long stretch of the road, the only thing moving on it. In Winterfell that night, Lord Eddard sat with his bastard in his solar long after supper. He had told the boy of the priest. He had told him flat what the priest had said. He had told him, and this was a thing he had not before allowed himself to tell the boy, that the matter of his blood had reached by now 4 corners of the world, that there were men in Volantes who had heard the story, that there were men in Pentos, that there were men in Old Town and King's Landing and at Riverrun. He had told him also that the story had not yet broken the old wall around it. The men who had heard the story did not yet know whose son the story was about. The story was about a bastard at Winterfell. The story was about the Stark's bastard. The story was, for the men who had heard it, about a strangeness in a great northern house, and that strangeness was in the long chain of strangenesses that came up, sometimes, out of the great houses, and that the Lord of Light or the Dragon King's line or any of the other names the strangeness wore could be hung by the hearer on whichever hook of his cosmology suited him best. The men who had heard the story had not yet found a name. The name they would find when they found it would be Targaryen. He told his son so. He told his son, and Jon, listening, knew that this was a thing his father had not wished to tell him until he had had to, that the day they found the name was the day that everything for the boy and for the keep would be different. How long, father? I do not know. A year, 2, 3, 5. Some never. Some in a season. The priest will not tell, some others will tell. Will Robert know? It was the first time the boy had spoken the king's name. It was a measure, Ned thought, looking at his son in the firelight of his solar, of the new shape of the boy. The boy had begun, this past summer, to think of the world in the way a man of the world thought of it. He had begun to know the chess pieces by name. He was 13. He had begun to be a man. Said Ned. I think Robert will know in the end. I am, Jon, listen to me. I am to do everything in my power to keep the day the king of the realm hears your story from being a day in your life. I will not always succeed, but I will try. Father. Lad. If he hears, lad. If he hears, what will he do? Ned was silent. He did not in his silence lie. He did not in his silence dress up the answer for a 13-year-old. He let the silence sit. After a long time the boy nodded. He said. I will keep you alive, lad. I swear it on the gods, hear me. We will see. Some kings' reigns are long, some are short. Some kings die in their cups, some die in their beds. I have seen kings die. We will see what we are at when the day comes. Until the day, you and I and your brother and your good mother will be very careful indeed. Father. Off to bed. Father. He went. Outside the solar, on the cold landing, he did not at once go to the boy's chamber. He stood at the long window of the gallery a moment and looked out into the courtyard, where the snow had begun to lay down its first thick blanket of the winter. He saw, in his mind, a sky the color of copper. He saw 3 pyramids in a row. He saw a long bank of blackness on a sea horizon and the dragon's head turning toward it. He set his hand against the cold glass. He did not know, yet, what the bank of blackness was. He did not know, yet, that one day, in his father's lifetime, in his half-brother's lifetime, in his own lifetime, an army would come out of the long bank of blackness on a sea horizon, and would walk south through the cold country of his father's people. and would bring with it a winter that no Stark in the long count of Starks had quite prepared for. He knew only that in his dreams there had been a roaring, and that in the dreams the roaring had been his. He lifted his hand. His palm left on the cold pane of glass, a small star-shaped pattern of frost melt with 5 points, faintly steaming. He went to bed, he slept. He dreamed that night of a girl. He had not, in any of his dreams before, had a girl in them. The girl was small. The girl had silver hair. The girl had violet eyes. The girl was sitting in the heat of a great desert sun on the back of a small black horse, and her hair was loose down her back, and she was, though the dream did not give him her age, a child like himself, or perhaps a year or two younger, and she had a small smile. And her hands were on the rein in the way of a child who had been taught to hold the rein, and her eyes were on a thing in the air above her, and the thing in the air above her, he could not in the dream see the thing in the air above her clearly. It was small. It had wings. She turned. She looked in his dream straight at him. She said in a voice no child of the Dothraki sea should have known, "Brother." He woke before dawn. He woke without crying out. He lay staring at the cold ceiling. He thought, in the slow way of a boy of 13 who has just realized a thing about himself, that the world had, it seemed, got bigger overnight. He thought, in the slow way of a boy who has been told to hold to kindness, that he would hold. He thought also the dragonglass on the bedside table catching the small gray of the pre-dawn. That holding was going to become, in the years before him, a thing harder than he had at 13 any way of knowing. The morning's bell rang for first prayer. He rose. Chapter 7 end. Chapter 8. Whispers of spiders Varys was not, as a rule, troubled. He had been, in his many lives in his various countries, in the small cluster of houses he kept under his small pale notice, troubled only on the kind of day that a man of his calling met perhaps once in 7 years. Most days were a comfortable shape to him. Most days were spent reading reports, sorting reports, copying reports, sending reports on. Most days were a kind of soft white labor at a small desk in a small chamber under the Red Keep, in the warm, steady company of his many books and his many small birds, with the hand of the king sometimes at his elbow, and the master of coin sometimes at his other, and the king himself. Off in the throne room or his bedchamber or his cups, a soft, distant rumble he could half ignore. Most days were the days he had built his life around. Most days he was not troubled. He was troubled that summer. He had been troubled, in fact, since the first letter had come back from his very fat friend in Pentos. Illyrio's letter had been, as Illyrio's letters always were, a beautiful thing. Illyrio wrote in a hand that had been taught him by the best calligrapher in lies when Illyrio had been a young man with thin shoulders and an overbite and an underbite both, and Illyrio had not, in his fat middle age, lost the hand. The letter had been on the heavy fragrant paper Illyrio liked. It had. Varys had taken pleasure in this, because pleasure was a thing he allowed himself in small, careful doses, opened with a paragraph on a particular kind of pickled fig that the Magister had that season become uncommonly fond of, and to which he had wished his old friend Varys to be introduced. Varys had read the paragraph twice. He had then read the second paragraph. The second paragraph had said, "I asked the boy. He has a brother. He has a sister also. The brother died as a babe at Dragonstone with the woman who bore him. The sister died at the same hour, so the boy says. He has been told it by hands he trusts, though, brother, you and I both know what hands a boy of his upbringing has." Varys had read the paragraph twice. He had then read it a third time. He had set the letter down. He had not been troubled in the strict sense on first reading. He had been only interested. A boy in the north. A child in a great northern house that did not catch fire. The story had been thinned to the point of gauze. It could be, easily, no more than the small embellishment of a singer with a long road to cover and a soft bed to be found at the next inn. He had treated it as such. He had cautiously, only cautiously, sent the small first inquiry east. He had, modestly, only modestly, written the first letter to Illyrio. Now Illyrio had asked the boy, the gray-tied silver boy in his manse who would, in his time, marry a carl's daughter or a Valentine heiress or a woman more interesting still, and the gray-tied silver boy had answered as he was meant to. He had no brother. He had no sister. Both were dead. And yet, there was a turn in the last sentence that had given Varys his pause. Though, brother, you and I both know what hands a boy of his upbringing has. It was, on its face, an Illyrio jest. Illyrio had never had a great regard for Viserys Targaryen's reliability in the matter of facts. Illyrio considered Viserys a small, unbalanced thing, an asset of the kind one held quietly, fed well, watered carefully, and did not, on any ordinary day, ask for an opinion. The line was Illyrio's usual gentle dismissal of the boy's testimony, with a small humorous lift to it. It was not. Varys read it again, on the fourth reading, quite only that. There was a word in it that did not belong in the Illyrio of usual letters. The word was trusts. He has been told it by hands he trusts. Illyrio did not, ordinarily, write the word trust of any of Viserys' people. Illyrio wrote in his letters to Varys, in his other letters, of which Varys had several, of Viserys' minders, of his preceptors, of his companions. Of his, once, with affection, wardens. Illyrio did not say trusts. That was a word out of his magister's prudent vocabulary, and out into the open in the second paragraph of a letter to a man he had been writing to for 18 years. It was a word in this letter, in this paragraph, in this sentence, that meant, Varys was as sure of it as he was of his own birthplace. Illyrio doubts. Illyrio doubts the trust. Illyrio is leaving room in his letter for the possibility that the trust is misplaced. Illyrio thinks the boy is wrong. Illyrio thinks there may be a brother. Varys had, quietly, in his small chamber, with his small birds asleep on their perches behind him, sat with this for an hour. He had then taken a fresh sheet of his lighter paper, and dipped the quill, and written back the briefest of replies. He had thanked Illyrio, in his usual elaborate way, for the report on the fig. He had agreed about the desirability of pickled figs in summer. He had wondered, with the affection of an old correspondent, how the magister's gout was doing. He had, at the bottom of the letter, added, with a long blot of ink to suggest that the addition had been an afterthought, that the magister might, if it was not too tiresome, ask the boy whether he could remember the last words his lady mother had said to him before she had. Well. Regrettably, past. He had sealed the letter. He had sent it east on the morning ship. He had then sat down at his other desk, and he had pulled toward him the small black ledger in which he kept the running notes of the great houses he watched, and he had opened it to a page he had not opened, in any deliberate way, in 8 years. The page had Stark of Winterfell at the top in his neat hand. There were not many notes on the page. The notes that there were, however, included 3 lines that he had written into the page very early, at the time of his earliest collation, when he had been a younger and less experienced spider. One line said, very simply, Lady Lyanna Stark was lost in the Troubles. The body was returned. The bones lie in Winterfell. The second line said, Brandon Stark, eldest son, was killed by the Mad King's hand. The third line said, in the smaller writing that Varys used for things he had thought twice about, and was then noting because he was a careful man and would, perhaps, want them later. Lord Eddard Stark returned home from the war with a child not his lady wife's. Lord Stark refuses to name the mother. The boy bears the name Snow. It had been a careful note for a careful spider. It had been a note he had not, in 8 years of his careful watching, found any reason to take further. He took it further now. He had, over the rest of the spring and into the summer, opened in his small black ledger a new page with a longer heading on it. The heading on the new page was Snow J. Bastard. The page on Snow J. Bastard had, over the spring and summer, accumulated more lines. It had gathered to itself the singer's first whispered report. It had gathered, in time, the merchant's wife's sister's tale, the kitchen girl's story passed through 3 drinkers, the priest's report from White Harbor to Valentes to Pentos to King's Landing, 6 months on a slow path. It had gathered, in time, the ledger of Eddard Stark's small, unusual letter to Maester Luwin at the wall, which had passed through the Citadel's relay rookery, and which one of Varys' careful old Maesters had noted and copied and forwarded. It had gathered, in time, the report of Eddard Stark's small, unusual journey north in the spring of the boy's 13th year, and the matching journey home. It had gathered, in time, 6 smaller things: a Lord's bannerman's cousin's remark in a tavern, an apprentice smith's offhand boast about an old kennel master crossing himself at the barn fire, the bedside whisper of a girl in a White Harbor inn. It had not, yet, gathered a name. That was Varys' great difficulty. He had, by the high summer of the boy's 13th year, been certain in his bones, in the small private place where he could allow himself a certainty that the rest of him could not afford, that the boy at Winterfell was not Eddard Stark's son. He had been certain of it for the whole summer. He had not, however, been able to make the shape of it clear. He had played in his head with the obvious shape: Lyanna Stark's son by Rhaegar Targaryen, kept north under his uncle's name. He had played also with the less obvious shapes: a Targaryen bastard born of one of the silver-haired women whose names had not survived the war, a Blackfire claim, smuggled north by a friendly party, hid in a Stark's keeping, a child of one of the Dornish princesses who had, in the year of the rebellion, gone briefly missing. He had played with all of these. He had, and this was the true knotted center of the matter for him, played with them for months, and not been able to choose between them. The boy was, by all his data, somewhere in his early teens. The boy had been brought home by Eddard Stark from the war, an infant in arms. The boy had, by every report, hair as dark as a Stark's. Eddard Stark could be the kind of man who had got a Targaryen woman with child in the rebellion and brought home the result. Eddard Stark could be the kind of man who had been given the result by another and was raising it as his own. Eddard Stark could be the kind of man who was simply, scrupulously, raising someone else's bastard for the love he had borne someone else. He could be any of these. Varys could not, with his hand on his ledger, prove any of them. He needed, and this was the trouble, a person who would have known. There were not many. Lord Howland Reed of the Neck had been with Eddard Stark in the war. Lord Howland Reed had been at the Tower of Joy. Lord Howland Reed had ridden north with Lord Eddard from the Red Mountains, and had not, in 15 years since, set foot south of Greywater Watch. Lord Howland Reed was, by Varys' understanding, the only living man who knew what Lord Eddard knew. Lord Howland Reed had not been spoken to by any of Varys' birds in all the years of his hidden retirement. Lord Howland Reed lived in a country of fens and pools through which a small bird's passage was, in truth, unfeasible. Lord Howland Reed had, for his protection, the country itself. Howland Reed could not be reached. Varys had, over the autumn of the boy's 13th year, turned his attention instead to Eddard Stark himself. He had begun, at the small council table in King's Landing, to listen, when the matter of the North arose with sharper ears. He had begun, in the small petitions of Northmen who came south for one cause or another, to ask, gently, after Lord Stark's family. He had begun, in his letters to his Maester at White Harbor, to suggest that the Maester let drop, in his quarterly correspondence with Maester Luwin at Winterfell, certain casual queries of a Maester's collegiate kind, after the children of the keep, after their lessons. After the little exchange of small pleasantries, that was the white noise of the Maester's chain. He had, in particular, asked the Maester at White Harbor to ask after the bastard. It had been a small thing. It had been, in a Maester-to-Maester letter, the kind of small thing a man could throw in among other questions. It had been, in this case, a parenthetical at the end of a fourth paragraph. "And how is your young charge in the kennels? The Snow boy, was it?" I had read in some Citadel circular his name. Maester Luwin had answered in his careful, quiet hand that the Snow boy was well, that he had begun his archery in earnest, that he was lately ridden to and back from the wall on a small errand to do with the Lord Commander's household. There had been nothing in the answer to seize on. There had been, Varys had sat with this also, an hour in his small chamber, nothing in the answer to seize on exactly. Maester Luwin had answered. Maester Luwin's answer had been, exactly, the answer he ought to have given. It was the answer of a Maester in good standing, faithful to his lord's interests, careful of the chain. It was, in a way, too exact. It was, in a way, a not answer. Varys had, without writing this anywhere, thought, Luwin knows. Luwin knows what the boy is. Luwin, the careful, kindly little Maester, knows, and his lord knows, and his lord's lady by now knows, and the boy's brother, the boy's half-brother, the heir, knows, and Maester Aemon at the wall knows. They have, between them, made a small clutch of knowing around the boy that I cannot, by the means I have, prick. Varys had, without writing this anywhere, admired the clutch. He had also made up his mind to break it. But spiders did not, on the whole, break clutches. Spiders waited. He had decided, in the autumn of the boy's 13th year, to wait. He had decided also, and this was the part that had then settled him in his small chamber after the long, worried summer, that the wait could be, for him, productive. He could continue to gather. He could continue to write to Illyrio. He could continue to send small, useful letters east. He could, perhaps in time, persuade the Magister to bring the silver boy across the sea, perhaps within a year, perhaps within 2. The silver boy, brought across the sea, would draw the eye of the world. The eye of the world, drawn to the silver boy in the south, would, for a season, turn off the boy in the north. Varys would have, in the season, the leisure to gather more. He would gather. He would not move. He would, and this was the conclusion he had drawn at the end of all of his summer's worry, he would, for the boy's sake, leave the boy alone. The boy was, by Maester Luwin's letter, by the singer's report, by the kitchen girl's whisper, by every measure he had, a kind boy. Varys had a small, soft place in himself for kind boys. He had, in his life, met very few of them. He would not, for now, throw stones into the boy's keep. He would watch. That was Varys' resolution. It was a resolution he had, of course. No real intention of keeping past the moment some other event made keeping it inconvenient. It was a useful resolution to hold for now. In the meantime, in a country of fens and pools through which no spider's bird could fly, on a bright autumn morning, Lord Howland Reed of Greywater Watch took his small grey horse out of his stable, packed his small saddlebag, kissed his wife of 20 years on the forehead, kissed each of his 2 small children, Mira, 13, Jojen, 11, on the crown of the head, and rode north. He had had a letter from Lord Eddard a fortnight past. Lord Eddard had not written him in 15 years, for any reason that was not the reason. Lord Eddard had written him, this autumn, for the reason. Lord Howland had read the letter once, sat with it an hour, burned it, and gone to his stable. He had told his wife only that he must go to Winterfell on the matter of an old promise. His wife, who had been his wife 20 years, and who had, in those years, learned the things she needed to know about her husband's silences, and the things she did not need to know, had nodded, packed his saddlebag, and stood at the gate of Greywater Watch to wave him on his way. He came up out of the neck on the 8th day. He came onto the King's Road at the place where the King's Road bent past the long grey marker stone of the boundary cairn. He took a small, lonely western track that night and slept, the way he had used to sleep in the war, on a stone with his cloak around him under a juniper, and he was at Winterfell by the close of the 2nd week. Lord Eddard met him at the gate. It was a different gate greeting from the one Lord Eddard had given the Red Priest. Lord Eddard came out himself. Lord Eddard met Howland in the snow with both hands. Lord Eddard, who was not, on any ordinary day, a man for embraces, embraced him. "Brother," said Lord Eddard. "Brother," said Lord Howland. They walked together into the keep. Catelyn met them in the great hall. She had heard by now of Howland. She had heard, in particular, that Howland was the one of her husband's old companions her husband would not speak of, and could not be drawn to speak of. She would think about this in later years, known, on Howland's first stepping into the great hall, that he was a Howland. He was a small, dark man with a long, quiet mouth, and the kind of eyes that, when a candle flickered in the hall, did not flicker with it. She offered him bread and salt. He took it. He bowed. "Lady Stark, Lord Reed, be welcome." He nodded. He went with Lord Eddard to the Solar. They were in the Solar an hour. They were in the Solar 2. They were in the Solar past supper. And at the start of supper Lord Eddard sent down for a tray of cold meat and bread to be brought up. They were in the Solar, the two of them, until well after the 2nd bell of the night. What they spoke of, the steward heard nothing through the door. The Maester, who had been called up at the 2nd hour and had come down at the 3rd, had been told by the Lord to forget what he had been called up for. Even Catelyn, listening from her Solar across the gallery, heard only the low murmur of two men speaking long and slow. What they spoke of, no man living but the three of them in the Solar would ever know in full. Some pieces of it would be known. Howland in the Solar had told Eddard the thing they had not, in 15 years, allowed themselves to write to each other in any letter, and which they had not, in any of their few visits, taken out. They had let it lie. The letter Eddard had written this autumn had asked Howland to take it out. Howland had taken it out, he had said. "The boy must be ready, brother," he had said. "It is not a thing of years and years more that he can be hidden. It is a thing at most of a year. Perhaps 2. The world is turning. Winter is coming. I had a green dream at midsummer." Eddard had said, "Howland, what was the dream?" The dream was of a man in a tower of red stone in a country of red mountains, and the man was singing. The man's hair was silver. There was a babe at his knee listening with gray and violet eyes. The man's song was, I could not hear the song, brother, only the shape of it. The shape of it was a song the man had not finished. He sang the first half. He waited. The second half, in the dream, the babe sang back. Eddard had been silent a long time. The babe sang. How? In a babe's way, brother, without words. With the sense of the music, with the bones. I know how it sounds. I have not, in 10 years of these dreams, brought you a dream. This dream I have brought you. Hear me. The boy is being called. He is being called in his own dreams. I have had it from him the once already when he was in this hall and I was at his elbow at the bench 3 years past. He did not say so. I felt it, in the way I feel these things. Howland, he is being called. Some of the calling is benign. Some of the calling is not. What of the calling, brother? What calls? Howland had paused. That I do not know. Some of the calling is from the south. Across the narrow sea, some of it is older, from the east. From the very east, from places men do not any more write of in the chronicles. There is a thing in the east, brother, that has woken. There is a thing in the east that has begun to call back what it had set in. It has set something in the boy. I am not sure what. I am sure only that the boy will be wanted, by the thing, by many other things. By the south, by the wall, by his cousins of blood when they find him, and they will find him, by his enemies, by in time the world's 2 kings and 3 queens and 7 false princes, for these will rise in the years before us, and each of them will want him. Howland. What do I do? Howland had been silent. After a long time he had said, "You raise him a kind man. You give him to know what he is when he can carry it. You teach him a Stark's caution and a Northman's silence and a Reed's care of the secret name. You teach him to be of his father's house and his mother's house both, and not to be afraid of either. You let him love. You let him be loved. And this is the part you will not like, brother, you let him go when the day comes where the going calls him." Howland. It will be a hard day, brother. I will tell you it now so you have it to weigh. How will I know the day? You will know. Howland had paused. He had said very softly, "You will know because Robert will. The day Robert knows is the day." Eddard had closed his eyes. He had not opened them again for some time. That night, Howland slept on his own asking on a pallet on the floor of the solar, beside Eddard's chair, the way they had used to sleep on the road. He did not, that night, sleep in a guest's chamber. He slept lightly. He woke twice in the night. Both times he saw Eddard at the window, the second time with a hand against the cold pane, and he did not either time speak. In the morning, Howland met the boy. He met the boy alone in the godswood by Catelyn's pool. Eddard had sent the boy down to the godswood with an errand of bringing to Lord Reed a certain cup that had been given him the night before by the kitchens. The boy had come down at first bell. Lord Howland had been sitting on the cold stone bench in his small gray cloak with his hands open on his knees. "You will be Jon," Lord Howland had said. "Aye, my lord. Come, sit a moment with me. Yes, there is a cup. I set it there. We are not in any hurry, lad. There. Now. Would you mind, give me your hand a moment." The boy had given him his hand. Howland had taken it, much as Maester Luwin had taken it, much as Maester Aemon had. He had held it. He had laid his other hand flat over it. He had, and this Maester Luwin would later mark, for he had been watching from the path. He would mark it as a reed's reach, a thing of the green dreams. He had closed his own eyes a long count of breaths. He had opened them. He had said, "Lad, I, my lord. You will, in time, find out a thing about your house, about the people you are of. You will find it a heavy thing. You will, at the start, want to put it down. I am asking you in the season before you find it out, in this brief season we are in, before the world widens, to begin to teach yourself how to carry it. Do you understand me?" "I know, my lord." "Good. That is the right answer. Listen. There will be in your life 3 things you will want to put down. The first is what you will be told about your house. You will not put it down, you will lift it. You will, and this is hardest, you will be kind to it. The second is what you will be told you are. You will not put it down. You will lift it, you will be kind to it. The third is what you will be asked to do. The third is the heaviest. You will lift that also. You will, as you lift it, not, and this is very important, lad, not be cruel. You will lift it and you will be kind to it and you will go on. Do you hear me?" "Aye, my lord." "Good. Now." He had taken from a small pouch at his hip a thing. He had laid it on Jon's palm. The thing was a small flat stone, smooth as a river pebble, with a sigil on it cut in a careful old hand. The sigil was a black wolf with its head down. "This belonged to your house's other house, lad. I will not tell you which. I will tell you only that it has been in the keeping of a man I trust, a man who, when he gave it me, asked that it pass to you on a day I was sure you were ready to hold it. I am today sure. Take it. Wear it on a thong about your neck where no man can see. When the day comes that you find out what your house is, look at it. You will know then what it means." He had bowed his head. "My lord, lad, one more thing. Aye, my lord, you are kind. Aye, you are kind. Hold." Lord Howland had risen. He had taken back his hand. He had laid it briefly on the boy's shoulder. He had nodded. "Good morrow, Jon Snow." "Good morrow, my lord." He had turned and gone up the path of the godswood between the dark sentinels into the keep. In the afternoon, Lord Howland rode out of Winterfell. He did not look back. He rode south through the snow, through the cold sun, down to the King's Road and east and south to the Neck. He came home to Greywater Watch in the deep of winter, kissed his wife on the brow, kissed each of his children on the crown of the head, and resumed his life. He did not, in the years before his next ride to Winterfell, write a letter. In King's Landing, in his small chamber, Varys read in the long roll of his ledger a small new line. The line said, "Lord Howland Reed of Greywater Watch was at Winterfell 3 days. He read it twice. He sighed very gently into his small chamber. He took a candle. He burned a corner of one of his older notes, a note from many years past which the new line had, at last, made of no further use to him, and he watched the corner curl and blacken and fall. He put the ledger away. He stood at the window of his small chamber. He looked in the evening light across the rooftops of King's Landing north, toward where the Neck would be, if the Neck could be seen from his window, which it could not, because the world was a much bigger thing than a small chamber's window could hold. He smiled. He went down to dinner. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9. Direwolves in the snow. The dead direwolf was at the edge of the road when the column came back over the rise. Jon was riding behind Robb. He had been thinking about a thing the Maester-at-Arms had said in the morning, about the way a man held his shield when he was tired, about the small drop of the shield arm in the 3rd hour of a melee, about the way a clever man learned to fight tired before he learned to fight rested. And he had not, in his tiredness, marked the small, uneasy lift of the column ahead until Robb had reined in. Robb had reined in sharply. The 2 stable boys had reined in behind him. Theon had reined in further back, with a Greyjoy's reluctance to ride into anything before he had had a long look at it. At the very front of the small column, Lord Eddard had reined in. He had reined in over the dead direwolf. It took Jon a moment to make sense of what he was looking at. The country was a mosaic of late snow and dirty grass. The carcass was the same color as the snow and the same color as the grass, in such a way that the eye refused, at first, to put it together. The shape was, Jon had seen in his life perhaps a half-dozen wolves the men of his father's household had brought in for bounty. In the years, a wolf had got too bold near a holdfast, bigger than any wolf he had seen. The carcass was easily as tall at the shoulder as a yearling pony. The head was the size of a wash-basin. The fur was gray-black. The teeth, where the lip had drawn back in death, were the long curved teeth of a thing that had not been, in any of the wolfswood's modern sense, a wolf. The thing in the carcass's chest, sticking up out of the brown-red mat under the ribs, was an antler. The antler was a stag's antler. It was broken off near the shoulder of the rack. It had gone, at some force, between 2 of the great wolf's ribs and out and in again, in a long, ugly slash that had, eventually, ended the wolf. The wolf was not freshly dead. The wolf was, by Jon's estimation, 2 days dead, perhaps 3. The body was already swollen. The eye that was open was the dull eye of the well-departed. Robb said, "Father." Lord Eddard in his saddle was very still. "A direwolf," he said. "Aye, father, aye, so it is." He swung down from the saddle. He laid his rein on his horse's neck. He went to the carcass with the slow care a man uses near a thing that is bigger than he had expected. He bent. He laid his hand on the great wolf's flank. He stood again. "Robb." "Aye, father." "Get down. Bring Jon. The 2 of you with me." The two boys came down. Theon stayed in the saddle. The two stable boys stayed in the saddle. The household guard who had ridden behind them, Cassian and Quent, who had also ridden out for the wall the spring before, came up on either side of the carcass with their hands by their sword hilts, in the careful old way of Northmen who had not, themselves, expected to see this. Lord Eddard squatted by the carcass. He pointed at the chest. He said, "Antler, stag, white tail or red by the rack. The wolf was hunting the stag. The stag killed the wolf. Look at the rack, see how it is broken just there. The stag will have died of his wound after, or be dying still. Either way gone. Aye, father, Robb, look at her belly." Robb looked at the wolf's belly. Jon, with him, looked also. The belly was distended. It was distended more than a swollen carcass would have been. The teats, Jon had learned to look for this on dogs from old Howland, were large and dark and recent. The wolf, in the days before her death, had been suckling. "Pups," Robb said, "pups." Lord Eddard rose. He walked a slow circle around the carcass. He looked at the snow at her hindquarters. He looked at the line in the snow where she had crawled in her last moments to die. He looked at last at a small stand of brown bracken 20 paces off the road where the snow had been disturbed. He said, "There. The den is there." Cassian made the sign of the seven, very small, his hand at his hip where no man would notice. He had made the sign of the seven also at the kennel the year before, when he had heard about the mourning of the stables. He was a southern man, Cassian. He had come up to Winterfell from the Stormlands at 15 and stayed 20 years. He still, in the small private corners of himself, kept the mother in his small private prayers. Quent did not make any sign at all. Quent was a Northman. The boys went, with Lord Eddard, to the bracken. The pups were under the bracken. There were 6 of them. 6 pups, all 5 days or 6 days old, with their eyes barely open to slits, all crying, not loudly, weakly, in the long, wavering cry of a pup whose mother has not been at the den for 3 days. 5 of the 6 had begun, in the cold, to fail. Their cries were thin. One was already past failing. They were big, the pups. They were the size, at 6 days, of a normal pup at 3 weeks. They were gray. Their feet were as wide as a courser's coin. Lord Eddard knelt. He counted them. He looked up. He said, in the voice he used for matters where he had already decided what he was going to do and was inviting his sons to learn from his decision, 5 live. 5 children. The gods have a sense of arrangement sometimes that the Maesters do not have. Robb's face beside him went still. Jon's beside Robb went stiller. Lord Eddard lifted up the dead pup. He laid it gently with the small care he gave to all things he had seen die in the snow next to its mother. He said, "Robb, take one, choose. The largest of them." Robb chose. "Bran is small," said Lord Eddard. "Bran needs the gentlest. There, the gray with the white feet, take him, he will be Bran's. That one, the cream, Sansa, the little dark one, Arya, the black with white at her muzzle, Rickon. There was then one." Lord Eddard had counted and had paused. The boys had counted. There were 5 direwolves in the bracken. There were 5 Stark children at Winterfell. There was then no direwolf for Jon Snow. Lord Eddard knew it. Robb knew it. Jon knew it. For a quarter breath the snow at the bracken was very quiet. Then Robb said, "Father." He said it the way he had said many things, this past year, flat, level, in the small, clear voice of a young man who had made up his mind about a particular kind of brotherhood. Lord Eddard held up his hand. "Hush, Robb." He stood up. He stood with the 4 pups he had named, 2 in either arm. He gave Robb one of them. He gave Jon 2. He kept 1. They all carried, the 4 named pups back to the road, where Theon was watching from his saddle with a Greyjoy's neutral face. Lord Eddard set the pups down in the snow at the edge of the road. He turned then to Jon. "Lad," he said. "Aye, father, ride down the road 1/2 a mile, to where the road bends at the great rock. Wait for us there. We will be along." Jon's mouth opened. "Father, I, half a mile, lad." "Do as I say." Jon went. He rode his pony down the long brown line of the road in the late afternoon light. He did not, for some time, look back. When at last, at the great rock where the road bent left around the shoulder of the hill, he reined in and looked, the column was a small, distant gathering by the bracken. He could see his father on his horse. He could see Robb on his pony. He could see Cassian and Quent on their horses. He could see Theon. He could not see what they were doing. He sat his pony. The wind was wrong. It was the kind of late winter wind that took up snow off the country and threw it, in slow breaths, against any face that was facing into it. He pulled his hood lower. He waited. He waited a quarter hour. He waited a half hour. The light was beginning, in the thin, late winter way, to go. He heard then, behind him, out of the rocks at the foot of the great rock, where there was a small split in the ground that was the mouth of an old, long-dead stream, a small, weak, wavering cry. He turned in his saddle. He looked. He saw, he was sure he had not seen it before, a small white shape at the foot of the rock. It was, he could not quite see it. He got down off his pony. He let the rein drop. He went slowly around the great rock into the small shadow at its foot. He had to bend nearly double to get under the long lip of stone. Under the lip of stone, in the wet brown earth where a small spring had run in some long-ago summer and had dried, there was a pup. It was a pup like the 5 at the bracken. It had the great paws and the wide head. It was the size of those pups. It was perhaps 6 days old. It was, and this was the thing that surprised Jon, alone. It had crawled. Jon could see the long, thin track of its small belly in the wet earth, where the pup had crawled in its blind, weak way, away from the bracken, around the road, over the small hill, into this hidden place under the great rock, perhaps a quarter mile. It had, in its blind, weak way, removed itself from its dead mother, and from its 5 littermates, and from the human voices on the road, and had got itself alone into a place that, with a man's eyes, Jon could see was the kind of place a wild thing went to die unbothered. The pup was white. The pup was not the gray of the others. It was white as the snow on the rocks of the Wolfswood. Its eyes, the small red slit of an eye that opened a moment as Jon bent over it, were red. The pup had been the runt. The pup had, Jon saw in the way he had begun, this past year to see things, been the smallest of the litter. The pup had been pushed out of its mother's nursing more often than the others had. The pup had, in the days after its mother's death, been the one to fail soonest. The pup had crawled out alone to die. Jon picked it up. It was very cold. He held it against his chest, inside his cloak. He let the small sphere of warmth he kept under his sternum bloom out, very gently. He felt it spread along his ribs. He felt it warm the small, rigid body against him. The pup in his cloak breathed. It breathed a long, shuddering breath, and another, and after the third its small body relaxed just a little against Jon's. He could feel its tiny ribs move. He could feel its heart, small, very fast, beat once, twice, 3 times under his thumb. He stood in the lee of the great rock with his cloak open over the pup, and the warmth of him going into it, and the warmth of it, small, very faint, beginning, a thing that had not been there a moment before, coming back into him. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, his father was at the foot of the rock. His father had ridden up quietly. His father had got down off his horse without a sound. His father had come around the great rock without, and Jon would think on this, often, making a single noise on the dry winter ground. His father was looking at him. His father was looking at the pup against Jon's chest. After a long moment Lord Eddard spoke. "Aye, lad. Father, aye, lad, bring him." Jon brought him. Robb was at the road with the others. Robb was holding 2 of the named pups in his arms. He looked up, and his face, when he saw the white pup at his brother's chest, broke open in a way Jon had not seen Robb's face break open since the morning at the smithy. "Jon. Jon, you found. He found me more like." Robb laughed. It was not a small laugh. It was the laugh that came up out of him, sometimes, when he had been holding a thing in his chest for too long. It was the laugh of a brother who, at the bracken, had been on the point of telling his father. Jon would learn, later that night, lying beside his brother in the dark of Winterfell, that he, Robb, would give over his own pup to his bastard brother. Robb had been on the point of saying it. Lord Eddard had, Robb said, held up his hand. "Wait, Robb," Lord Eddard had said. "Wait, ride to the bend, we will see," he had known. Jon, riding back to Winterfell with the white pup against his chest, in the lee of his father's horse with Robb at his right and the dusk closing in to the west, thought about that, he thought. My father knew, he thought. My father knew that there were 6 pups and that there were 6 of us. He thought, my father has been, this past year, counting differently. He did not, on the ride back, ask his father about it. He did not need to. The pup against his chest settled and slept. He named it Ghost. He did not, in the naming, talk about why. The white silent pup was so plainly Ghost that not even Robb, who had named his own grey wolf Grey Wind in the same hour, asked him. Lord Eddard, at the supper that night, did not ask. Catelyn, and this was a thing that startled Jon, and that he would think about for many seasons. Catelyn, on her first sight of the white pup at the great hall, had set down the cup she had been holding very carefully and had, for a long count of her breath, looked at the pup. And she had then, with the careful court face she now reserved for him, said, "It will need warm milk every 2 hours, Jon. The kitchens will warm it for you. Show it to old Nan. She will know what to feed it once it is past milk." She had said in that more than she had said to him at one go in 14 years. He had said, "Aye, my lady." She had gone back to her supper. The keep, the whole keep, in the way of keeps in which all the children of the Lord have just acquired the same exact wonder on the same exact day, was strange that night. The pups slept in the boys' chamber, the girls' chamber, Bran's small chamber, Rickon's nursery. The small whining of pups that had not yet learned to bark filled the quiet halls in a way no one had heard before. Septa Mordane, who had been Sansa's Septa for 2 years, found the situation impossible and went to bed early. Old Nan, who had been Old Nan since before the keep had been Lord Eddard's, sat up very late in her small room with one of the cooks who had brought her a hot toddy. She told the cook a story about a king of winter who had ridden out one summer day and come back with 6 gray pups in a sack, and how the smallest of the pups had been white and had not, that king's whole reign, ever made a sound. The cook laughed. He carried the empty toddy cup back down to the kitchens. He told 2 of the kitchen girls about old Nan's story. By the time the keep was abed, 3 of the kitchen girls knew the story, and 1 of the kitchen girls had it by heart. By the time the snow had finished falling the next morning, half the keep had it. By the time a fortnight had passed, the winter town had it. By the time spring came in earnest, the country between Winterfell and White Harbor had it. The small, soft-handed man in King's Landing did not yet have it. He would have it in his time, but not yet, for the small, soft-handed man had, in this season, been distracted by a different matter. The different matter arrived at Winterfell as a raven. The raven came in on the 3rd evening after the Direwolves. It came up from the south on a wind that had carried it a long way. It came into the rookery wet and tired. Maester Luwin's apprentice took the message off its leg with the small, careful pliers, and read the seal. A fat black sealing wax that was not the wax of Casterly Rock or of any of the great houses, but the wax of the small council, whose seals were used when the king's hand sent a thing on the business of the realm. The apprentice took the message to Maester Luwin. Maester Luwin took it, unread, to Lord Eddard. Lord Eddard read it in his solar. He read it once. He read it again. He sat with it a long time. He sent for Catelyn. He sent for Robb. He sent last. He had paused at this. He had decided in the end for Jon. He read the message aloud. It was a kind message. In the formal way, the king's writs were kind. The king of the realm and his most loyal household, it ran, would have the great honor of being the guests of the Lord of Winterfell in the matter of the recent loss of his hand. The king and his household would arrive within a season, if it pleased the Lord, and beg of him bread and salt, and the use of his great hall and his fine kennels and his honored crypt, in which the king would gladly do reverence to the bones of. Eddard's voice broke on the next words. He cleared his throat. He read on. The bones of the Lady Lyanna of Winterfell, who had been the king's only true love. Catelyn closed her eyes. Robb did not move. Jon did not move. Lord Eddard finished the letter. He set it down. He looked at his sons. "The king is coming," he said. There was a long silence. "To take you, father," said Robb. "To make you hand. I will refuse." Catelyn said, "Ned, I will refuse, Cat." The silence held. Jon said, very small, "Father, lad. Will he see me?" He had asked it without preparation. He had not, until the words were out, known he was going to ask it. The question went through the room in the way only the most direct question could go through a room. Catelyn looked at him sharply, with, he saw, for the first time in his life, a look that had no dislike in it, only a small, careful share of his own fear. Lord Eddard said slowly, "Lad, listen to me. Father, you will not be in this keep when the king is here. Father, you will not. We will see to it. There is a season before he comes. We will arrange it. You will be elsewhere. Do you understand?" Father. "You will not, Jon. You will not be in this keep with that king." Father. Catelyn, Jon would remember this, laid her hand briefly on the table near to where his hand was. She did not lay her hand on his hand. She had never in his life laid her hand on his hand, but the placement of her hand was a thing that, for the first time in 14 years, was not a refusal of him. He noticed it. He did not, in the moment, mention it. He was 13. He was learning the slow way the world sometimes opened. He took the small thing she had given him and folded it, very small, in the place behind his sternum where the warmth of his own blood lived, and he kept it. He went to bed that night with Ghost against his ribs. Ghost slept. Jon did not, for a long time, sleep. He lay listening, in the boy's chamber, to Robb's even breath beside him, to Grey Wind's soft puppy breaths in the basket at the foot of Robb's bed, to Ghost's almost silent breath against his own chest. He thought about a king coming up the long road, about a hammer that had killed a prince in a river, about a road south he had not, until this season, thought he would ever ride, about a road he would not, when the king came, ride either, because his father was going to send him from his keep before the king arrived in it. He thought, far away, of a girl on a black horse in a desert sun, looking up at a thing in the air with small wings. He thought, and this was the last thing he thought before sleep took him at last, that the world had got bigger and had got bigger again and was going to get bigger. He pressed his palm against the white sleeping head of the pup at his ribs. He slept. In the morning, the snow was 3 feet deeper. The work of a winter that had not, after all, been the last of its kind began. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10. A king comes north. Ned did not refuse. He had told them in his solar on the night the raven had come that he would. He had said it 3 times. He had said it to Catelyn. He had said it to Robb. He had said it to Jon. He had said it to himself at his desk, bent over a blank sheet of parchment with the quill in his hand. He had said it the way a man says a thing he has already begun to understand he will not be able to do. He had not, in the end, said it to Robert. The reason was simple. The reason was that Robert's letter, under the high formal writ of the small council, beneath the official courtesy of bread and salt, that the king of the realm offered to the lord whose great hall he was about to descend on, had a second letter folded inside it. The second letter was Robert's own. It was written in Robert's own hand. It was short. It was, in places, ink-blotted. It was crossed out in two places where Robert in his cups had written out a thought and thought better of it. It had not, by the time it had been folded inside the formal writ, been read by any of Robert's small council. It had been written for one man. It said, "Ned, old friend, Jon Arryn is dead. He was the only one of us who I could send to do what is to be done in this realm, and have it done as we would have done. He is dead, and I am the king of a country I do not understand, and I have on my left a Lannister and on my right a Lannister, and at the foot of my throne a small council of men I do not, Ned, old friend. Come. I have not asked anyone to come in my reign, who I cared whether they came. I am asking you. Come. Bring your boys. I have a daughter for the eldest. I have a son who needs a fighting man's tutor. I have a queen who could use a Stark across the table from her. Come. We will hunt the wolfswood once for old time's sake before we ride south. There is a small thing I will tell you when we ride and not before. It is about Jon Arryn's death. Bring your Maester for it. He is a citadel one. Come, Ned. There was no postscript. There was no further intimacy. Ned had read the letter 3 times. He had read it a fourth in the morning. He had then, in his solar, with Catelyn at his elbow and Maester Luwin at the other and the snow at the window, told the truth. I cannot refuse, Cat. Ned, I cannot. He is asking. He is the king and he is asking. He has asked. Cat, in our own house, when an old friend asks a thing. This is not an old friend asking. This is. It is the king. He is both, Ned. Cat, please. She had, after a long silence, put her hand over his. Ned, the boy, he had closed his eyes. He had said, I will not, Cat, I will not bring him south. He will not be at this hall when the king is in it. He will not be at any hall I am also in. We will keep him out and out and out. He will not be in any room with that king. He had said it in the voice of a man who had realized, in the speaking of the words, that what he was promising was, perhaps, a thing larger than even he could carry. And he had also said it, all the same, with the simple, steady relief of a man who had at last said a thing aloud that he had been keeping in the bones of his chest. Where, Catelyn had said, White Harbor, with Manderley. He is loyal. He is loyal to me, not to the south. He keeps a quiet harbor, and he keeps quiet about the things in his harbor. He will take the boy as a guest, on the small pretext we will give him. He will keep the boy under one of his own household names, and he will send the boy back to Winterfell when the king is south again. It is the cleanest of the choices. I have thought of all of them. The wall, it is too far, the boy is not yet of age, the watch will not have him. The reeds, Howland, will be watched too closely now. My own bannermen, too gossipy, my brother in the watch, he has no place to put a boy. Manderley will take him, Catelyn had said, and we tell the boy what? What we have always told him, that the king must not see him, that the king is not a man to know anything that is unnecessary about a Stark. We have told him that. He has had the shape of it for a year. He will understand. He is 13. He will understand it as a 13-year-old. Cat, I know. She had looked at her husband a long moment. It will hurt him. Ned. Cat. Tell him kindly. He had, for the briefest moment, with his wife's hand on his, almost wept. He had not. He had said, I will. He told Jon in his solar on the next afternoon. Jon had taken it well. Jon had taken it well in the small, careful way Jon took. Now, things of this kind, the boy's face had not changed. The boy's mouth had not moved into any of the small private complaints a 13-year-old could be expected to make. Jon had said, I, father, and I, father, and I, father. And at the end of the talk had only asked, with his eyes on the rug between his boots, will I be back, before the snow goes? "Aye, lad, by high summer. Will Rob come down to White Harbor in the season? Aye, I will see he does. He will come down twice if he can. Will Ghost come with me?" "Ghost will come with you." "Aye, father." He had stood up. He had bowed in the small, careful way he had been taught, and he had gone. Lord Eddard had, when his son had closed the door, sat alone in his solar a quarter hour. He had then risen and crossed to the window, and looked at the courtyard, where his bastard, in the new short cloak that the steward had given him for the road, was crossing the cobbles with the small white pup at his heels. The pup was trotting. The pup had grown 6 inches in a fortnight. The pup, at the foot of the granary stair, paused, lifted its head, and looked, in the slow, careful way it had, up at the high window where Lord Eddard stood. The pup's red eyes were on Lord Eddard's a long count. Then the pup moved on. Lord Eddard, at the window, turned away from the courtyard with the dim sense, without quite letting himself name it, of having been forgiven by a thing that had had no business in the world being able to forgive him. The next fortnight at Winterfell was a fortnight of 2 preparations. The first preparation was the king's. Ned set every able-bodied man in the keep to it. The walls of the great hall were rebrushed. The rushes were taken up and laid new. The kitchens were given to Gage, with a long list of meats and a longer list of breads and a longest list of wines from the cellar. The long benches of the great hall were carried out and oiled. The bedchambers in the south range were aired, the bedding beaten, the wood fires laid in the grates ready for the lighting. The yard was made fit for a king's hounds. The kennels were given over to old Howland, with the long instruction that the king's chief huntsman would, at the king's coming, take up residence in the kennel master's own quarters. The crypt, the part Lord Eddard had given over to the keeper of the crypts, was swept. The long stone coffin lids of the older Starks were cleaned with a soft cloth. The lamps along the long aisle were made ready. A fresh brace of new tapers, of the kind only used in the crypt, was brought out from the steward's reserves. A man could not, the steward said, ever be sure when the king would wish to make his courtesy at the crypt. The king should be able to make his courtesy at any hour. The steward had set the lamps in their stations, and the tapers in their brackets, and the small cloth covers had been folded and put away. The second preparation, which only Catelyn, Maester Luwin, and Lord Eddard knew, was the boys. Maester Luwin, whose handwriting had a quiet precision that very few men in any keep could match, sat for a long evening with Lord Eddard in the solar and wrote out the small set of papers Jon would carry south. The papers gave Jon the name Eamon Sand, a young ward of a Dornish house at White Harbor on the loan of Lord Manderly's establishment for a year. The Dornish house had been chosen for 2 reasons. The first was that the boy's coloring, black hair, dark eyes, was as plausibly Dornish as it was northern. The second was that Lord Manderly had, Lord Manderly being, at heart, a man who would do his lord a long favor without asking too many questions, already last summer agreed in a short letter to Lord Eddard that he could be relied on to have a Dornish ward arrive at his halls in the spring on a small pretext. The pretext on the papers was the study of warm water shipping. It was a study Lord Manderly's establishment was, in fact, qualified to give a young Dornish noble's ward. It was a study no one would, for a year at least, have any reason to ask after. The papers had, at the bottom, a small mark Lord Manderly had asked for, a mark in the shape of 3 small dots. Maester Luwin set them in. He sealed the papers. He gave them to Lord Eddard. Lord Eddard slept poorly that night. So did the boy. Jon had, in the days since his father had told him, been packing. He had been packing the way a 13-year-old packs for what he had been told would be a season's stay, and what he privately suspected would be longer. He had taken his good cloak. He had taken his gray wool tunic and his second wool tunic. He had taken his archery gloves, a set of clean linen, his small leather book of his own writing, a fat candle for his own use, a small flint and steel he had been carrying since Maester Luwin had given it him at 8. He had taken the small piece of dragonglass Maester Eamon had given him in a chamber at Castle Black, and that he had never, in 3 years, set down longer than the time it took to put it from one tunic to another. He had taken the small reed token Lord Howland had laid in his palm at the godswood. He had paused at this. Robb had pressed it on him. He had taken it after a pause, Robb's own grey wool cap, the one Robb had worn since they had been 10, and that Jon had borrowed often enough that the cap, by now, was as much Jon's as Robb's. He had taken, at the last, the small white pup against his chest in a sling old Nan had made. He had not, that night, slept. He had, instead, in the last hour before dawn, crawled out of his bed and gone to his half-brother's bed. Robb had been awake. Robb had been awake the whole night. Robb had been doing what Jon had been doing, which was lying with his eyes open at the cold ceiling. He had heard Jon get up. He had said, in the small, even voice he had, "Jon, Robb, sit." Jon had sat at the foot of Robb's bed. Robb had said, "We have not, Jon. Listen. You will be at Manderley's a season. You will be back. Aye, you will be back. Aye, Robb. And, Jon, I will tell you what I have been thinking." Jon had waited. Robb had said, "I have been thinking since the kitchens that I have got in this house the half of a brother that they will let me have. And I have been thinking since the candle that I have a half-brother who is more brother to me than half. And I have been thinking this fortnight that I have a brother. Not a half, hear me. I have a brother. Father has not said the word. I do not need him to say the word. I will say it in his stead in this room with no one but us in earshot, and I will say it the way I mean it, and you will take it as I mean it. You are my brother. You are my brother fully. You are my brother now. You are my brother in the spring. You are my brother in the high summer when you are home, and you are my brother in any season that comes after that, by any name any king or any man tries to put on you. Do you hear?" Jon had not answered for some moments. He had said in the voice that was the voice of a 13-year-old who was not, after all, going to cry, "Aye, Robb. Good, I will write you, twice a fortnight. Robb, that is too often. Twice a fortnight. I will use my own seal. Father will let me. I have asked him. Aye, and Jon. Aye. If anything happens, at Manderley's, anything, you write me. You write me first, before Father, you write me. I will come. Aye, Robb, I will come. Aye." Robb had reached out in the dark and laid his hand on the back of Jon's neck, the way Jon had used to lay his hand on the back of Robb's neck when Robb had been young and had had the night fevers, and the two boys had sat that way some little while. In the morning Jon left. He left at first light. The column out was small, Roderick Castle, who had been picked for it because he was discreet, and because he could be spared for 2 months without the keep noticing his absence. 2 of the household guard whose names were Quent and Alain, a stable boy, Jon. They rode out of the south gate as the cocks were arguing with the dawn. Lord Eddard met them in the yard. Catelyn, in a cloak, met them at the gate. Robb was in the gate tower window. Jon, looking up, saw him. Robb did not wave. Robb only laid his hand against the cold pane and held it there until the column had passed. Catelyn, Jon would remember this also for the rest of his life, laid her hand briefly on his pony's neck as he passed. She did not lay it on him. She laid it on his pony. She said, "Ride well, Jon, my lady. Be careful. Aye, my lady." And she had paused. She had seemed for an instant to be on the verge of saying something that her mouth had not in 14 years said. The instant passed. She said only, "I ride well." She stepped back. Lord Eddard rode the first half-hour with them, then he reined in. He turned to Jon. He laid his hand on his bastard's shoulder. He said, "I will see you in the high summer, lad. Aye, father. Hold. Aye, father." He had in his time used the word once before in the chamber of the wall. He used it now. He turned his horse. He rode back to Winterfell at a slow pace. The column rode south. The road south in the spring of the 3rd year of Jon's awakening was not a road he had been on. He had been north to the wall. He had been east in his old riding lessons to the last river. He had not been south of Winterfell. The country south of Winterfell on the King's Road was soft country, slow brown hills, thick stands of pine, the dark wide bend of the last river as it came down out of the Wolfswood, the long flat plain of the high meadows of the lower north that fed the King's Road's caravans in summer. They rode it in 7 days. It was Jon's first travel of any length without his father at the head of the column. Roderick Castle made him ride at the front. Roderick Castle, old soldier, old master-at-arms, old friend of Lord Eddard's, had said on the first morning, "Eamon, you will ride the column. You will ride it as the Lord's young ward. Boys, listen. He is Eamon Sand. Eamon Sand is a Dornish gentleman's ward at the Manderley establishment for the year. We are escorting him. There is no boy named Snow on this journey." He had said it without smiling. He had said it the way a master-at-arms said a thing on the first morning of a long drill. The 2 household guards had nodded. The stable boy, who was an apprentice of Roderick's named Donal, had nodded. Jon had said, "Aye, Sir Roderick. Eamon Sand calls me sir, not I, sir. Yes, sir." "Try it." "Yes, sir." "Better." That was how Jon, on the long, slow ride south, became, in the small bones of his speech, the first version of Eamon. He had not, until he had begun to be called by the name on the road, registered that the name was a name. He had, when he had first heard it on the papers, in his father's solar, taken it as one of the small, careful things adults gave young persons in the matter of an alias. It had not, in his father's solar, struck him as anything in particular. It struck him now. It struck him on the 3rd day when the column stopped at a small inn at the crossing of the Long Lake Road, and the innkeep had bowed at Roderick and said, "Will the young master be wanting his supper at the high table or below, lord?" And Roderick had said, "Below. He is Eamon Sand. He is a young gentleman's ward. He will eat at the lower table with the boys." And Jon had taken his bowl of stew in the lower hall of an inn outside Winterfell, and had sat with the boys, who were 2 ostler's sons and a maid's brother, and a small, thin, gray-eyed girl from Wintertown, who was on her way south with her cousin's husband to take up service at White Harbor. And the gray-eyed girl had said, "What is your name, lord?" And he had said, "Eamon." "Eamon what?" "Eamon Sand." "Eamon Sand, that is a Southron name." "Aye, you don't sound Southron. I've been raised in the north." "Oh, aye, where your stew, the cook lays his pepper heavy." She had grinned at him. He had grinned back. He had, after, found that he had been smiling without ill ease for the first time in many fortnights. He had learned a thing he would carry. He had learned that he liked, very much, being Eamon. He had ridden into White Harbor on the 8th day. The city was the largest thing he had been in. White Harbor had walls of white stone, actually white, the way the city's name promised. And the harbor itself was a long, quiet curve of gray water with a great deal of shipping in it. Cog and carrack and small fishing boat and one long black galley anchored in the middle. He had, on the road in, seen the Manderley Merman banner flying from the city's 2 great towers. He had, in his books, read a great deal about White Harbor. He had not, in his books, been told that White Harbor smelled of fish. The smell hit him as he came through the gate. It was a friendly smell. It was a kind smell, the kind that meant a place was alive and was being lived in. He had grinned at his pony's neck in the way that a boy not used to cities grins on the first sight of a busy market. Lord Manderley's establishment, the new castle, as it was called, was on a high knoll above the city, white walls and white towers. They had ridden up the long, winding road. Roderick Castle had presented his papers to the gate captain. The gate captain had, careful, very careful, saluted and waved them in. Lord Manderley received them himself. Lord Manderley was, by Jon's first sight of him, the largest man Jon had ever seen. The Maester at Castle Black had called him too fat to ride. That was, Jon saw, the truth. Lord Manderley's belly went out in front of him in a way that even his own well-cut robe could not, with all its tailor's tricks, disguise. Lord Manderley had, however, a small clear pair of grey eyes set deep in the soft flesh of his face, and the eyes were not, when they met Jon's, soft. "Eamon Sand," Lord Manderley said. "Welcome to the new castle, my lord. You will be well looked after here, lad. I had a letter from your guardian. We have made all the arrangements. You will have your own chamber on the second floor of the South Range. The chamber has a window onto the harbor. You will, perhaps, like that. You will eat at my table. You will, however, take your private breakfast in the small kitchen in the family wing where I take mine. You will rise with the bells. You will study with my own young grandsons, who are 6 and 8. Their tutor will set you separate work suitable to your year. You will be left at peace. Do you understand? Aye, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Aye. Lord Manderley's small grey eyes paused on Jon a beat longer than perhaps was strictly necessary. The pause held a thing the eyes did not say aloud. And the thing was, Jon would think later, the thing Lord Manderley had said when he had agreed, in his short letter to Jon's father, that he could be relied on to receive a Dornish ward in the spring. It was the thing of a man who had got the lord he served's measure many years past, and who would hold to it. "Aye, lad. Good, off with you." Jon went to his chamber. The chamber had the window onto the harbor. The chamber had, on a shelf at the inner wall, a small earthenware bowl of warm milk and a fresh straw bedding for a pup. The chamber had, on the desk, a small wax tablet with a writing stylus, and a sheet of plain parchment, and a stub of a quill. He stood at the window a long time. He watched the harbor. He watched the long gray water and the long black galley at her anchor, and the small gray and white gulls turning above the masts. He watched the fishing boats coming in with the morning's tide. He watched the cargo cogs being unloaded at the long stone quay. He watched, far out, the small white sails of a galley setting out east into the eye of the rising sun. He thought, "This is the world," he thought. "This is one piece of the world. This is the piece the trade comes through. This is the piece the songs sing of. This is the piece I have been kept from." He thought also the season. A season, his father had said. 2 months, a short season, he would be back. Robb had said it. Catelyn had said it in her own way with her hand on his pony. Lord Eddard had said it. He would be home in the high summer. He laid his hand against the cool glass of the window. The window did not, the window had no reason to, return his palm print in steam. It did, however, return, for the smallest possible instant, the small soft outline of a thing in his own breath that the window pretended was an accident. The accident was the shape of a small ribbon of pale violet light, no bigger than the pinhead of a candle's wick. It bloomed for an instant on the glass. It went. He drew his hand back. He looked at his palm. He held it up. He opened it. He closed it. He opened it. He thought, in the small dim chamber on the second floor of the south range of Lord Manderley's new castle, with a small white pup nosing at the bowl of warm milk on the shelf, that the season at White Harbor was, perhaps, going to teach him a thing he had not been taught at home. He thought, a heartbeat later, that he was afraid of being taught it without his half-brother at his elbow. He thought, a heartbeat later still, that he had to learn anyway. He drew the curtain across the window. He sat down at the desk. He began, with the stub of a quill and the plain parchment, his first letter to Robb. In Winterfell, 3 weeks later, The king came up the King's Road in a column that took an hour to pass any given milestone. The column had at its head the king's own banners. In the second rank rode the queen and her household, in the carriage of state. In the third rode the hand-of-hand who would by then be Lord Eddard's friend Robert. In the fourth rode the small council that travelled with the king. In the fifth and the sixth rode the king's banner guard, 400 horse. In the seventh and the eighth rode the household, the wagons, the dogs, the children of the king's brother by marriage, the king's brother of blood, and the small black-clad imp who was the king's brother-in-law's smallest brother. They stopped on the long road south of Winterfell twice. They came up to Winterfell on a cold, bright noon, with the snow already gone from most of the country, and the spring just beginning to be a real thing in the air. Jon was, that day, 400 miles south in a small chamber on the second floor of the south range of Lord Manderly's new castle, copying out for his tutor a passage from the Citadel's text on warm water shipping. He did not see the king arrive. He did not see the queen come down out of her carriage, with her green eyes flicking in her small, careful courtway at every face in the yard. He did not see the king come to his sister's tomb in the crypt. He did not see, on a particular landing of a particular tower, in a particular hour of the third night of the king's visit, a particular dark thing happen that would, in time, change the lives of every soul his half-brothers and sisters had ever loved. He was not that fortnight in his father's keep. He was, in the small, careful way Lord Eddard Stark had bought him with one of the larger lies of his careful life, safe. The price of the lie would be paid later. It would be paid in time by the Lord himself. Chapter 10 End. Chapter 11. The smell of salt and smoke. Jon's first month at White Harbor was a month of being smaller than he was. He had not, at Winterfell, ever been small. He had been a bastard, but a bastard at the high table of a great keep was not a small thing in the world, even if he had been told all his life that he was. He had been spoken to by the men of the household guard. He had been taught his letters by Maester Luwin in the same chamber his half-brothers and sisters had been taught in. He had been Robb's brother, the bastard or no, and Robb's brother had not, in the courtyards of Winterfell, been small. At White Harbor he was Eamon Sand. Eamon Sand was small. Eamon Sand was a Dornish gentleman's ward at the Manderly establishment for the year. Eamon Sand sat at the lower table at supper. Eamon Sand was treated, by the Manderly serving men, with the careful indifference they used for all young persons of guesthood. He was given his bread and salt, his bed and his bath-water, his weekly ration of laundering for his small selection of clothes, and otherwise was left, in the polite Manderly way, alone. Eamon Sand was, Lord Manderly had said it on the first afternoon, and Jon had not then understood the kindness of it, to be left at peace. The peace in the first month was an unaccustomed luxury. He took to it slowly, the way a man with a long-set ache takes to the warmth of a hot bath. It was a thing his body did not know what to do with, at first, and then a thing his body decided to allow itself, and then a thing his body, after some days, began, almost, to be greedy of. He took breakfast in the small kitchen of the family wing, at a small table of a kind he had never sat at before, with a small wood plate and a small wood cup, and a small sweet cake that the cook had given him without being asked. He took lessons in the chamber of the Manderly tutor, a careful Citadel-trained man named Maester Theon, in the afternoons. In the mornings, with the two grandsons of Lord Manderly, Wendell, 8, and Winton, 6, both small red-headed things with appetites larger than they were. He ran the inner ward, fenced with a wooden practice blade, played at sieges with the small wooden men the cook's husband had carved them. He went in the evenings when the supper had been cleared, to his small chamber on the second floor of the South Range, with Ghost trotting at his heel, and he sat at his desk by the window, and he wrote his letters home. He wrote to Robb, twice a fortnight as Robb had asked. He wrote to his father once a fortnight, on the small, dry topics his father would expect him to mention: his progress in his shipping studies, the Manderley grandsons, the daily condition of his pup. He wrote to Maester Luwin once a moon with small, careful questions about astronomy, the writing of which was, he had decided, a kindness Maester Luwin would find recognizable. He did not write to Catelyn. He had not been told by his father not to. He had not been told by Catelyn not to. He had simply, at the desk in the evenings when his letters to the others were laid out and folded, decided that the writing of a letter to her would be a thing his father had not asked of him, a thing she had not asked of him, a thing that, however small a softening had happened on the morning he had ridden out, was not yet a thing that had earned a letter. He kept his counsel. He kept Ghost. Ghost had grown, in the month at White Harbor, faster than he had grown in any month at Winterfell. Ghost was, at 3 months, the size of a half-grown deerhound. Ghost did not bark. Ghost did not whine. Ghost did not even pant. The pup had a long, quiet way of moving about a chamber that had begun to make Jon, even now at 13, uneasy with its silence. Ghost watched. Ghost watched the door. Ghost watched the window. Ghost watched when Jon was at his desk, the small still flame of the candle Jon had lit by his elbow. Jon would, sometimes in the writing of a letter, look up. He would catch Ghost's red eye. He would catch the steady old patient way the pup looked back at him. He would think, and he would not for some weeks name the thought, that Ghost looked at him the way a brother does. Not Robb, not the half-brother who had decided to be a whole brother, another kind of brother, an older one. A brother who had, in some way that did not properly belong to a creature of 3 months in the world, been waiting for him. He kept the thought to himself. His father's letter in the 2nd month came up by the king's own road. A traveler had brought it down from Winterfell with a column of carts. The traveler had paid Lord Manderley a courteous coin for delivery. Lord Manderley had brought the letter to Jon himself. Lord Manderley had brought it himself because Lord Manderley had read it. He had not opened it. He had read the seal and the address and the small private mark Lord Eddard had used in their correspondence, and he had, on the strength of those alone, walked the letter himself up the steps of the South Range to Jon's chamber. "Lad," he had said, "from your guardian. Thank you, my lord. Read it, take an hour, come down to me at the 2nd bell. I will be in the small chamber off the inner ward. Bring me your reply in writing sealed. I will see it on the next ship. Aye, my lord." Lord Manderley had paused at the door. "Lad, my lord, have a care the next fortnight. The harbor has a number of guests." "Guests, my lord." "Aye, some of them are not the ordinary kind of guests. There has been in the harbor this week an arrival from the south whose master keeps a house in the lower city. The arrival is of a kind we do not, in White Harbor, much care for. I have been keeping you out of the lower city as a small inconvenience. The inconvenience will continue. You will, this fortnight, not go down into the city. Do you understand?" "Aye, my lord." "Good lad." Lord Manderley had closed the door. Jon had sat with the letter unopened in his lap a moment. He had then read it. The letter was Lord Eddard's hand, in his guarded plain style. It said that Robert had come. It said that Robert had asked, and that Lord Eddard had, in the end, accepted. It said that Lord Eddard would in 2 weeks be riding south to King's Landing as the hand of the king. It said that Robb was, in his absence, the Lord of Winterfell, with his lady mother as his counselor and Maester Luwin as his maester. It said that Sansa would go south with Lord Eddard. It said, Jon's eyes paused at this, that Arya would also. It said that Bran would not. It said that Rickon would not. It said that all of the children's wolves, save Sansa's lady, would remain in the keep with Robb. It said, in the last paragraph, and here the writing got a little quicker, a little less careful, a little more the writing of a man who had 100 other letters to write on a single afternoon, that Jon was to remain at White Harbor for the season, that Lord Manderley would have any further instructions, that Lord Eddard would, when he was settled at the Tower of the Hand, write again with more. It said in the last line in his father's hand, "I would have you home in the high summer, lad. We will speak then of the things you have asked me, and I will give you the answers I have not yet given." Hold. Jon laid the letter down. He sat at the desk a long time. He had not, until that moment, understood that his father's leaving for King's Landing was a thing that meant his own life would not, after all, return to its old shape on his return. He had not understood that the thing that had been waiting for him at the high summer, the thing he had been counting the days to, would not, after all, be the keep he had ridden out of. The keep he would ride home to would have his half-brother in it, and his half-brother's lady mother, and his small half-brothers and sisters. It would not have his father. It would not have the sister who was half Stark and half something he had never named for himself. It would not have the small, dark-haired sister who had been his shadow since she had been 3. The keep he would ride home to would be, for some long time, half empty. He had not, until this letter, allowed himself to mind. He minded now. He sat with his face in his hands a while. He sat with Ghost's long, quiet head laid against his knee. After some time he rose. He took up the quill. He wrote, in the brief plain style his father had used, a careful, courteous reply. He thanked his guardian. He confirmed the studies. He sent love to the brothers and sisters. He folded the letter. He sealed it. He took it down to Lord Manderley at the second bell. Lord Manderley took it without comment. He nodded. He turned to other business. Jon went up to his chamber. He drew the curtain. He sat at the window, with Ghost's head in his lap, and he watched, across the harbor, a long black galley at her anchor, in whose stern a small lamp had begun to burn. He thought, looking at the small lamp, that the smell of the harbor was different that evening from any of the other evenings he had been at the window. He could not, at first, name the difference. It came to him, slowly, that the difference was smoke. The harbor smelled that evening faintly of smoke. Not the smoke of a fishing boat's stove. Not the smoke of a lower city brazier. Something, a faintly bitter, faintly resinous smoke, something that had in its body a small thread of old incense. He sat at the window a long time, sniffing the air. He thought of a kitchen fire that had not, in its body, smelt the way kitchen fires smelt. He thought of a chamber of an old Maester, 2 years past, where the chamber had smelt of paper and of cinders and of one thing more. He drew the curtain closed against the harbor. He lit the candle on his desk himself. He did it with his own hand. He did it with a flicker of warmth from his palm. He sat with the candle a while. He went to bed. He dreamed. He dreamed of the silver-haired girl on a black horse in a desert sun. He dreamed she had grown a year since the last dream. She was, perhaps, 11 now in the dream, or 12. He dreamed she was crying. He dreamed her cry was small, dry, the cry of a child who has been told a thing she has not deserved. He dreamed there were 3 small dragons in the air above her, 3 small dark shapes, each not bigger than a hawk, and the 3 small shapes turned in the sky, in and out of each other's arcs, in a way that had a deliberate kindness to it. He dreamed the dragons knew her. He dreamed they were, in some way, with her the way a brother is with a brother. He dreamed she turned. She looked at him. She said, "Brother, where are you?" He dreamed he did not answer because he had no answer she would have understood. He dreamed she said then, very quietly, "I will come." He woke before the dawn with the certain knowledge, not, this morning, of a thing in his blood, but of a thing in his heart, that she would, in time, do exactly that. 2 days later the priest came up to the new castle. He came up at the second bell of the morning. Jon would learn afterwards from Lord Manderley, a different priest from the one who had come up the King's Road to Winterfell in the autumn of the previous year. He was younger. He wore the same red robe. He had a long, thin neck and a long, thin nose. He had a manservant with him, a small, dark man with a Volantene tongue. He had, and this was the part of it that mattered, a writ of the Lord of Light, presented to Lord Manderley's gate captain with the certainty of a man who had used such writs before. The writ asked, in the Volantene formula, the small kindness of a courtesy interview between the priest of the Red Temple and a young Dornish ward at the establishment, on a private matter of theology. Lord Manderley's gate captain had taken the writ. He had taken it to Lord Manderley. Lord Manderley had taken it without breaking the seal to Maester Theon. Maester Theon had read the seal and the writ. He had laid the writ down on Lord Manderley's desk. He had said in his careful citadel voice, "My lord, the writ is, I would say, improper. The temple does not, in this kingdom, have the privilege of courtesy interviews with the wards of northern lords. It has the privilege of preaching at its braziers. That is the limit of its privilege." "Aye," Lord Manderley had said. "The writ is improper. Tell the priest so." "I will tell him so." "And after you have told him so, see him to the gate, my lord. And Theon, my lord, send a man to the boy's chamber. Tell him to keep his curtain drawn for the day. And tell fine Sir Wendell, please, have him in the inner ward at the second bell with 2 men. We will, perhaps, have other matters by sundown." Maester Theon went out. He saw the priest. He told the priest that the writ was improper. He saw the priest with all due courtesy to the gate. The priest bowed and said it was all very well. He understood the Lord's prerogative. He would speak with his masters. He would return, perhaps, in a few days with a writ in better order. He bowed again. He went out the gate. He did not return. He did, however, take a slow walk through the lower city of White Harbor that afternoon. He stopped at 3 taverns. He paid in 2 for a long interview with a serving girl. He paid in 1 for a long interview with a stable boy. He asked, in his careful Volantene common, gentle questions about a young Dornish ward at the new castle, he had been told by a man on the road south, who had been told by a man on the road north, who had been told by a singer who had stopped at White Harbor in the autumn. A small, unusual gift. The serving girls and the stable boy did not know any Dornish wards. The priest paid them and bowed and went on. He came, in the late afternoon, to the long quay. He stood on the long stone of the quay a long time in his red robe, looking out at the harbor. He looked for some while at the long black galley at her anchor in the middle of the harbor. The galley was, he knew, having taken passage on her himself. A Volantene merchanter, the Piet Prix, that had come up to White Harbor on the slow spring trade. He looked, for some while longer, at the high white walls of the new castle on its knoll above the city. He thought, in the careful Volantene way of his order, the thoughts a priest of the Lord of Light thought. He decided. He turned. He walked back, with his manservant, to the small temple in the lower city. He sat that evening with the temple's senior priest. He told the senior priest what the writ had not been honored. He told the senior priest that the boy was, in the priest's view, in the new castle. He told the senior priest that the boy was, in the priest's view, the boy whom the temple had, the previous summer, sent the older priest to Winterfell to look at. That the older priest had been turned away at Winterfell. That the boy had now, by some Stark contrivance, been brought south to the new castle for the season of the king's visit to the north. That the boy was, in the priest's professional judgment, the kind of boy whose blood the temple had been sent to verify. The senior priest listened. The senior priest agreed. The senior priest sent, that night, a small, careful raven east in cipher to Volantes. The temple at Valentes received the raven 4 nights on in the small chamber of the high priest. The high priest read the cipher. The high priest sat with it a moment. The high priest then, in his careful Valentine way, gave instructions of his own. And the instructions of his own were the instructions a high priest of the Lord of Light gave when he had decided that the small, slow, careful approach had run its course. The instructions were that 2 of the temple's red-robed soldiers, the temple kept, in its inner courtyard at Valentes, a small standing guard of hardened men, because the Lord of Light's gospel had, in places, run into resistance, and the temple had, in places, found that its gospel was best preached when the preacher had the assurance of a hard man at his elbow, that 2 of these soldiers were to take ship for White Harbor on the next outbound. That was a thing that would take a few more weeks. In the meantime, in the small chamber on the 2nd floor of the south range of Lord Manderley's new castle, with the curtain drawn, Jon lay on his bed in the candlelight and listened to Lord Manderley's careful instructions through the door. "Lad," Lord Manderley had said, "listen well. You will not leave this chamber till I call for you. You will take your meals here. The maids will bring them. You will take exercise in the inner ward at first light when the city is asleep. You will not, on any condition, go down to the city. You will not, on any condition, go beyond the inner gate. Do you understand? Aye, my lord." "Aye, good lad. There is, lad. There has been an interest in you that we did not, when you arrived, expect to have to defend against. We will defend against it. You will in time go home. For now this." "Aye, aye, my lord." "Aye," he had stood at the door a moment, he had said, "Lad, one thing more, aye, my lord. Do not, under any circumstance, do anything in this chamber that might be the cause of the kind of curiosity that we are presently defending against. Do you take my meaning?" Jon's heart had paused. "Aye, my lord." "Aye, lad." "Aye." The door had closed. Jon had that night not lit his candle himself. He had taken a small flame from the lamp at the corridor and brought it in on a wick on a stick of kindling, the way the maids brought their flames between rooms. He had set it to his candle. He had blown out the kindling. He had sat at his desk in the dark afterward. He had thought calmly. He was 13, but he had been taught calmness in the matter for 3 years now, about the priest, about the writ at the gate, about the smoke he had smelt 2 evenings before off the harbor. He had thought, they have come to the gate. He had thought, the gate has held them. For now, he had thought also, and this was the new thing his father's letter had given him, that there was no longer, anywhere in the world, a place that could be relied on to hold them out. There had been a season at Winterfell. The season had ended. There had been a season at White Harbor. The season was, plainly, ending. There would be other seasons in other places. The seasons would be shorter. The world was getting closer. The world had a long, thin nose and a Valentine tongue. The world had a singer's harp. The world had a magister's heavy paper letter. The world had, somewhere in some chamber under some throne in the south, a small, soft-handed man who had decided to make Jon his business. The world was coming. He sat in the dark a long while. He laid out, on the desk in front of him, in the small, careful row he had taken to laying them out in when he was thinking, 3 things. The piece of dragonglass Maester Luwin had given him. The reed token Lord Howland had laid in his palm at the godswood. The small folded handkerchief, Robb's old grey wool-cap piece, Robb had pressed on him at the gate. He looked at them. He thought. He did not, that night, make any decision he could have named. But the small ribbon of pale violet light he had not, in any conscious way, summoned that month, came back to the candle as he sat there. It bloomed at the wick. It sat very small. It was the size of his thumbnail. It did not, this time, frighten him. It did not warm him either. It only, in the way a thing of his blood had begun, in the past year, to do, sat with him. Lord Manderley came up the next morning at first bell. He had, with him, 4 of his household guards. He had Sir Wendell his son, who was a younger Manderly with a great red beard. He had Maester Theon. He had a small bundle in his fat arms. "Lad," he said, "it is to be tonight, tonight, my lord." "Aye. There is a ship at the quay. She is a Stark-friendly cog, an old captain who has done your guardian small services in the past. She sails on the tide for the mouth of the White Knife. From the mouth of the White Knife you will be put off at the small village of Saltspear with 2 of my men. You will travel by the river road north to Castle Serwyn. From Castle Serwyn your half-brother will fetch you. You will be at Winterfell within the fortnight." "Aye, my lord." "You will, on the cog, be Jon Snow." Lord Manderly's small grey eyes had a small dry humour in them. "We will, I think, hereafter put aside the sand. Sand was useful only so long as the priest did not know where to look. The priest now knows where to look. The sand has done its season. Snow on a Stark-friendly cog out of White Harbour will carry no signal. We are not taking any chances. Hereafter you are, I think, simply your own self." "Aye, my lord." "Take the bundle. There is in it a cloak the captain has asked you to wear. He will know you by it on the quay. Wear nothing else with any mark of mine. Leave your good cloak here, we will send it on after." "Aye, my lord." "Sir Wendell will go with you to the quay. He will see you on board. After that, you and the captain. He is a good man. You can trust him with anything you need." "Aye, my lord." Lord Manderly stood a moment longer. "Lad, my lord, in the matter of the particulars. I have known your guardian a great many years. I have known him longer than you have been in the world. I will say to you at this parting only what he would, I think, allow me to say. He is a good man. He is a man I would have followed into a fire in his youth. He is doing the best he can with a thing larger than he is. I will not fail him. I will not on the road home fail you. Hold." "Aye, my lord." "Aye." Lord Manderly clapped him on the shoulder, very lightly, the way the Manderlys clapped any boy on the shoulder. He did not, in the gesture, betray the size and importance of what he had just said. He went out. That evening at moonrise Jon, with Sir Wendell at his elbow and Ghost in a sling against his chest, walked down the dark steep road from the new castle to the quay. The quay smelled of fish. It smelled of fish and old hemp and a thing else, a small bitter resinous smoke that Jon could not, even now, quite let go of in his nose. The cog was at the 3rd berth. She was the Long Nell. She was a small dark-painted thing with a single mast and a square sail tied up neatly. She had a captain at the rail who was, by Jon's first sight of him, a small black-bearded man with very still eyes. He had, Jon saw, a small piece of black ribbon tied around his left wrist. The piece of ribbon was, Jon thought, a Stark mark that the captain wore when he was expecting one of Lord Eddard's people. It was the careful sign of a man who had been trusted before. Sir Wendell said, "Captain." "Sir, lad, aboard both of you in the next quarter hour." "He is yours, captain." "Aye, well met, lad, captain." Sir Wendell laid his hand briefly on Jon's shoulder. He nodded. He walked back up the dark, steep road to the new castle. Jon went on board. The captain showed him below a small cabin at the stern, a small bunk, a small lamp on a hook. "You will sleep there. You will not come on deck till I send for you. You will hear, perhaps, voices on the quay. You will hear, perhaps, at one point, men coming aboard. You will not come up. Do you take my meaning?" "Aye, captain." "Good lad, we sail at midnight." He went up. Jon sat on the small bunk with Ghost against his ribs. He listened. He heard the quay noises. He heard the small pull of the rope at the rail. He heard, after a long time, the single careful step of a boot on the gangplank, and then, after another long time, the careful step of a second boot. He heard a voice he did not know, a voice with a Volantine accent. He heard the captain's voice, low, careful, in answer. He heard then what he had been waiting to hear. He heard the captain laugh. The captain's laugh was the kind of laugh a man uses when he has just decided to lie to another man's face and is enjoying the choice of his lie. The captain laughed 3 times. He said something with the laugh in a voice that was not, Jon thought, the voice the captain had used when he had said, "Well met, lad." The Volantene voice answered, courteous, polite, in the careful common tongue of an educated Easterner. The two voices went back and forth a quarter hour. The boots then went away, 2 boots off the gangplank. The captain came down to the cabin. He opened the door. He looked at Jon. He smiled, a thin smile that did not reach his still eyes. "Lad," he said, "we sail in an hour. Aye, Captain, they will be back. They will come up the Long Nell again at first light. By first light we will be a long way out the harbor." "Aye, Captain, sleep, lad. There is the voyage to the White Knife is 2 nights and a day. We will be at the river mouth by the second dawn. You can sleep till then." "Aye, Captain." The captain went up. The cog put out at the turn of the tide. Jon, in his small bunk with Ghost against his chest, did not, after all, sleep. He lay listening to the small wash of the harbor against the cog's hull, to the small far call of a watchman on the quay, to the slow creaking of the cog's old timbers as the ship took the gentle pull of the harbor's outflow. He felt, under his sternum, the small steady warmth he had begun in his last fortnight to keep there always. He felt the small steady warmth of his brothers keeping it for him, 400 miles north in a keep at the foot of a long pale wall of old stone. He felt also, and this was a thing he had not, before tonight, allowed himself, the small steady cold of a thing in the long bank of blackness on a sea horizon. He opened his hand. He did not, in the small cabin at the stern of the Long Nell, kindle a candle. He let the warmth in his palm bloom for a moment in the dark, just enough to see the line of his own lifeline on his palm. He let it fade. He turned his face to the wall. He slept at last, on a sea 2 days out of a port he would never see again. And his sleep was, for the first time in many fortnights, a sleep without dreams. 2 nights and a day later, at the mouth of the White Knife, in a small village with a small jetty, with 2 of Lord Manderley's most discreet men beside him, Jon stepped off the cog and onto the soft green ground of his country. His foot, on the ground, was steady. Ghost, beside him, looked at the long inland country with a thing in his red eyes that Jon, at 13, did not have the language for. He did, however, think, looking at his pup, looking at the soft green country, that his pup had, at the foot of the gangplank, looked north. That was the direction they would, in the morning, ride. Chapter 11 end. Chapter 12. The king at the gate. The crypt smelled of nothing. That was the first thing Jon noticed when Ned led him down the steps with a torch in one hand and his other on Jon's shoulder. Stone and old air and the cold that had no edge to it because it had never been warm. Above them, somewhere in the yard, 200 horses were stamping themselves dry from the road, and a king was being lifted out of a saddle by men too small for the work. Jon could hear none of that down here. The crypt's 8 sound the way a snowdrift 8 footprints. "You'll stay here until the feast is done," Ned said. He did not look at Jon when he said it. He looked at the line of stone kings stretched into the dark, each one pretending to sleep with a sword across its lap. "You'll stay through the night if I send word. If there's no word by the second bell after dawn, you may come up by the back stair, not before." "Yes, father. Robb knows. Catelyn knows. No one else will be told you're here. Not Sansa, not Arya, not Bran. Bran most of all. Bran cannot keep a secret yet. He hasn't lived long enough to know there are any." "Yes, father." Ned stopped at the foot of his father's statue and set the torch in an iron sconce that the smoke of older torches had blackened to the shape of a flame. The flame on the sconce was a memory of fires that had been lit long before Jon was born. He thought of that, and then put the thought away. He had been doing a great deal of putting thoughts away on the long road home from White Harbor. 2 of Wyman Manderley's men had ridden him north up the King's Road with their hoods up and their cloaks plain. and a third had gone ahead to scout for red-cloaked riders. And they had reached Winterfell 3 days ago to find the household in a fury of preparation, and Catelyn shouting at the cook about a goose that was not yet on the spit. No one had remarked on Jon's return. He had slipped through the godswood gate at dusk with Ghost beside him and a manderly man holding his pony, and the man had touched his cap and gone back south at the gallop without speaking a word. There had been no welcome. There had not been meant to be one. Father. I would like to see him. Ned looked at Jon then. The torchlight made his face into a thing of shadows and old grief. The king, yes, no, only from a distance, from the wall walk with a hood. No, Jon, he will not see me. He may not see you, Ned said. But there are eyes with him that see for him. There is a man with him whose name I have not said in 12 years, and whom I will not name now. And that man's eyes are the king's eyes, whether the king knows it or not. He will be looking for what he was sent to look for. I will not give it to him. Jon was silent. He had grown well used to the shape of his father's nos. They were like the stone kings, very old, very heavy, not to be moved by argument. Still he tried. Maester Luwin said. I do not care what Maester Luwin said. Maester Luwin is on the wall and the king is in my yard. Ned softened, hearing his own voice. He laid a hand on the side of Jon's neck where the cold of the crypts was already settling. Luwin would say the same if he stood where I stand. He told you to come south because I needed you out of sight before the king came. The king has come. Now you are out of sight. That is the whole of it. Yes, father. Ned bent and kissed the top of Jon's head briefly, the way he had used to do when Jon was small enough to be lifted. There is bread and meat in the chest by the wall. There is water. There is a blanket. I would have given you a brazier, but I will not give the spiders a chimney to find you by. You will be cold. Bear it. I can bear cold. I know you can. A flicker of a smile, more in the eyes than the mouth. I forget sometimes what you can bear. Stay still. Stay quiet. If you hear a step that is not mine, do not cry out. Slip behind your aunt's tomb. You know which one I mean. Yes. I will come for you when it is done. He went up the stairs. The torch took most of the light with it, but he had left another in a far sconce, half-burned and patient. Jon watched the doorway at the top of the stair go from a square of gray to a square of black, as Ned closed it behind him. Then he sat on the floor at the foot of his grandfather's statue, with his cloak pulled around him and Ghost pressed warm along his thigh, and he listened to the silence the dead kept. The torch in the far sconce guttered and steadied and guttered. He could hear his own breath if he tried to. He stopped trying. After a time, hours perhaps, he heard music. It came down through the stone like water finding a crack. A pipe, very thin, and under it a drum that was less a drum than the memory of a heart. Somewhere above his head, 500 men were eating Wyman Manderly's geese and Hother Umber's boars and drinking Serwyn ale. And the king of the 7 kingdoms was sitting at a high table with his arm around Ned Stark's shoulders the way he had used to do when they were boys at the Eyrie. And Catelyn was being a hostess with her teeth shut, and the queen, Cersei, was sitting beside her with a face like a sword that had not yet been drawn. None of that was Jon's concern. He had never been at a feast above 100. He could not imagine what 500 men sounded like all eating at once. He thought it must sound like a battle that had not yet been chosen. He slept a little. Ghost slept fully, in the way of wolves, which was to be alert in the sleep itself. Once Jon woke because Ghost had lifted his head and was staring at the stair. And Jon listened and heard nothing and put his hand on the wolf's neck and felt the muscle there ease by degrees. And Ghost laid his head down again, and Jon slept once more. He woke the second time to a footstep on the stair. It was not Ned's footstep. Ned's tread was even and unhurried, and one boot fell heavier than the other from an old hurt at the trident. This step was lighter on one side and lighter still on the other, and there was a dragging quality to it, as though one foot did not entirely know what the other intended. The man on the stair was small and was drinking and was alone. Jon was on his feet at once, behind the tomb of Lyanna Stark, before the third stair creaked. Ghost slid into the dark with him and was no longer Ghost but a piece of the stone that had eyes. Jon held his breath. He thought about Lyanna's face on the statue above his head, and about the man Ned had refused to name, and about the song that had been eating its way through the floor for the last hour, and he held his breath some more. The footsteps came down. They came past the first kings, who were of a line so old that Jon could not have named them on a wager, and past the second kings, who were the kings of winter and known by every Stark child by the time it could speak. The man on the steps did not stop at any of them. He came at the pace of a man who knew where he was going and was not in a hurry to arrive. When he reached the floor, he stood for a moment in the pool of torchlight, and Jon, peering between the pale stone of Lyanna's outstretched arm and the cold-streaked wall behind her, saw him plainly for the first time. He was the smallest grown man Jon had ever seen. His head was too large for his body, and his body was too small for his head, and his legs bent in a way that legs did not usually bend. He carried a wineskin in one hand and a candle in the other. The candle was unlit. The wineskin was not. His hair was so pale it might have been white in another light. His eyes, when they caught the torch, were two different colors, one green, one black. He was wearing finery, but he was wearing it as though he had put it on in a hurry, and there was a stain on the front of his doublet that he had given up trying to disguise. He took a long pull from the wineskin and addressed the line of dead kings. "My apologies, my lords," he said. He had a fine voice, a man's voice, much larger than the body that produced it. "I have come to your hall uninvited, drunk, and lacking any introduction. In another house this would be a hanging matter. In this house I expect it will be a forgiving silence. You Starks are famous for those." He took another pull. "My brother is upstairs being a king at your son. My sister is upstairs being a queen at your son's wife. I am down here being an embarrassment at your son's ancestors, which is the least taxing of the three offices and the one to which I am best suited. Forgive me. I will not stay long." He moved along the line, holding the candle up to each face. He was looking at them, Jon realized, really looking, the way a Maester looked at a page. He paused at one of the older Starks and tilted his head. "You have your nephew's nose," he told the statue. "Or your nephew has yours. The order of these things is difficult in a family that has been still this long." He passed Jon's grandfather without a glance and stopped at the statue of Brandon. His head came up to Brandon's stone knee, perhaps. He gazed up. "And you," he said. "You are the one she cried out for. Lyanna, I mean, on the road. There was a song about it once. It was not a very good song." He took a pull. "She might have been my good sister if the wheel had turned an inch the other way. I think I would have liked that. They say she had a temper. I admire a temper in a woman. It saves so much later confusion." He moved on. Jon's heart was pounding so loudly he was certain Ghost could hear it. Lyanna's tomb was the next one. The dwarf came to it. He stood a long time in front of it without speaking. He raised the unlit candle, then lowered it, then raised it again, as if he had thought of lighting it and then thought better of it. Jon could see the back of his head from where he crouched. The pale hair had a streak of gray in it that the torchlight made look silver. "Lady," the dwarf said at last. He sounded different now, less jocose. "I have come from a feast that has lasted 9 years. Your brother thinks it has lasted only a single night. I think we are both right." He took a small pull, more tasting than drinking. "My brother brought me here against my preference. He does not know how to have a feast without me at the end of it. I am the punctuation on his sentences. But he is not having a feast. He is having a memorial. He is having it for you. The whole of the realm is pretending he came north to make my good brother his hand. He came north to put his hand on your tomb. Forgive me my plainness. I am drunk, and your brother's wine is better than my brother's wine, which is a thing I have never been able to say at a feast before." He laid the candle down on the lid of the tomb. Carefully, the way a man laid a coin on a closed eye. "There," he patted it. "I cannot light it for you. The Lord your brother would not love me for setting his sister's tomb on fire, and I am told by my wet nurse, who was rarely wrong, that no good comes of fires in places that have been cold for a long time. But you may have it, as a gift, from the smallest Lannister to the most absent Stark." He stepped back. He stood another moment. He was about to turn. He did not turn. He had gone very still, in the way that drunken men go still when something has cut through the wine. He was looking down at the tomb, at the candle he had set there. Then very slowly he raised his head and looked along the wall to where Jon was crouching behind Lyanna's stone arm. Jon did not breathe. "There is a wolf back there," the dwarf said, very softly, as if to himself. Ghost did not move. Jon had a hand on his neck and could feel the pulse in him and could feel that the pulse had not changed. "A white wolf," the dwarf went on, almost wondering. "In a crypt, watching me from behind the lady. That cannot be a good omen, or it is the best omen I have had in 11 years. I cannot tell which." He lowered the wineskin slowly and set it on the floor at his feet. Then he raised both hands, palms out, the way one did to a horse one did not yet know. "I see you, Sir Wolf," he said. "I will not move, I will not call out. I will not, in fact, even look directly at you, because looking directly at things tends to embarrass them. I will look at this very interesting stone." He turned his head a few degrees and gave Brandon's statue a look of great interest. Jon felt his hands begin to shake. He pressed them harder into Ghost's neck. "There is, perhaps, a boy with the wolf," the dwarf said to Brandon's statue. "I would not know. I have not seen him. I am a small drunk man and I see only what is in front of me, which at this moment is a very tall stone Stark. If there were a boy, he would be a boy in the dark, with a wolf, and that is no matter of mine. Boys with wolves are a Stark matter. Lions stay in their part of the kingdom, and wolves stay in theirs, and gods are content. That is the wisdom of my house, except that my house has no wisdom, and so I have invented it on the spot for the present circumstance." He bowed slightly to Brandon's statue. "I came," he said, "for a candle and a tomb and a moment's quiet, my lord. I have had all three. I will go up now. I will go up the way I came. I will not turn around. I will take my wine with me. The candle stays. If a boy with a wolf finds it useful to know that I came down, he may use it as he likes. If he finds it useful to know that I went up without seeing him, he may use that as he likes also. I find sometimes that knowing one is unseen is worth a great deal more than gold, and I am a man who thinks gold is worth a great deal." He picked up the wineskin. He turned, with deliberate care, in the direction of the stair, never letting his eyes pass the statue of Lyanna. He walked toward the steps. At the foot of the steps he paused. "My name is Tyrion Lannister," he said over his shoulder into the air. "If a boy and a wolf were to need a name remembered for a kindness done in a cold place, that is the name. It is not a name much loved in the north. I should say nevertheless that it is the only one I have." He climbed the stair. His step was the same uneven step as before. It did not change once. He did not look back. The door at the top opened and closed, and the music from the feast came down briefly, a thread of pipes and laughter, and then the door closed again, and there was only the sound of the torch. Jon let his breath out so slowly that it took the count of 20. He did not move for a long time. He was waiting for his heart to remember its old rhythm. When at last he came out from behind Lyanna's tomb, the candle was still on her lid where the dwarf had set it. Jon stood in front of it and looked at it. It was a good candle, beeswax fat, made for a long evening in a warm hall. It did not belong here. He understood that the dwarf had known this. The candle was not really for Lyanna. It was an offering, but not to her. It was a wager left on a table by a man who could not stay to see it played. Jon put a fingertip on the wick, very lightly. He felt the answering warmth without willing it. The wick blackened. A little flame stood up under his fingertip, no taller than a fingernail, blue at the base and yellow above. He let it sit there for a count of 3. Then he licked his thumb and forefinger and pinched it out. "Thank you, my lord," he said softly, to the empty stare. He sat down at the foot of Lyanna's tomb and pressed his back against the stone of her, as if he could lend her warmth or take some, and Ghost laid his head on Jon's knee, and they waited in the dark for Ned to come. Ned came near dawn. He came alone with a cloak under his arm. "Up," he said, quickly. "They ride at noon, and the queen has eyes that wake before anyone wakes them." Jon was on his feet. He had been awake for hours, watching the candle. He had not lit it again. "Father, speak as we walk." A man came down. "While you were at the feast, a man came down to the crypts." Ned stopped on the second stair as though he had walked into a wall. "Who?" "Tyrion Lannister." Ned's face did a thing Jon had never seen it do before. It went in one breath from gray to white and back to gray. "The imp came down here." "Yes, father." "Did he see you?" "He saw Ghost." He pretended he had not. He said boys with wolves were a Stark matter and lions stayed in their part of the kingdom. He left a candle on Aunt Lyanna's tomb. He said his name aloud in case I needed to remember it. Ned was very still for a long moment. Then he came up 2 more steps until his face was level with Jon's, and he gripped Jon by both shoulders. "Listen to me," he said. "Listen carefully. The imp is the cleverest man south of the neck, and he is dangerous because he is clever in a house full of clever people who do not know he is. He will not have told his sister. He will not have told his brother. He will tell no one, perhaps, for years. But he will remember. You understand? He has filed it. He will know there is a boy with a white wolf in the crypt of Winterfell, and someday, when the wheel turns, he will lay that knowledge down on a table. We do not know what will be on the table. We do not know what we will pay for it, but it will be paid." "Yes, father." "You did not speak to him." "No, father." "Good," Ned breathed out. "Good." He let go of Jon's shoulders. "He has done you a kindness, the imp. By his lights he has. Remember it, but do not love him for it. You cannot afford to love anyone south of the neck yet, not even those who do you kindnesses. Especially not those." "Yes, father." They went up. The hall above was empty of feasting men. The trestles had been broken down and the rushes swept. Through the high windows the sky was the pale gray of a winter dawn that was not certain of itself. Ned took Jon by the elbow and walked him quickly through the small door behind the dais, and along a passage and up a back stair and into the Lord's Solar, where Catelyn was waiting with her arms folded and a face that had been folded up just as carefully. She did not greet Jon. She gave Ned a look that did half a year's marriage in a single second. "Well," she said. "He must go to the godswood until they leave," Ned said. "He cannot be in his cell. The Queen's women have begun to walk where they should not. And after I have made up my mind. So have I." Catelyn said, "You will not like mine. You will not like mine." There was a silence then, of a particular kind that married people made. Jon stood between them and did not know where to put his eyes. Ghost sat at his heel, very still, watching Catelyn the way Ghost watched everyone. Catelyn looked down at Ghost and then at Jon, and a small muscle moved in her jaw. "Robert," she said, "wants you to be his hand. I know. You will go." "I have not yet said so. You will go," Catelyn said. "You owe him that much. You owe me that. You will not stay here and wait for the spiders to find what is in this castle. You will go south where the spiders are looking, and you will draw their eyes, and you will keep their eyes, and you will write to me and to Robb that you are well. And you will come home in 2 years with the king buried and a different man on the chair, and we will have a whole life still to live. You and I and the children, and we will burn no part of this house down because of what walked through our gate yesterday." She paused. She had said all of that on one breath. "That is my mind," she said. Ned looked at her for a long time. "You would have me go to King's Landing?" "Yes." "And take the girls?" "Yes, both of them. Sansa is a year from being marriageable in a bad man's eyes. I will not have her here when the wolves come for the girls of this house, and the wolves will come, my lord. The wolves are already on the road. Take them south. Show them at court. Marry Sansa to a boy who is not Joffrey. Bring Arya home before she becomes a thing the singers sing about. And Jon—" Catelyn did not look at Jon. She looked at the wall behind his head. "Jon goes north," she said. "To the wall, to his uncle and to the Maester. He is safest there. Not because I love him there." Her voice caught for a heartbeat and went on. "But because the wall is the one place in this kingdom where a boy may be plain and unwatched, and where a boy who can do what your son can do may be more useful than dangerous. The watch will not ask his name. The watch will ask only whether he can hold a sword and stand a watch, and he can. He has been doing one or the other since he was 6. Ned said nothing. He had not said no yet. Jon noticed that, and his stomach turned over. "My lady," Jon said. She did not look at him. "My lady, may I speak?" A long breath. She turned her face to him at last. She had been crying at some point during the night, very quietly, and it had left no trace except a line of red at the base of her left eye that she had not had the day before. "You may speak. Aemon is at the wall." "Yes." "And Uncle Benjen." "Yes." "And the cold." "Yes." "Then I will go." She had been braced for an argument. She had been braced, perhaps, for a hatred. She had not been braced for that, and her shoulders dropped a half-inch as if a stone had been taken off them. She passed a hand across her face. "Thank you, Jon," she said. It was the first time she had ever thanked him for anything. Ned was looking out the window. He did not turn around. "Robert wants my answer at noon," he said. "I will give it to him." "My lord," Catelyn said. "I will go," Ned said. "I will take the girls, my lord." "And Bran." "My lord, no, not Bran. Bran wants to ride the King's Road. Bran has been climbing the gatehouse twice a day to see if he can spot the king's banners before the lookout can. Bran will go." He did not turn. "Robb stays. Robb is 15 and will be Lord of Winterfell within a year, by my reckoning, whatever I do or do not do at court. Rickon is too small. Bran is a good age to see the Reach and the Riverlands and the city and to come home with a head full of it. And Jon. Jon goes to the wall, as you have said. He goes within the week. He will leave with Benjen, who comes south behind the king. He will say his oath as soon as he is old enough. Until then, he will be a steward to Aemon, by Aemon's own request, which I have here in a letter I received 4 days ago and have been carrying in my doublet because I could not bear to read it twice. He put a hand inside his doublet and drew out a folded paper. He did not unfold it. He set it on the table. "I do not like any of this," Ned said, "but you are right about the spiders, and Aemon is right about the boy. And Robert is right that there must be a hand who is not Lannister or the realm will eat itself in a year. I have been telling myself for a fortnight that there was a way to do one of these things and not the others. There is not. We do them all." He turned at last. He looked very tired. "My lady wife," he said, "I am sorry for all of this, for the years before this and the year that comes." Catelyn went to him then in 3 quick steps and laid her forehead against his chest and stood like that and did not weep and did not speak. Ned put his arms around her. He kept one hand free, and that hand he held out blindly behind him in Jon's direction, without looking. Jon understood. He stepped forward and took the hand. Ned closed his fingers on Jon's hand, hard, the way a man closed his fingers on the hilt of a sword. The 3 of them stood that way for the count of perhaps 10 of Jon's heartbeats. Then Catelyn drew back and wiped her face on her sleeve and said, "There is much to be done before noon," and walked out of the solar, and shut the door behind her with the precise small click of a lady who knew that doors were what separated houses from ruin. Ned sat down on the chair behind the writing table. "Jon, father, you will leave with Benjen in 5 days. He rides as far north as Long Lake with the king's party, then turns up the King's Road while the king goes south. You go with him from Long Lake. You will travel as Benjen's steward until you are inside the gates of Castle Black. After that you are Aemon's by his hand, which neither I nor anyone in this kingdom may unwrite. Do you understand?" "Yes, father." "Aemon will not take your oath until you are 16. That is 6 years. In those 6 years you will learn whatever he sets you to learn, meisterly things, old things. Things in books that have no covers. You will obey him as you have obeyed me. He is older than I am by a great margin and wiser by more than that." "Yes, father." "You will not, under any circumstance, name your blood to a brother of the Watch, not even Benjen. Benjen knows what I have told him to know, which is that you have been blessed by a god and cursed by a king, and that is the whole of his knowing." "Yes, father." Ned drew a long breath. "There is one more thing. You met a man last night, the imp." "Yes, father." "If, in the years to come, you ever again find yourself in a room with that man, and there is no one between you, and he says your name, your true name, you will not flinch. You will not deny. You will not affirm. You will look at him as though he has said a word in a language you do not speak. He will understand. He is the only Lannister who has ever been able to understand anything, and the only one who can be expected to keep a secret without being paid for it. Treat him with courtesy and never with trust. Do you understand?" "Yes, father." "Good. Go to the godswood. Catelyn will send food. You will leave at dusk in 2 days by the back gate with Benjen. The king will not see your face, you will not see his." Jon turned to go. At the door he stopped. "Father, he left a candle, the imp on Aunt Lyanna's tomb." Ned looked up. "Did he light it?" "No." "He said he could not." "Did you?" Jon hesitated. He did not lie. He had promised Aemon never to lie about it. "I lit it once for 3 breaths, then I put it out." Ned closed his eyes. "Burn it the rest of the way down," he said after a moment. "Now, before you go to the godswood. I do not want it sitting on her stone for a single hour more. The imp will not come down again, but I will not give the spiders a candle that has been touched by you and by him both. Burn it down to wax." "Yes, father." He went down. The crypts were a different place by daylight. The dawn light through the upper grates threw long bars of pale gray across the floor. The candle stood on Lyanna's tomb where the dwarf had set it. Jon stood in front of it and put the tip of his finger to the wick. It lit. He did not pull his finger away. He held it there. The flame stood up, taller than before, and it was not blue at the base now but white, bone white, the white of a thing that did not know what color it was supposed to be. He let it burn. It burned faster than a candle should burn. It burned the way a thing wants to burn. The wax ran down over Lyanna's stone hand, where the chisel had carved her fingers folded across a sword hilt, and pooled in her stone palm, and hardened pale against the pale stone, and Jon watched until the wick had drowned itself in the pool and gone out. He stepped back. There was a small white wax flower in Lyanna's hand now where there had been nothing. He had not made it. The wax had made itself the way water made ice. He stood and looked at it for a long time. "For her, then," he said at last to no one. "Not for him." He went up out of the crypt. In the godswood, by the heart tree, Bran was waiting for him. Bran was 8 that year and did not know he was waiting. He had gone into the godswood to climb the sentinel by the pool, because the sentinel by the pool had branches that bent in a way that he had not yet defeated, and he was halfway up it when Jon walked under and stood looking up. "Jon." Bran shouted, delighted. "Jon, when did you get back?" 3 days ago. "Where were you?" "Down south. Father sent me." "Why, Maester errands." "Oh." Bran considered this and lost interest. "Will you come up? I have found a way around the 3rd branch, in a little while." Robb says you're going to the wall. Is it true? Yes. Bran was silent, which was unusual for Bran. When? 5 days. You'll come back, though. In time, yes. Promise. Jon looked up into the tree, into the small face that hung among the green needles like a fruit out of season. I'll come back, little brother, when you are tall enough that I do not have to look up to you. That's not soon. I know. Bran went back to climbing. Jon sat at the foot of the heart tree, and Ghost lay down beside him, and the red leaves above his head moved a little in a wind that Jon could not feel on his face. By the time the king's party rode out at noon, Jon was so deep in the godswood that he could not hear the horns. He heard only the wind and the sound of Bran scrabbling somewhere overhead, and, very faintly, the bell that meant the gates were closing again. The bell rang twice, then a third time, delayed, as though the man pulling the rope had been crying. He found out only later that the delayed bell had been because the queen had stopped on her way out to look back at the Stark girls one by one, and had said something to Sansa that had made Sansa go pale. And that Catelyn had heard it and had needed a moment in the gatehouse to compose her face before she could come down. The queen had said, "She has the look of her aunt, my lord Hand, the one who died on the road. That must be a comfort to you." She had been smiling. That night, in the godswood, with snow beginning, Jon dreamt for the first time of a black dragon walking through a city of silver towers, and a girl with hair the color of milk standing in the ashes of her own bed, holding 3 eggs that were not eggs anymore. He did not know it was a dream. He thought the dragon was looking at him, and that the girl was looking at him, and that they were both about to ask him a question he did not yet know the answer to. He woke in the cold with the heart tree's red eyes above him and Bran asleep against his side, and Ghost sitting upright between them in the dark, and somewhere far to the south, a king who had not seen him riding fast down the King's Road, and somewhere far to the east a girl who had not yet been wed riding slower under a sun he could not imagine, and at the wall an old man waiting with a chest full of books that had no covers. He thought, "It is starting." Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13. The bastard's banner. Bran fell on the 3rd day after the king rode south. He fell from the heart tree, which surprised everyone afterward, because the heart tree was the one tree in the godswood Bran had been told never to climb, and he had honored that since he was old enough to know the words. He had climbed the sentinel, and the soldier pine, and the white birch by the pool, and the oak that leaned out over the wall. But he had not climbed the heart tree, because his father had said the gods watched out of its eyes, and Bran did not want to be looked at while he was being a squirrel. Why he climbed it that morning he could not afterwards say. The Maesters asked. His mother asked. His brother Robb asked, holding his hand in the candlelit dark of his bedchamber. Bran's answers all came out the same and were no help. He had climbed it because the wind had been from the south and the leaves had been stirring, and a small white bird he had never seen before had been sitting in the topmost branch, and it had looked at him. And he had thought he might catch it for Arya, who collected feathers, and so he had gone up. It was not, he said, a true reason. He knew it was not. He was sorry. He had reached the highest fork before the bird flew off, and he had paused there, balanced between the 2 great limbs of the tree, and he had looked down to see how far down he was. And he had seen Jon and Ghost sleeping at the foot of the tree where they had slept for 2 nights now since the king had ridden out, and he had thought, "Jon will laugh when I land beside him." He had not meant to land. He had meant to come down in the slow way, 1 branch at a time, hugging the bark, but the wind shifted as he turned. The wind that had been from the south came suddenly from the north, sharp, the way the wind in the yard before snow. The leaves of the heart tree began all at once to shake in a way they had not shaken before. Bran put his hand out to a branch he had used as a rest before, and the branch was not there any more, or rather it was there, but it was on the wrong side of him, and his fingers closed on air. He told Jon afterward that he saw, in the moment of his falling, the carved face of the heart tree below him, and that the carved face was not weeping its old red weeping but was looking at him, and that he was not afraid. Jon, who had been asleep on his back with Ghost across his chest, woke to a sound he had been hearing in dreams for 2 nights without knowing what it was. The sound of a small thing falling from a great height through leaves. He had time, between the sound and the impact, to do exactly 2 things. He had time to throw himself sideways out from under the trunk so that Bran would not land on him and break both their backs. And he had time, in the space of a breath that had not yet finished, to put his hands up. Bran came down into Jon's hands, not into them properly. Jon was not big enough and not tall enough and not strong enough to catch a falling boy. But his hands were under Bran when Bran arrived, and his hands were warm in the way they had been warm at the kitchen and at the smithy and at the stable, warm in the way that was not a normal warmth, and the warmth went up Bran's arms and into him for a heartbeat before they both struck the ground. They struck the ground hard. Jon felt his left wrist break with a clean, dull sound, like a stick under boot. He felt his shoulder slam into a root. He felt Bran on top of him, all elbows and knees, and Bran was not moving. Ghost was howling. Ghost had never howled before. The sound went up out of the godswood and over the inner wall and into the keep, and Catelyn, who was in her solar working at a piece of gray wool, dropped the wool and stood up so fast her chair fell over. "Brandon," she said. She did not know how she knew. Ladies of the North sometimes do. She was running before she had drawn her second breath. Jon got his arm out from under Bran. The arm did not work right. He could not feel his fingers. He used his other arm. He rolled Bran very slowly off him and laid him on his back on the cold ground. Bran's eyes were open. They were looking at the red leaves above. They were not looking at Jon. There was no blood. That was the worst thing. There was no blood. There was only the wrong angle of one of his legs, an angle that legs did not make. And his face, which was the face of a boy looking at a thing he had never been told existed. "Bran," Jon said. "Bran, look at me." Bran did not look at him. "Bran." Jon put his good hand on Bran's cheek. Bran's cheek was already cold. "Bran, Bran, Bran." Ghost was still howling. The sentinel pine over them was shedding needles in a small, soft rain. Jon could hear, distantly, men coming through the wood, 2 sets of feet, 3 more, and his stepmother's voice rising over them, a woman's voice that had unhinged itself from a woman. "Look at me, little brother," Jon said. He did the only thing he knew. He put his good hand over Bran's heart. He closed his eyes. He found, somewhere behind his eyes, the place where the warmth lived. It was a small place, the size of a coin. He had been told never to push on it. He had been told to nudge, only nudge the way Eamon had said, like a finger on a sleeping cat. He had been told, above all, never to do what he was about to do. He pushed. He pushed everything he had into the place behind his eyes, and the place opened, and the warmth came up out of it like water out of a struck rock, and it went through his shoulder and down his arm and out of his palm into Bran's chest, and Bran's chest under his hand grew warm. And Bran's heart beat once, hard, like a fist striking a door, and then it beat again, and then it began to beat in the small, steady way it had used to do. Bran's eyes moved. They did not see Jon. They saw something else. They saw something far away and high up and very large. Then slowly they came back and they saw the red leaves, and then they saw Jon's face above them, and Bran said in a small, surprised voice, "Jon, you're crying," which Jon had not known he was. "I know," Jon said. "I know I am. Hush, stay still. I fell. I know, stay still. My leg feels funny. I know, stay still. I think I broke it. You broke it. Stay still." Catelyn arrived then with 3 men of the household behind her. She did not see Jon. She saw Bran. She fell to her knees beside him, and she put her hands over Bran the way Jon had had his hand over Bran a moment before, and she said his name 3 times, and she did not weep. Jon noticed that. Catelyn's mouth was a hard line and her eyes were burning in a way that had no water in it, and she was making her hands move the way a maester's hands moved, gently, gently, along his sides and his neck and his ribs, looking for the wrong shapes. His leg, Jon said. He had pulled himself away. He was sitting against the trunk of the heart tree now. His left wrist was beginning to remember itself, and the remembering was a white pain. His leg is broken. His back, I don't think his back, I don't know. Be quiet, Catelyn said, but not unkindly. She did not look at him. The men got Bran up between them, very slowly, and carried him out of the godswood the way they would have carried a wounded man home from a battle. Catelyn walked beside, with her hand always on some part of him, his hair, his cheek, his hand. She did not look back at Jon. Robb came after at a run. Robb saw Jon against the heart tree holding his wrist and stopped. It's nothing. Your wrist is wrong. It's nothing, Robb. Go after them. He's alive. He fell out of the heart tree and he's alive. Robb stood another second, breathing, then he was gone. Jon sat by himself for a long time. The wood was very quiet. Ghost had stopped howling and was lying with his head against Jon's knee. The sentinel was still shedding needles. Jon looked up into the heart tree, at the topmost fork from which Bran had fallen, and at the carved face below him with its old red mouth, and he said quietly, "If you were watching out of your eyes, you might have caught him yourself." The heart tree did not answer. The heart trees never did, in any of the songs or any of the books. Jon had not expected one. He was being unreasonable. He cradled his wrist and walked back to the keep alone. Maester Luwin set the wrist with a wooden splint and a cloth wrapping and gave Jon dream wine that Jon did not drink. Jon could feel that the wrist was healing of itself, a slow, secret heat under the splint, faster than any wrist should heal. Luwin felt it too, when he checked the binding the next morning and his old eyes met Jon's, and they did not speak of it. Luwin had been at Winterfell 20 years and was a careful man. He retied the binding tighter and said, "We will say it is a sprain, Jon. We will say you struck it falling when Bran fell on you. We will say you are doing very well." Then he had gone to Bran's bedside, where Catelyn had not left in 2 days. Bran did not wake on the 2nd day. He did not wake on the 3rd. His breath was steady. His color came back. His leg, which Luwin had set with care, was bound between 2 rods. His back, which Luwin had feared, was not broken. The Maester said this several times to several different people in different rooms. He was not sure himself, and was repeating it as a man repeats a prayer. On the 4th day, Bran opened his eyes again and saw his mother's face above him and said, "I'm hungry." Catelyn began at last to weep. That was the morning of the 4th day. The catspaw came on the night of the 4th day. Jon was not where the catspaw expected him to be. He had been moved out of his cell. Ned had moved him on the morning of the fall, before Bran had been carried out of the godswood, with the speed of a man who had been thinking for years about what he would do if a thing went wrong. Jon's bed had been remade with a pillow under the blanket and a long roll of wool down the middle, and his cell door had been left ajar an inch, and his clothes had been hung on the hook as he always hung them. Jon himself had been moved to a small windowless room behind the Maester's turret, where Luwin kept ledgers no one read, and a pallet had been set on the floor, and Ghost had been with him, and the door had been bolted from the outside by Ned's own hand. The catspaw came at the 2nd hour after midnight. He came up the south wall on a rope, dropped onto the inner battlement between 2 guards who had been talking about a girl in Wintertown, slipped into the keep through a window in the Lord's own corridor, walked past 3 closed doors he did not want, and stopped at the door of Jon's cell. He had been told the bastard slept light. He had been told to be quick. He had been given a Valyrian steel dagger with a dragonbone hilt, and told that the dagger would go through any boy's ribs as if they were water. He had been told that when the boy was dead, he would be paid, and that if the boy was not dead, his life would be paid in a different coin. He opened the door without a sound. He crossed the floor without a sound. He stood over the pillow under the blanket and bent, and put his left hand where a boy's mouth would be, and brought the Valyrian dagger down with his right. The dagger went through wool and into the straw of the pallet, and the catspaw understood, in the half-second before he heard the breath behind him, that he had been wrong about everything. He turned. In the doorway behind him stood Robb Stark with a sword. Robb was 15 and had practiced with that sword every morning since he was 9, and he had been waiting in the corridor outside that door for 2 nights with the sword across his knees, because his father had told him to. The sword came up and across in a clean motion, and the catspaw did not have time to be frightened. He had time to be surprised. Then the surprise was a thing on the floor with a great deal of blood under it, and Robb was leaning over with a hand on his knee, not because he was tired but because he was trying not to be sick. Ned came running. Hodor came running, half-dressed, weeping. Catelyn came running in a robe with her hair down. Even Theon Greyjoy came with a sword that was not his and stood in the doorway with a face that had gone, for the first time in his life, the wrong color. Ned looked at the body. He looked at Robb. "Are you cut?" "No, father." "Are you sure?" "Yes, father." Ned crouched and picked up the dagger from the floor where it had fallen out of the dead man's hand. He turned it over once in the lamplight. The blade was a darkness that did not catch the light. The hilt was dragonbone, pale as old ivory, carved with the small fine pattern of a Targaryen rose. He held it for a moment very still. Then he stood up. "Catelyn, my lord." He came for Jon. "The boy is safe. Ghost is with him. Luwin is with him. The boy is safe. My lord." He came for Jon. "Look at this dagger." Catelyn looked. She did not look long. "That is not a hireling's blade," she said. "That is the blade of a king." "Yes." She stared at it. Her face had gone through several colors in the last hour and was now arriving at a final one. It was the color of a woman who was making up her mind that she had been a fool for 15 years and would not be one any longer. "Robert sent it," she said. "Or his queen did. Or someone in their company. The dagger is from the Red Keep that I would swear to. I have seen it before. I have seen it on the wall in the small council chamber when I was last in that city, 12 years ago. It belonged to the king. It hung beside 2 others. It has not, I would have wagered, been taken down for any honest reason in the years between." "Then Bran's fall." "No," Ned said. "He was very tired. Bran fell. Bran fell because he climbed. The fall is its own thing. The fall is not the queen's hand, but she has used the fall. She used the fall to push us off our balance. She used the fact that we were running from one room to another with our hearts in our mouths, and the guards changed without their wits about them, and a man came over the south wall in the noise. She could not have planned the fall. She has only been clever about it. And now we send a raven to the wall before dawn. The boy goes to Benjen as planned. He goes faster. He goes tonight, in fact, within the hour if I can wake the master of horse. We send him with 4 men, not 1. We send the dagger with him. Why send the dagger? Eamon will know it. He has lived his whole life in that family. He will know whose hand has held it. We need to know whose hand before we move. Until we know whose hand, we are blind." Ned looked at the dagger again. "And, Catelyn, the boy is leaving. He is leaving tonight. There must be a quarrel between us. A loud one, in front of the household. About the boy, a quarrel. You have wanted him gone for years. Tonight, in front of the men, you have got your way. You sent him. I let you. We had words. The words were so loud that the household heard. Tomorrow it will be the talk of the kennel and the kitchen and the stables, and within a fortnight it will be the talk of Wintertown, and within a moon's turn it will be the talk of the South. The bastard was sent away. The lady prevailed. The wife of Ned Stark was not so soft after all. Do you see? She saw, her mouth tightened. It is what they will believe in any case. It is what we want them to believe. Make them believe it well. She nodded once sharply. Where is he now? In the Maester's turret. Bring him to the great hall. I will be there in 5 minutes. I will bring my voice with me. She turned and went out. Her robe whispered on the stone. Ned stood another moment, looking at the body of the catspaw and at the Valyrian blade in his hand. Robb stood beside him, very pale. Father, I killed a man. Yes. I did not feel anything when I did it. You will feel something later. It will come. It does not always come on the day. Sometimes it comes a year afterward, on a road, on a horse, when you are thinking of something else. Be ready for it. Don't fight it. Don't drink it down. Let it come and let it go. Yes, Father. You did well, Robb. You did very well. Your brother lives because of you. Which brother? It was, perhaps, the most serious thing Robb had ever said in 15 years of speaking. Ned looked at him. Robb's face was the face of a boy who was not, after that night, going to be a boy ever again. Both of them, Ned said after a moment. Both of them are alive because of you tonight. He laid a hand on Robb's shoulder. Robb leaned into the hand for a moment. Then he straightened and wiped the blade of his sword very carefully on the dead man's cloak and sheathed it. The quarrel in the great hall was a loud one. Catelyn had a voice when she chose to use it, a voice that had carried over Tully banners on the field at Riverrun once, when she was 16, and she used it now. She stood at the head of the hall, and she said in front of the steward, and the captain of the guard, and 3 serving women, and old Nan, and 2 stable boys, and a maid who was sweetheart to a man in the gate tower, that the bastard would be out of her house before morning. That he had been at the heart of every misfortune of her life since she had set foot in Winterfell, that the gods had given her a sign at last in the falling of her son, and that she would not have him under the same roof as Bran another night. Ned, for his part, raged back. He told her she was ungenerous. He told her she was unjust. He told her the boy was his and would stay where he wished. He told her finally, in the voice of a man giving way to a wife he had loved too long not to give way to, that very well, the boy would go to the wall as planned, but earlier, tonight, if she would have it, and she would have her way, and he hoped she could live with it. She told him she could live with it very well. She told him she would sleep that night for the first time in 11 years. There was a slap. It was Catelyn slapping Ned across the face, with her open hand, hard enough that the sound traveled up the rafters and back, and Ned did not move and did not speak afterward. The household watched with their mouths open. By morning every one of them would be telling the story to someone else, and the someone else would tell it to a singer, and the singer would carry it south. And in King's Landing in 3 weeks, a small bird would lay it on a small finger's tongue. And a small finger would smile in the way he always smiled, when a thing was unfolding as he wanted it to. In the corridor outside the great hall, Jon stood with Ghost at his side and a saddlebag over his shoulder, and an old gray cloak around his shoulders and a hood pulled up. He had heard most of it. He had been told by Luwin that he was supposed to hear it. His face was hot. He had not understood, until tonight, what it was that fathers and stepmothers did in the dark to keep small boys alive. Ned came out. He looked at Jon. He took Jon by the shoulders and held him an arm's length and looked into his face for a long count. And then he embraced him, fiercely, the way he had not embraced him in front of any soul since Jon was 4. He smelled of the smoke of the great hall and of the old leather of his sword belt and of cold sweat. When he stepped back his eyes were wet, but he did not let them fall. 5 days became 1, Jon, the road north. I know. You'll catch Benjen at the Long Lake. Robb has written ahead. I know. You will go on alone past Long Lake with 4 men I trust. They are castle men, you know them. They will see you to Castle Black and not stop except to water the horses. I know. Eamon expects you. The dagger goes in your saddlebag. Show it to him and to no one else. Open the bag in his cell with the door bolted. Show him the hilt first. Watch his eyes. I will, Jon, father. Ned put his mouth close to Jon's ear. If anything happens to me, if anything happens to Robb or Catelyn or to any of them, you write to no one. You ride out for no one. You stay at the wall, you stay with Eamon. The wall is the only safe place in this kingdom for you, do you understand? Yes, promise me, I promise, promise me twice, I promise, I promise. Ned breathed out. He clasped Jon's hand. He pressed something into it. Jon looked. It was a small carved wolf in white wood, no bigger than a thumbnail. Jon had never seen it before. I had it when I was a boy. My brother carved it for me before he went south. I have kept it 40 years. Take it. Father, I cannot. Take it. If a thing of mine is with you, then a thing of me is with you. Take it. Jon took it. He closed his hand on it. The wood was warm, although it had been in Ned's cold pocket. Or perhaps it was Jon's hand that had warmed it the moment it was set there. Outside in the yard, the 4 castle men were mounted with their hoods up and their cloaks plain. There were 5 horses, the 5th a small pony. Jon's saddlebag was on the pony's saddle. Ghost stood at the pony's head, looking up, ears pricked. The pony, who had carried Jon since he was 7, was old enough not to mind a direwolf. Catelyn was in the gateway. She had walked down the back stair from the great hall by the long way, so that the household would not know she had come down at all. The yard was nearly dark. Only one torch burned at the gate. She stood under it, with her hands inside the sleeves of her robe, and she looked at Jon. He had thought she would not come. He stopped 2 paces from her. He did not know what he should do. He was not her son. He had been told he was not her son, in 100 small ways and a few large ones, every day of his life for 10 years. Catelyn took a hand out of her sleeve. She had something in it. It was a small flat stone of gray river rock, smoothed by 1,000 years of water. There was a hole through the middle of it where the water had eaten through. This was my grandmother's, she said. She gave it to my mother, and my mother gave it to me when I went north. The Tullys say a stone with a hole through it has a road through it. She said, a stone with a road in it will always remember the way home. She held it out. I cannot give you my house's blessing, Jon, I cannot, but I can give you the stone. You may use it as you find a use for it. Jon took the stone. He could not speak for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was very small. My lady, thank you. Go. She turned her face away. Go before I am a worse fool tonight than I have already been. He went. He mounted the pony with one hand because the other was bound. And Ghost paced beside the pony, and the 4 men flanked him. And Ned stood under the torch and did not raise his hand to wave, because a wave could be seen from the south wall, and there were eyes on the south wall. And Catelyn stood with her face turned away, and the gates of Winterfell opened just wide enough for 5 horses to pass. They rode out into snow that had begun to fall, very lightly, in the last hour. Behind them, the gates closed with a low, solid sound. The torch on the gatehouse went out. They turned north and put the wind at their backs and put their hoods up and rode, and did not look behind them. Bran woke for the 2nd time at dawn the following morning. He woke crying, although nothing hurt. He was crying because of a dream he could not afterward remember, except that in the dream he had been very high up in a tree, and a small white bird had been about to lead him somewhere else, and someone he could not name had caught him before he could go. With hands that were warm, Catelyn, who had not slept, sat by his bed and held his hand. He told her the dream. She kissed his forehead and said, He caught you, Bran. We do not need to know who, only that he did. Go back to sleep. He went back to sleep. She sat by him another hour. Then she got up, and went to the godswood and stood under the heart tree and looked up at the carved face, and at the topmost fork of the tree from which her son had fallen. She had not been to the godswood in 11 years. She had a worship of her own, and the heart tree was her husband's, and she had not crossed the line. She crossed it that morning. She stood at the foot of the heart tree with her arms folded and her chin up, and she said in a voice no one heard but the wood, "If you are a god, then keep him. If you are not a god, then you are at least a witness, and I will give you my witness in return. The boy you saved last morning was not your boy. He was not my boy either, but he saved my boy. The wheel that carries us all is sometimes a strange wheel. I am not yet certain whether I forgive him or whether I forgive you. I am willing today to consider both. Do not let me regret the consideration." She turned and went back into the keep. Far to the north that morning, on the King's Road, 2 days short of Long Lake, Jon rode with Ghost at his side and the wind in his face and the small white wolf in one fist and the river stone in the other. And he was not crying, but his eyes were stinging. And he could not tell if it was the wind or something else. Behind him, 8 days behind, a king on his horse on the King's Road south of the Neck looked back over his shoulder for no reason at all and laughed at nothing, and laughed a second time, and a queen riding beside him asked what amused him, and he said, "I do not know, some old thing." A small cleric riding 3 horses behind the queen lowered his eyes, and tasted the king's laugh on the air, and made of it a small hard note he would file with the rest. Far to the east, in a tent of red silk on a sea of grass, a girl with hair the color of milk woke from a dream she could not remember and pressed her hand to her belly, which was not yet swelling but would be, and said her brother's name, and then said another name. A name she had never spoken before in her life, and she did not know the name, and she said it twice. The bastard's banner was not yet a banner. It was still a candle, only just lit, but it was lit. And from that morning forward, whenever a man with eyes in old places looked north toward the cold edge of the world, he saw very faintly, where there had been only darkness and ice for 1,000 years, a small steady light. Chapter 13 End. Chapter 14. Fire without end. The wall was not what Jon had thought it would be. He had expected it to be cold. It was. He had expected it to be tall. It was taller than any tower in any song. He had expected it to be white. It was not. The wall was the green-blue of an old bruise, and along its base, where the wind had eaten at it for 10,000 years, it was ribbed and pocked and runneled like the sea cliffs at White Harbor. He had expected, perhaps, to be afraid of it. He was not. The wall had no opinion of him. The wall was a thing that had been there before he was born and would be there after he died. And the indifference of it was a comfort he had not known he needed. He had been at Castle Black 8 months when the letter came that his father had been arrested for treason in King's Landing. He had been at Castle Black 10 months when the letter came that his father had been beheaded on the steps of the Sept of Baelor. He had been at Castle Black 10 months, and a fortnight when the letter came that his brother Robb had been crowned king in the north. He had been at Castle Black 11 months when the letter came that his half-sister Sansa was a prisoner of Queen Cersei, that Arya was missing, that Bran and Rickon were being raised at Winterfell by Maester Luwin and Theon Greyjoy, and a man named Sir Roderick Castle, and that Lady Catelyn Stark had ridden south with Robb and his army to win her son a kingdom. He had been at Castle Black 11 months and a day when, at Aemon's command, he laid all 4 letters in a row on the small slate-topped table in the Maester's cell, and he sat down across from Aemon, and he did not move and he did not weep. "You may weep, Jon." "I am not weeping, Maester." "I know. I would have you weep. It is not always cowardice to weep." "I cannot." Aemon's eyes were milky white, blind for 30 years, and they turned up in Jon's direction with an unerring instinct. He laid one of his small old hands on the back of Jon's hand. The skin of Eamon's hand was the texture of paper that had been folded and unfolded a great many times. "Then we will sit," he said, "and we will not weep, and after a while we will speak." They sat. The candle in the corner moved a little in a draught from the door. Far above, the wind shrilled along the top of the wall the way it always did. The wind never stopped at the wall. Jon had stopped hearing it. After a long time he said, he should not have gone south. No, he should not have taken Sansa and Arya. No, he should not have trusted Robert. He did not. He trusted what Robert had been once. That is a different thing, but a more forgivable one. He should not have died. No, Maester, they cut his head off on the steps of a sept with his own sword. Yes, they made my sister watch. Yes, I am 10 years old, Maester. I am 10 years old. And my father is dead, and my sister is captive, and my other sister is missing, and my brother is a king, and my home is being held by a Greyjoy, and— Jon stopped. He had not raised his voice. He never raised his voice in Eamon's cell. The words had come out very flat and very thin. I am 10 years old. You are 11 years old. You had your name day in the 3rd moon. Did no one mark it? I forgot. Then I will mark it tonight with you, with the bottle of Arbor Red I have been keeping for a worthy purpose. We will mark your name day, and we will mark your father's life, and we will mark, if you will allow it, my own 3 brothers whom I outlived. We will do it without weeping, since you are not weeping. You will help me down the stair to the common hall, since I cannot find the stair any more by myself, and you will sit beside me, and we will be 11 and 89 together, and we will mark this day, because if we do not mark it, who will? Yes, Maester. Good. But first— Eamon turned his blind face very slightly. First, the dagger. Jon's mouth went dry. It always did when Eamon spoke of the dagger. The dagger had come north with him in a saddlebag 11 months ago. He had laid it in front of Eamon in this cell on his first night with the door bolted, and he had held the hilt up so that the firelight caught the dragon bone, and he had watched Eamon's face. Eamon's face had not changed. He was a blind man and made no expression for show. But his hand, which had been steady on his cane, had trembled once. "Tell me again," Eamon had said. "Describe it again exactly." Jon had described it. The black blade, the pale dragonbone hilt, the small Targaryen rose carved at the pommel. Eamon had been silent for a long time. "I have not held that knife in 73 years, he had said finally. "It was given to my brother. I knew it the moment you spoke of it. I knew it before you spoke. The smell of it has not changed." Smell? All Valyrian things have a smell, Jon. The dragonbone keeps it. The smell of the burning that made them. Some men cannot smell it. Most cannot. I can. You will learn to. Whose was it? My brother's. Egg. King Aegon V. He gave it to his eldest son, my nephew Duncan, who gave up his crown for a wife. Duncan died at Summerhall when I was a younger man. The dagger went south to King's Landing in the chests with the rest of the salvage. It hung in the small council chamber in my brother's day and his son's day. After that, I do not know. After that it was in other men's keeping. Someone has had it on a wall and not used it for 50 years. Someone took it down. Who, Maester? Who? There are not many candidates. The dagger is a Targaryen blade and a king's blade. 2 of the 3 keys to the red keep know where it hung. The Master of Whisperers, who was Varys then and is Varys now. The Hand, who was different men at different times. And the king. Robert would not have known a Valyrian dagger from a kitchen knife, so we are left with Varys and the Hand. Who is the Hand? Until this winter, Jon Arryn. After that, your father briefly. Before Jon Arryn, in the last year of Aerys, my brother's son, no one. The Mad King held the office himself. It was Jon Arryn then. Jon Arryn could have taken the dagger off the wall. Jon Arryn died, Jon. He died unexpectedly in his bed of a fever no one recognized. There is in this kingdom a thing called the Tears of Lies, which leaves no trace. I am an old man, and I read more than I am thought to. I have read of the tears of lies. Then Jon Arryn was poisoned. Then Jon Arryn was poisoned. By a man or woman who feared what Jon Arryn knew or was about to know. And the dagger Arryn left on a wall has now been used to try to murder a 10-year-old boy in the bed of a Stark of Winterfell. The two events are the same hand. We may take it as true. Whose hand, Maester? That, Jon, is what I have been thinking about for 11 months. He had not yet told Jon his answer. He had told Jon many things in those 11 months. He had told Jon how to read Valyrian without moving his lips. He had told Jon how to hold a candle so that it lit only a single wick out of 3. He had told Jon how the old dragon lords of Valyria had made their slaves carry stones on their shoulders for a year before they were allowed to come within sight of the great pyres, because the slaves needed to know what weight was before they understood what fire was. He had told Jon 1,000 small things and one large thing. The large thing was a name. The name was Daenerys. She was, Aemon said, the last Targaryen princess. She lived at the time of telling in Pentos with her brother. Her brother was Viserys, who was fool, and who was probably already dead by some Dothraki's hand. She herself had been sold by her brother to a horse lord across the sea, and was, Aemon said, riding at this moment with the largest Khalasar in the grasslands, learning a different language and a different set of stars. She was, Aemon had told Jon, his great-grandniece. He had a niece he had never met. She is your aunt, Jon, he had said on the night he had first told him. Not my niece. Yours by your father's father. Do you understand? Jon had understood. He had not said anything. He had sat for an hour, looking at a candle, and at the end of the hour he had said, "Then she is my family, she is. Does she know? She does not know I exist. She does not know you exist. We are, both of us, secrets that will eventually find her ear. The question is in what order, Maester. She has dragons. She does not yet. She has stones. The eggs are stones. They have been stones for 100 years. They are not, however, dead. There is a difference between a stone and a dead thing. A stone may still wake. Will they wake? That is not for me to know. It is, perhaps, for her to do." Jon had not slept that night. He had walked the top of the wall with Ghost beside him, and he had looked east toward a sea he had never seen, and he had tried to feel, across all that distance, whether his aunt was awake or asleep. That had been 5 months ago. Tonight, with 4 letters in a row on the slate-topped table and his father not yet a fortnight in the ground, Aemon set his hand again on Jon's wrist. "Jon, Maester, I want to tell you my answer, about the hand that sent the cat's paw. Yes, Maester, it was not the Queen. It was not. No. The Queen does not love your house, but she did not, 11 months ago, know what you are. She did not know there was anything to send a cat's paw for. The cat's paw came for the wrong reason from her perspective. She would have sent a man for your father, not for a 10-year-old bastard sleeping in a cold cell at the back of the keep. The dagger is from the Red Keep, but the Queen did not lift it. Then who?" Aemon sighed. "I am not certain. I have only what your father wrote and what you saw. The dagger came from a wall in a council chamber. The hand that took it was a hand that wanted both. A Stark heir hurt enough to fall, and a Stark bastard murdered without the murder being noticed. 2 birds, 1 knife. The hand needed to throw the kingdoms into disorder enough to keep itself unwatched while it moved at a longer game. A longer game. Yes, Maester, Petter Baelish. I think so. I cannot prove so, but I think so. I think there has been a man at the king's elbow for 10 years who has been quietly buying inns and brothels and titles. And I think he has been waiting for the moment when he could push the realm just so. And I think he has been pushing. The dagger is a tool of his in a way I cannot yet entirely see. Then we tell my brother." Aemon's hand tightened on Jon's wrist. "We do not tell anyone, not yet. To accuse such a man without proof is to give him, at his pleasure, every reason to defend himself, and a man like that defends himself by destroying you. We wait, Jon. Your brother is at war. Your brother is winning his early battles and will lose his late ones if he is not very careful. We do not give him a name to chase before he has won the battles in front of him. We give him only what we have given him, that the dagger came from the Red Keep, that the hand was high, that it was not the queen. Robb is 15 and not stupid. He will hold that and act on it as he sees fit. We do not give him our suspicions, we give him our facts. There is a difference. Yes, Maester. Now, Aemon stood slowly. Bring me my cane. We are going down to the hall to drink. They went down. Aemon's cane on the stone treads made a small, even tap. Jon walked at his side with one hand on Aemon's elbow. Ghost, who had grown that year, who was the size of a yearling pony now and the color of a cloud, paced at Jon's other side, and the brothers of the watch, who had stopped looking at Jon strangely after the 3rd month and had stopped looking at Ghost strangely after the 5th, made way for them in the corridors without remarking. In the common hall, Aemon told the brothers it was Jon Snow's name day. He told them Jon was 11. He told them they would all drink to him, and after that, they would drink to Eddard Stark, who had been a good man and an honest one, and who had paid for honesty as honest men always paid. The Lord Commander, Mormont, who had not yet been long enough at his post to be the bear that the Rangers would later make of him in song, stood and gave the toast himself. Jeor Mormont was a man who could give a toast as a man could give a slap. The men drank. Jon drank. From the small cup, Aemon poured him with his own trembling hand. The arbor red was not a thing the watch usually saw. Some of the men who tasted it became thoughtful, the way men became thoughtful at a smell of their own youth. Across the world that night, 3 things happened that Jon Snow did not see and would not learn of for many days. In King's Landing, Cersei Lannister, who had become regent at Robert's death and was finding the regency more complicated than her brother had told her it would be, sat in the small council chamber with 3 of her counselors and quarreled with each of them in turn, and saw on the wall a small empty bracket where a dagger had once hung, and asked who had moved it, and was told by the Master of Whisperers that the dagger had been gifted years before to a hireling and not seen since. She did not believe him. She let him believe she did. She filed the moment, the way her father had taught her to in the camp of King Robb Stark, on the field at the Whispering Wood. Catelyn Stark sat in her son's tent with a letter in her hand, brought by Raven from the wall. The letter was from Jon Snow. It was very short. It said, "He died well, mother. I have learned a thing here that may help you. When the war is done, I will write again. Until then, I will keep faith." She read it twice. She closed her eyes. She put it inside her dress, where her own mother's stone with a hole through it had used to hang, and where for 10 years had hung instead a small leather pouch with 7 stones from the Sept of Riverrun. She made no sound. She only nodded once to herself, as if confirming a thing she had decided long since. In a tent of red silk on the grass of the Dothraki Sea, Daenerys Stormborn knelt beside the pyre of her dead husband. She had 3 eggs in her arms. She had a witch tied to a post. She had a dragon's heart inside her, eaten 3 months ago at the request of a god whose name she did not yet know. She had a sword belt of bells she had taken from her husband's body. She kissed the eggs. She set them in the fire. She walked into the fire. In the first true light of the next morning, when the smoke had begun to clear, and the men of Khal Drogo's Khalasar had crept forward on their bellies expecting to find a charred body and 3 more black stones, they found instead Daenerys naked and unburnt and sitting on her heels among the ash. And on her shoulders and at her breast were 3 creatures the size of cats with wet new wings and slit eyes, 1 black, 1 green, 1 cream, and the youngest of them, the green one, was looking past Daenerys's shoulder at a horizon she had not yet learned the name of, and was making a small high sound that the oldest of the Dothraki women understood to be a question. The women of the Khalasar fell upon their faces in the ash. The men of the Khalasar fell upon their knees. Daenerys lifted her head. She had no eyebrows. Her hair had been burned away to her scalp. Her eyes, which had been a soft Valyrian violet since she was born, were now a violet that had a fire behind it. She did not, that morning, know what to do with the fire. She knew only that she had it. She knew also, as she sat with the three new creatures and the wet morning wind on her, that somewhere very far to the north, behind a wall of ice, there was another fire, a small one, the size of a candle wick, and that the candle wick had been waiting for her to wake up, and was very glad that she had. She did not know whose the fire was. She did not yet. She would, she knew, find out. She rose to her feet, naked and ashed and crowned with a sleeping dragon, and she said to the three Dothraki riders who could still meet her eye, "Get up. There is a great deal to do." That was the sunrise after Jon Snow's 11th name day. Word of the dragons did not reach the wall for 42 days. It came by trader, then by raven, then by a Pentoshi captain with a wine cargo and a long story. The brothers of the watch laughed at it at first. A girl on a horse sea with 3 lizards. What was that to men who had to walk a freezing battlement at midnight? The laughter wore off slowly as the story did not go away. By the time the 3rd moon turned, the laughter was gone. By the time the 4th moon turned, men of the watch were beginning to ask each other in low voices whether the story might be true, and what it might mean if it were, and whether it had ever happened before, and where exactly. In Old Town's library, a fellow with a brother who knew a brother might find a book about it. Eamon listened to the story arrive in pieces. He did not laugh and he did not gasp. He sat with his hands folded in his lap, and his blind eyes turned to wherever the speaker was, and he let the words come into him and stay. After the Pentoshi captain had gone south again and the brothers were back to their dice, he said to Jon in the cell, very quietly, "She is awake." "She is, Maester. 3 of them. Black, green, cream, no others. The 4th egg, I think, did not hatch. There were always supposed to be 3. 3 what, Maester? 3 heads of the dragon. There is a prophecy. We do not, in this house, set great store in prophecies, but there is one. The dragon must have 3 heads, 3 of them. To make the world right when it has gone wrong, the number is old, older than the kings. It is older than the dragons. It comes from the long night, the long night. There are stories about that, Jon. You will hear them. Some of the stories say that there was once a hero who came south out of Ashai with a sword that was a piece of the sun, and who had been promised to bring the dawn back, and who did so. The Ashai call him Azar Ahai. The men of the Rhoyne call him Hiakun the hero. The men of Ashai called the sword that was forged in the heart of his wife, and they did not say so to be picturesque. The legends do not agree on his name. They agree on what he did. They agree also that he will come again. When? When the long night comes again. When the cold goes south of the wall. Has it? Eamon was silent, Maester. Has it? 3 brothers of the watch were lost beyond the wall last winter, Eamon said quietly. One came back. He was different. He killed 3 of his sworn brothers in their beds before they cut his head from his body. They burned the body in the courtyard. That is in the chronicles, Jon. That is not a thing you have been told. No, Jeor Mormont knows. 2 stewards know, I know, you know, now, the cold is moving, and she has dragons, she has dragons. She has, at this moment, 3 small things the size of cats. They will be the size of houses in 5 years. They will be the size of mountains in 50. By that time we will know whether the cold has eaten her or her dragons have eaten the cold. That is the question of the next century, Maester. What do I do? Eamon turned his face toward Jon. He was smiling very faintly. It was a smile Jon had not seen before. It was the smile of a man who had been waiting 89 years to ask a question, and who had found, very late, that there was someone to ask it of. You become the second head, Jon. Maester, you have always been, the cream-colored one perhaps, or the black. I do not know yet which, but you are one of the three. You and your aunt are two, the third. The third is somewhere in the world. The third is not yet at the wall, not yet at the dragon's side. He has not yet declared himself. He may not even know he is the third. We will find him. The world will. And then you will fight a war that is not the war your brother is fighting. Your brother's war is for his father's chair. That is a small war. It will end in your lifetime and Rob's one way or another. The other war is older. It is for the world. Only fire can fight it. There has been no fire on this side of the world for 3 centuries. Now there is, 3 of them. Jon was silent for a long time. Ghost lay against his foot. The candle in the corner, a candle Jon had begun to make himself, made of beeswax and a wick that he had braided wrong and that burned a little blue, moved in a draught from the door. Maester, my brother is going to die in this small war. Isn't he? Aemon did not answer at once. I have read 4 of his letters from Riverrun, he said. He is being a king and not a player of the game. He is doing well at being a king. He will be a man you will be proud to call brother when you tell people of him later. He will not, I think, win. He paused. I am sorry, Jon. My mother. Catelyn Tully is a clever woman with a wound she will not let heal. She will make a choice in her grief that will cost her everything. She will not know it is the wrong choice until after she has made it. There is no way I can see to stop her hand at this distance. And Sansa, and Arya, and Bran, and Rickon. Aemon was silent, Maester. I cannot see what becomes of them, Jon. I know only that the chances of each of them is small. I know that you cannot save them from the wall. I know that going south to save them will end you and end the war I am training you for. I know that you must stay where you are. That is a hard thing. It is the hardest thing in the world. I have done it. I did it when my brothers were murdered one by one, and I sat at my desk at Castle Black and read the letters and did not put on my horse. I did it the second time when my niece's husband killed her on the road and her son died with her. I did it a third time when my great-niece was betrothed to a horse lord and sent across a sea. I have done it 3 times, Jon. I will not say it gets easier. I will say only that it is possible. You are a Targaryen. You are a Stark also in your bones. Your hand on a candle is a Targaryen hand. Your hand on a brother's hand is a Stark hand. You have both. Both will be needed. Neither will be easy. Jon closed his eyes. He did not weep. He had, he thought, lost the trick of weeping in the first weeks after his father's death. He could feel the place where weeping had used to be, but it was sealed over now. He suspected that the sealing was not permanent and that one day, in some place he had not yet been, in front of someone he had not yet met, the seal would crack, and he would weep all 11 months at once. Until that day he would not. I will stay, he said. I will learn. I will write to my brother only the things I should write. I will not go south. I will find the third head when the time comes. I will help my aunt when the time comes. Yes, Maester, What do I tell her about me? When I write to her, nothing. Yet, we have time. Her dragons are still kittens. She is on a sea of grass with no ships and no men. By the time she has ships and men she will need a friend at the wall. We will be the friend. We will write only when she has begun to have ears that can hear writing. Until then we read what comes in from her and we wait. How long? A year, 2, 5. As long as it takes. You are 11, Jon. You have time. The thing about being a dragon is that you do not have to hurry. You may take your time. You may take a long time. The world will wait for you to be ready. The world is, in fact, doing nothing else at this moment. That seems untrue. Aemon laughed. It was the first time Jon had heard him laugh in 11 months. It does seem untrue, doesn't it? The world is full of urgency, yet the world also waits. Both are facts, hold them both. That is a Maester's trick. Yes, Maester. Now, the candle on the desk. Jon turned, looked. The candle was the small blue-flamed beeswax he had made himself. Maester, light it without touching it. I cannot. Try. I have not learned to, Maester. Try anyway. You will not learn until you try. I will tell you when to stop. Jon looked at the candle. He had lit candles 100 times by touching the wick. He had never lit one without a touch. He gathered the place behind his eyes that had become his place, the warmth, the small warm coin. He looked at the candle. He thought, light. He thought it as one thinks a wish, not as one thinks a word. The candle did not light. He thought it again. The candle did not light. He felt behind his eyes a small irritation in the warmth, like a sleeping cat being prodded. He thought, light. He made the thought a hand. The hand reached. The hand had a finger. The finger touched the wick lit. Eamon could not see the candle. He felt the warmth of it on his face from across the table. He smiled. Good, he said. Stop. We have learned tonight that you can. We will not learn tonight how often you can. Stop before you are tired. Jon stopped. He had to sit down. He had not realized he was standing. His legs were shaking. Maester, he said. I am very tired. Yes, child, sleep here tonight. There is a pallet under the cot. Ghost will keep your back warm. I will keep the candle's eye on you. Maester. Is this how it begins? Is this how a dragon learns? This is how a dragon learns. Jon slept. He slept without dreaming for the first time in many nights. And when he woke in the morning, the candle was still burning. The same candle with the same blue at the base. And Eamon was sitting in his chair as he had been sitting all night, with his hands folded in his lap. And the small lines around his blind eyes were the lines of a man who had spent the night smiling. That was the night Jon Snow stopped being only a boy who could touch fire. That was the night he became a thing the world had not yet given a name to. Far to the south of him, his half-brother Robb was riding to a wedding he did not yet know was a trap. Far to the east of him, his aunt was learning the names of her 3 children. Drogon, Regal, Viserion. The middle name, Regal, she had given without knowing why, except that it had come into her head in a dream, and the dream had been of a young man with a silver harp standing in a tent of red silk, smiling at her. She did not know who he was. She intended to find out. Far to the west of all of them, on a sea of small islands, a young man with a silver tongue and an iron name was dispatching ships to the north. Fire was about to come from 3 directions at once. Chapter 14 End. Chapter 15. The 3-headed beast 3 years and 7 days after Jon Snow had touched the wick of Maester Luwin's glass candle and not died of it. The world that had been holding its breath since that moment exhaled all at once. It exhaled in 3 places. In the Riverlands, on the night of a wedding that had been agreed to in good faith and dishonored before the second course, a king of the north was murdered with his men in the great hall of the twins. And his mother's throat was cut at the high table by a man who had broken bread with her an hour before, and her body was thrown into the river to keep its grief from being said aloud at any inquest. The river took her 2 days downstream and laid her on a sandbar. 3 nights after her body had been laid on the sandbar, a band of outlaw men with a red priest among them came down to the river to fish for the bodies of slain men, because the red priest had a use for bodies, and they pulled Catelyn Stark of Winterfell from the water. And the red priest did to her what the red priests sometimes did, and she opened her eyes again. But the woman who came back through her eyes was not Catelyn. The woman who came back was a woman who had been made of iron and hate in equal parts, and who would not, ever again, sleep without a sword across her knees. In the lands beyond the narrow sea, on the same morning a king of the north died in a hall. A girl of 14 who had once been afraid of every shadow on a wall stood at the prow of a ship, with 3 dragons the size of horses on the masts behind her, and watched the lights of a slaver city catch fire one neighborhood at a time. 8,000 unsullied stood at her back. A bald eunuch with a sash of office stood at her elbow. A knight with no honor and old guilt stood at her other elbow. A boy with a bell in his hair stood behind her. None of them spoke. They had learned that when Daenerys Targaryen was watching a city burn, she did not require commentary. In the lands beyond the wall on the same morning, a boy with a broken back who had been carried north on the shoulders of a giant of a stable boy reached the foot of a great weirwood that grew through the roof of a cave. And a man in the roots of the tree opened a single red eye and looked at him and said, in a voice that had not been used in 200 years, "There you are. Late. Sit down." The boy was Bran. The boy was 9. He had been carried north for 97 days. He had been told when he reached the cave that he would never walk again, but that he would in time walk in a different way. He had not that morning understood what was meant. He sat down. These 3 things happened on the same morning. Jon Snow at the wall did not know any of them. He learned of the first that night, by Raven. He learned of the second, 22 days later, by a Pentoshi merchantman who came up the King's Road with the news at a gallop, and was at the gates of Castle Black, before the sun set on the day of his arrival, with a letter in his pouch that bore a 3-headed dragon in red wax, and was addressed in a hand Aemon had not seen in 80 years. He learned of the third never, in any direct way. What he learned of the third he learned in dreams, which began that night and did not stop, and which were of his brother Bran in a cave with red eyes everywhere, and of a man in a tree, and of a smell of weirwood smoke that had no place on the wind that came down from the haunted forest. He was 13 years old. He was 5 feet 7 inches tall, having grown a great deal in the 3rd year. He was a steward. He had taken the Black 2 months prior, with Aemon's blessing and Mormont's sigh, on the night Aemon had said, "We have squeezed all we can out of being a steward without a vow. The vow buys us another decade of cover. Take it." Jon had taken it. He had spoken the words in the godswood north of the wall on a night so cold his breath had crystalled on his eyelashes, and Ghost had spoken with him after a fashion, lifting his chin under the heart tree and making a long, low note Jon had never heard from him before. The brothers of the watch who stood as witnesses had said afterward in the common hall over ale that the wolf had said his oath as plain as the boy. Some of the brothers had laughed. Some had not. The ones who had not had been the older brothers, who had been north long enough to know what it meant when a wolf spoke at a heart tree. He was. On the morning Robb died and his aunt's dragons had grown to the size of horses, and his brother had reached the cave under the tree, sitting in the Maester's tower with a book open on his lap, and a piece of toasted black bread in one hand and a mug of weak tea in the other. He was reading about the long night. He had been reading about the long night for 2 years. The raven came at noon. It was, as watch ravens were, fat and ill-tempered and accurate. It struck the rookery window with a thump like a thrown boot. Jon was not the Maester's steward that month. He was on rotation in the armory. But the bird was for the Maester, and Jon was the only one Aemon trusted to take the message off its leg without bothering it, so he climbed the stair when the steward shouted for him. He read it with Aemon's permission over Aemon's shoulder before he read it aloud. He stopped when he understood. He read it twice more. "Maester, read it, Jon," he read it. His voice did not break. Aemon listened with his hands folded. When Jon had finished he said only, "I am sorry, Jon." "Yes, Maester. Sit down." "I will stand." "Sit down." He sat. He could not, after a moment, see the page. He blinked. The page came back, then went away again. He did not weep. He had told Aemon 2 years ago that he was not weeping, and the seal had held since, and he was not going to break it that morning in that room with his 13-year-old hands. He kept the seal. He folded the letter. He put it in the small wooden box on Eamon's desk where the other letters about his family were kept. Maester, I will be in the godswood for an hour. I will be back. Yes. Do not let anyone follow me. No one will follow you, not Mormont, not Sam even. Take Ghost. Take an hour. He took an hour. He went to the small wood north of the wall through a door in the gate the watch did not often open. He stood under the heart tree there, an old one, half dead, with one branch alive and one branch white as bone, and he put his hand on the trunk, and he stood with his head bent for a long time, and he did not weep, but he did say his brother's name 11 times. Once for each of the 11 months he had been at the wall on the day of his brother's coronation, and once for the year and a moon's turn after that, and once for the year and 3 moons after that. By the 11th time, his voice had broken. By the 11th time, the seal had cracked, but only a little. He would not let it crack the rest of the way. Not yet. Not on a frozen day at the foot of a half-dead tree with no one to hold him but a wolf who could not. He came back. He took up the armory rotation. He spent the afternoon counting arrowheads. The brothers of the watch let him be. They had, all of them, lost brothers of one kind or another, and they understood that a man with a brother freshly dead wanted to count arrowheads, not be condoled with. He counted to 4,007 and stopped because he could not see the count. That night, Mormont came to him. Mormont was a heavy man with a great sword, and his bear was on his shoulder and his bird was on his arm, and he had brought a flagon and 2 cups. He set them on the table in Jon's cell. He sat down on the only chair which creaked. He poured. He pushed a cup at Jon. Jon, who had drunk strong drink only twice in his life and had not enjoyed either, took it. Drink it, lad. Yes, my lord. Don't call me that. We are in a cell at the wall. There are no lords here. Yes, my lord, Mormont snorted. He drank. Jon drank. It burned. He coughed. Mormont waited. Stark. Yes. The boy in the south is not your only living brother. You have 2 more south of the neck. You know this. Yes. Bran and Rickon. Held at Winterfell, last we heard, by Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, who has betrayed your house and named himself Prince of Winterfell on the back of a dead king's bones. You know this. Yes. It is in the news that came north this week, from the south, that those 2 brothers were killed by Theon and their bodies hung from the gates of your home. I am sorry to be the one who tells you. There was no time today between the raven about Robb and this news, and I would not give it to a man on the same hour. I gave you 11 hours. They are over. The news is the news. It is here. Jon closed his eyes. Yes, my lord. You may not believe it. I do not. I do not either. Jon opened his eyes. My lord. I have been a man at war and a man near war for 40 years. I know when a thing has been told too neatly. The bodies hung from a gate are too neat. They were boys and one of them a cripple. I have a hard time believing Theon Greyjoy stomached it. I have a harder time believing the bodies were as small as the boys would have been. There is a thing happening at Winterfell, lad, but I do not know that it is what we are being told. Jon nodded. He had to put the cup down because his hand was shaking too much to hold it. He had not noticed it shaking before, my lord. Do you know more? I know that Maester Luwin sent a raven to me a fortnight ago that did not arrive. I know this because the raven came back to me yesterday with its leg broken and a man's hand had broken it. I know that someone is intercepting messages out of Winterfell. I know that someone wants the world to be told a particular story. The particular story is, the Stark line is gone, Theon has paid for it, the realm is to forget. That story is convenient for many people. I do not believe convenient stories. Neither, lad, must you, not now, no, my lord. There is more, my lord. Mormont reached inside his cloak. He drew out a folded paper. He laid it on the table. This came up the wall today by a man on horseback, not by raven. The man is in our hall now drinking at our fire. He is the captain of a Pentoshi merchanter that put in at Eastwatch 9 days ago. He has ridden up from Eastwatch with this in his pouch. He has refused to give it to anyone but the Maester. The Maester has read it. The Maester has not yet given it to me. I told the Maester I would give it to you. He told me you should read it before he did. Jon looked at the paper. The seal was a 3-headed dragon in dark red wax. The wax was old, almost 20 years old, but the impression had been made fresh that month. He could tell because the wax had not yet developed the white bloom an old seal grew. The hand on the outside of the paper was a hand he did not know. The hand was small, careful, a girl's hand that had been taught Westerosi letters by a not very patient brother. He picked it up. He looked at Mormont. "Read it, lad." He broke the seal. He read. He read 3 times. He laid it down. His hands had stopped shaking. They had become very cold and very still, my lord. I am called south. By her. By whom? He hesitated. Eamon had not in 3 years told Mormont the thing about Jon's blood, although Eamon had said it would be told eventually when the time was right. He looked at Mormont. Mormont was not a young man. Mormont had been the Lord Commander long enough to know that there were secrets at the wall that not even the Lord Commander was allowed to keep. Mormont's eyes were not the eyes of a man who would be surprised by what Jon had to tell him. Jon understood in that moment that Mormont had known for a long time. Eamon had perhaps told him, or perhaps he had worked it out. Mormont had been waiting for Jon to tell him in his own hour. By Daenerys Targaryen, Jon said. My aunt. I know, lad. I have known a year. The Maester is not so secret as he thinks, my lord. You go where you are called, Jon Snow. The wall does not own you the way it owns the rest of us. The Maester told me 3 years ago you were not for the wall except as a stop on the way. I took you anyway. I have had 3 good years out of you. I will not keep you another moon. You go, my lord. I have spoken a vow. You have. I cannot leave. Mormont leaned forward. You can. The vow you spoke is a vow of a man who has only 1 fight in him. You have 2. There is a fight beyond the wall that is coming. It is the fight you are in fact training for. There is a fight south of the wall that you have been called into. Both fights are the same fight. Both fights are for the realms of men. The vow does not decide between them. It only directs you toward whichever one needs you more in the hour. You are needed south now. You will be needed beyond the wall later. You go south, you do what you must, and when you come back, if you come back, the wall will be here, and so will I, and there will be ravens, and there will be cold work to be done, and you will do it. That is all. Take Ghost. Take 3 brothers I will give you. Take the Pentoshi captain back to his ship. Go. Jon stared at him. My lord, the vows. The vows said you would father no children, hold no lands, wear no crowns. They did not say you would not get on a ship. They did not say you would not go to your aunt when she asked. Go, lad. Eamon will send the explanation south to whatever fool succeeds me as Lord Commander. He has been waiting 3 years to send it. He has had it written for 2. Jon stood. He did not, for a long moment, know what to do with his body. Then he took up Mormont's flagon, and he poured Mormont a fresh cup, and he poured himself one, and he raised his cup, and Mormont raised his. To my brother Robb, Jon said, King in the north. To your brother Robb, King in the north, they drank, and my lord. I. To my brothers Bran and Rickon, who are not dead. Mormont looked at him sharply. You know this how, lad? Jon hesitated. Then he said, because Mormont had earned a thing he could trust. I have been dreaming of Bran for 9 days. He is in a cave. He is alive. He is somewhere north of the wall, with old men with red eyes and a tree with a face. He is not dead, my lord. I would know if he were dead. I knew when Robb went. I would know with Bran. Mormont was silent a long time. Then he raised his cup again. To your brothers Bran and Rickon, he said. Not dead. They drank. You leave at first light, Jon. Yes, my lord. There is a thing I will say once and not again. If your aunt asks you to put a crown on her head and her brother is dead and your father is dead, then there is no Targaryen between you and that crown but her. You, a bastard boy of 15. You, or the man you become this year. Remember that you have been raised by an honorable man and that the honorable man taught you to know what is yours and what is not. The crown is hers. Hers, lad, not yours, not your aunt's by half-right, hers entire. She has earned it. You go to her as a man who has come to put his fire beside hers. You do not go to her as a rival. You do not let any man in the South make you into a rival. They will try. There are men in the South who like a Stark face on a Targaryen claim. They will line up to whisper to you. You will not listen. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Say it again. I will not let myself be made a rival to her, my lord. I will go as her kinsman. I will offer her my fire and my sword in my brother's name. I will not take what is hers. Good, you may have to fight to mean that. You will mean it anyway. Yes, my lord. Mormont stood. He put a hand on Jon's shoulder. He gripped it hard the way he gripped the hilt of a greatsword. Snow, my lord. You were the best steward I had. I never told you. I am telling you now because I will not see you again. My lord, I will not. I have a feeling. I have had it 3 days. There is something in the wind tonight that smells like a man's last winter. I do not know whose. I would prefer it were mine and not yours. Take care of my wall, Jon. Take care of it from the south, since the south is where you will be. Send us men when you can. Send us food when you can. Send us your aunt's dragons when she will spare them. We are the blade between life and what comes after. We have been thin for a long time. Make us less thin when you have power to do it. I will hold it as long as I can. I will, my lord. Good. Mormont gripped his shoulder once more. Then he was gone, with his bird on his arm and the door of Jon's cell closed behind him. And Jon stood in his cell with a letter from his aunt in one hand, and a flagon in the other, and Ghost looking up at him from the floor with eyes that already knew. He left at first light. He left with 3 brothers Mormont had named. A Southron knight named Andros Castle, who was a cousin of the castle of Winterfell. An old ranger named Garth, who had been north of the wall more times than any man living, and a steward named Samwell Tarly, who had come to the wall because his father wanted him to, and had stayed because Jon had become his friend, and who Jon had argued for and Mormont had agreed because, he said, there is no man in the world who knows more of the long night than that fat boy in your shadow. You will need him in the south. The Maesters in the south will not listen to me. They may listen to him. He is an old town brain in a Tarly body. Take him. Jon had taken him. Aemon they did not take. Aemon stayed by Aemon's own command at the wall. He embraced Jon at the gate. He pressed a small parcel into his hands. The parcel was 3 letters sealed. One for your aunt, Aemon said. Of an introduction. She does not know me by sight, but she knows my name. She has been told her family is dead. She has not been told that I am alive. She will be glad. Give it to her with your own hand. Yes, Maester. One for the Lord of King's Landing, whoever holds it when you arrive. Yes, Maester. One for you, to be opened only if I am dead when next you write me, or if a year passes without word from me. Do not open it before. Yes, Maester. Jon. Maester, find your brother Bran. He is, I believe, where you have dreamt of him. North of the wall, in the country of the children, in the cave of the green men. There is a thing they will teach him there that the world will need from his mouth when winter is at its deepest. Do not pull him from the cave. Let him learn, but find him and let him know that you have come back. He needs to know. Yes, Maester. Go, Jon. I have outlived too many of you. I would prefer not to outlive you. Maester, I will come back. Don't live. That is enough. Now go. He went. The road south was cold for the first 3 weeks, and warmer for the next 2, and warm for the last 2. He saw, Between the wall and East Watch, men he had not seen in 3 years and would not see again. He saw, on the deck of the Pentoshi captain's ship, the narrow sea for the first time and was sick on it for a day and recovered. He saw, at Pentos, a city that was not a song but a smell and was glad of it. He took ship from Pentos with Sam and Andros and Garth and Ghost, who hated the ship and bit one sailor and would have bitten more had Sam not sat with him for 3 days running and read him the parts of the Citadel's treatise on the long night that were the most dragonish, in a soft, monotonous voice that even the wolves of the gods could not have stayed angry under. And he reached Slaver's Bay 3 weeks after that. And at Slaver's Bay, he learned that his aunt had broken 3 slaver cities and had taken the 3rd. She received him at the great pyramid of Myrine, on a terrace that had been a slave master's terrace and had been a stable for dragons since her hand had set it that way. She received him at sunset. She had no eyebrows yet. She would, ever after, have only the faintest line of pale gold above her eyes, the kind that vanished in the heat of a hall. And her hair was longer than the first reports had said, almost to the small of her back. And she wore a tunic of black silk and trousers of black wool and boots of riding leather, and she held a glass of pale wine, and on the parapet beside her a black dragon the size of a small horse was watching him. He went to one knee, Princess Daenerys. She looked at him a long time. Then she said, in a voice that was not what he had expected, that was a quiet, sensible voice with no song in it, "Stand up. We have all knelt enough today." He stood. "You are my nephew. I am, Princess. You are older than I had thought from the descriptions. I have been growing. I am sorry, Princess. I cannot stop it." She did not smile. He had heard on the road that she did not often smile. She was looking at him in the way a maester looked at a page that might be a forgery and might be the real thing. After a long moment she nodded faintly. "You have his face." She said, "Rigors around the eyes. The mouth is your mother's. The set of the shoulders is Stark. Sit down, I want to look at you for an hour. I have been wanting to look at you for a long time. There is wine." He sat down. They drank wine. She asked him questions, simple ones at first, about Eamon, about Mormont, about the wall. She asked them in the voice of a woman who had been ruling a hostile city for 15 months and had become very good at hiding what she felt. He answered as plainly as he could. He did not boast. He did not flinch. He said yes when the answer was yes. He said no when it was no. He said I do not know when he did not know, which was a thing she had not, she said later, expected from a Stark. After an hour she said, "Show me what you do." He looked at the candles on the table. There were 5. He looked at her dragon, which was now sleeping along the parapet, and which was the size of a small horse and which was watching them out of one slit eye. He thought, "I do not need any of you to do this." He looked at the candle in front of his aunt. He thought, light. The candle, which had not been lit, lit. The flame stood up small and clean and was the color of the sun at evening, gold at the heart and pale at the edges. The other 4 candles, in their own time, lit also. He had not asked them. He had thought only about the one. The other 4 had decided, themselves, that they wanted to be on. Jon understood, watching them, that he had not done all of that. The dragon on the parapet had done some of it. The dragon had been listening. The dragon had liked the flame and had wanted more of it. Daenerys looked at the candles. She looked at the dragon. She looked at Jon. She put down her wine. "There are 3 of us," she said after a moment. "There are supposed to be." "Yes, Princess, so Eamon believes. 3 heads." "Yes. Where is the 3rd? He had not until that hour known the answer to this. He knew it as he opened his mouth. "My brother," he said. "Bran, north of the wall, in the cave under the tree. The 3rd is Bran." Daenerys was very still. "Your brother, the crippled boy." "Yes. He is ahead of the dragon, he is. The dragon does not need 3 with fire, Princess. It needs 3 with sight. I have fire. You have fire. He has sight. You will know him when you meet him. He will tell us things we do not know. He will tell us the way to fight the cold when it comes. He has been being taught for 97 days by a man older than this kingdom. He will know when we ride north together, where to ride." She looked at him. Her violet eyes had the firelight in them and something else under the firelight that Jon could not yet read. "You came here because I called you." "Yes, princess. You came here to put your fire beside mine." "Yes, princess. You came here, although you have a half-claim of your own to the chair in King's Landing, by being your father's son and not your mother's." "I came here, princess, to put my fire beside yours. The chair is yours. I am your nephew. I am your sworn man, if you will have me." "What if I will not have you?" He met her eye. He did not look down. He had practiced this answer with Eamon once and once only 3 years ago. He gave it now without the rehearsal. "Then I will fight beside you anyway, princess, until the cold is broken. After that I will ride home if I have a home left to ride to, but the cold has to be broken first. That is older than chairs." She looked at him a long moment. Then, for the first time, very slightly, she smiled. "I will have you," she said. She stood. She walked the length of the terrace. The dragon on the parapet opened its second eye and stretched and shook out its wings and made a small, high, curious sound, the same sound the green one had made on the morning it was born, the question. Daenerys put her hand on the dragon's neck without looking at it. "You will go," she said. "Tomorrow. I will give you 20 ships. I will give you my best knight and my eunuchs. I will give you the green dragon who is named Regal and who loved you before you walked through my door tonight. He has been calling to your fire since you came up the stair. Take him. Fly him north when he is grown enough. There will be a war here that I must finish before I sail west. By the time I have finished it, you will have crossed the narrow sea, and you will have ridden north, and you will have your brother out of his cave, and you will have all 3 of us standing on the wall. We will meet on the wall, princess. Aunt, while we are alone. While my advisors are not within hearing. Aunt. Aunt. I had no family until tonight. I have in one evening gained 2, a great-uncle at the wall and a nephew with my brother's eyes. Send me letters. I will send you letters. I will not let 3 years go by without a word. There has been enough of that in our family. Yes, Aunt. Go, Jon, sleep. We meet again at dawn. There is a green dragon in the room beneath this one. He has been waiting. Go and let him meet you. Take only your wolf. He will not eat your wolf. He has wanted to meet a wolf for some time. He will smell familiar to you. I cannot say why. I dream sometimes of a man with a silver harp, and a wolf is sometimes in that dream. Go." He went. In the room under hers, in a chamber that had once been the slave-master's bath, in a great tub full of warm sand, lay a green dragon the length of a long ship, with wings folded and eyes closed and breath that was the breath of something very old in a very young body. Ghost sat down on the threshold and looked at the dragon and did not move his ears. The dragon opened one eye. It was a yellow-green eye with a vertical pupil and intelligence behind it, of a kind that Jon had read about and had not understood until that moment. The dragon looked at Ghost. Ghost looked at the dragon. After a long time, the dragon's head, which was the size of a horse, tilted very slightly, and the dragon made the same small, high sound it had made on the parapet, and Ghost made a sound back, a small note Jon had never heard from him, like the tail end of a howl. The 2 of them held each other's eyes another long moment. Then the dragon lowered its head onto the sand and closed its eye, and Ghost lay down on the threshold, and Jon understood that he had been dismissed. He went to bed. He dreamed that night of Bran. He dreamed of Bran in a cave under a weirwood with red eyes everywhere, sitting cross-legged in front of an old man whose body had become part of a tree. Bran's eyes were closed in the dream. Bran's mouth was moving. He was telling a story. The story he was telling was a story about a boy and a candle in a turret in Winterfell on a winter morning when the boy was 10. He was telling it to the old man in the tree. The old man was nodding slowly, the way men nodded when they were hearing a thing they had been waiting to hear. In the dream, Jon stepped forward. Bran did not see him. Bran's eyes were closed. But the old man in the tree with his one red eye looked at Jon over Bran's head, and the old man smiled very faintly and said in a voice that was not a voice but a wind, "Brother, we are three now. The world will be cold for a while yet, but we are three. Come north when you can. Bring her. Bring his wings. We will meet you at the heart tree in the haunted forest in the third moon of the next winter. Do not be late." Jon woke. The room was full of the gray light of a Myrene's dawn. Ghost was at the foot of the bed. Sam was asleep in a chair across the room with a book on his stomach. From below, faintly, came the sound of 3 dragons greeting the morning, the green one calling, the cream one answering, the black one growling at both of them. From the parapet above, very faintly, came the voice of Daenerys, who was saying a small word in High Valyrian to the rising sun. Jon understood the word. Aemon had taught it to him a year ago. The word was begin. He got out of bed. He picked up the carved white wolf. His father had given him 3 years ago, which he kept under his pillow. He picked up the river stone with the hole through it, which Catelyn had given him, and which had hung around his neck since the morning he had ridden out of Winterfell, and which was warm from the warmth of his throat. He held them both in his hand a moment, the candle on the desk lit by itself. Jon had not asked it to. He had only needed light. The candle had understood and had given. He went to the window. The sun was coming up over the Bay of Slavers' Bay, which Daenerys had renamed the Bay of Dragons. The water was the color of beaten copper. There were ships. Beyond the ships were more ships. Beyond those were the western horizon, and beyond the horizon was the sea, and beyond the sea was Westeros, and beyond Westeros was the wall, and beyond the wall was a brother in a cave who was waiting. Jon Snow, who had been Aemon Targaryen's apprentice and Mormont's steward, and a son to a man who had loved him without ever being able to call him son, looked out at all of that and thought of the 3 of them, of his brother in his cave, and his aunt on her terrace 1 floor above, and himself by his window, and of the small, steady candle in him that had been lit on a winter morning by the touch of an old maester's glass, and that had been burning since. The world would be cold for a while yet. Aemon had said so. The old man in the tree had said so. Jon believed them both. But the candle was lit, and there were 3 of them, and the cold, for the first time in many ages of the world, would be answered in the language it had been speaking for 10,000 years. In fire. Below him, Regal opened both eyes and looked up at the window where Jon stood and made a sound that was not quite a roar and not quite a cry, but a thing in between. It was a thing the dragon had been waiting 3 years to say. Jon did not, that morning, know the meaning of it. He learned the meaning later. The meaning was, "I see you, brother, we begin."